Hey guys, Sean here. Welcome to the F1 Word and to the final day of pre-season testing 2024 and to testing live 2024. What an imaginative name for testing streams they are. Hope you're all doing well this morning. Can't believe it's day 3 already. It's nearly all over, and what a morning it's been as well in the world of Formula One. Out on track anyway, or the lack of track action we had at the start of the day. Once again, the day disrupted by a loose drain cover at the same place pretty much as yesterday. So we lost an hour or so this morning. So instead of a lunch break, they are running for the rest of the day. So it is track action all the way until 4 p.m. GMT. I think 7 p.m. local time, if I'm correct. So there we go. Let's do all the housekeeping first. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's a bit early maybe to throw this out there, but please do drop a like on the stream. Be massively awesome if we get anywhere near we have over the last 2 days. That's fantastic. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new as well. Will be great to have you along for the ride this season. Lots to come. You can also support the stream through super chats, Streamlabs, PayPal, and all of that. We are over halfway to the goal. I don't think we're going to do it, but every single penny goes back into the channel and is massively appreciated. So thank you to everyone who's contributed to that so far this season, this is the weekend. You never know. You never know. We might hit it. I doubt it, but we'll see how we go. And I'll run you through the times as well. Oh, of course, yes. Sorry. I forgot the catchphrase. No live timing. No track action. No track footage. That's what I'm looking for in this stream due to what I believe are fairly obvious copyright restrictions. I'd love to be able for anybody to show anything they want from F1, but it just doesn't work like that, I'm afraid. So let's have a look at the times. Carlos Sainz picking up very much where he left off yesterday. Quite a bit slower, to be fair, but 1:31.247. That was on the C3 tyre. Sergio Perez currently in P2. Wasn't he second yesterday as well? So things haven't really changed since I last spoke to you. Sergio Perez 1:31.483 on the C3 tyre. Lewis Hamilton, he is third, 1:31.999 C5 tyre. Lance Stroll, 1:32.038 on the C3. Lando Norris, 1:32.108 in 5th place, and 20 laps so far, C3 tyre for him. He's been in the garage a lot. We've not seen a lot of Lando Norris, so some concerns at McLaren. I was listening to the feed before we went live, but nothing official about what's going on there, so we'll keep an eye out. Alex Albon in 6th place, 1:32.583. That was on the C3 tyre. In fact, all but Ricardo on a C3 tyre, so there you go. Kevin Magnussen 1:33.0, Ocon 1:33.0, Bottas 1:33.528, and Daniel Ricciardo 1:37.015. The only driver not to use a C3s for a lap so far. That's the C1s for him. Lappage wise, Sainz 61, Perez 45, Hamilton 49, Stroll 46, Norris, like I say, 20, Albon 32. Magnussen has done 80. Despite the disruptions, that's impressive. Ocon 55, 28 for Bottas, and 70 for Ricciardo. Just as impressive, almost. Absolutely fantastic. Let's bring in the Stewmeister. Morning, Stuart. I don't know where that came from. That was weird.
Hi. Right, start as we mean to go on, I guess.
I've cracked. It's day 3. Yeah, another disrupted morning thanks to drain covers. I think
Which means another 5 hours for us of pure track action.
That's the good news. But I think Adrian Newey said in an interview that it's because the cars are big and heavy. They're too big and heavy, and that's why these drain covers keep coming up. But it's also, and I think they've made the point on the coverage as well, that it's also not helped by cars not following what we will see as track limits next weekend. So maybe, this shouldn't be happening, but, drivers aren't really helping the matter. I mean, you see Lewis Hamilton up at turn 4 today at times. I mean, basically all 4 wheels off the track on the entry to the corner. So, the tracks aren't, as they've said in commentary, they're not designed for that, are they? So it's not a great surprise things like this are happening, but hopefully they can stamp that out for next week.
Yeah, and again, no one who's running this event is going to enforce track limits here because they don't care, because it's not a competition. But I would imagine the teams would want them to try and stay within the limits that they would be on a race weekend, so the data they get back is actually meaningful. I guess in terms of I guess they don't care about lap times right now, and they're not judging that it doesn't matter so much. But yeah, and that the curb. Quotes curb where the drain keeps coming up isn't even a curb at all. It's just aesthetic. So there's nothing to deter them from going as wide as they want to do. But yeah, we got to hope that in a week's time, when they're doing practice, doing qualifying, they actually do manage not to suck the drains out of the floor because we don't want a lot of red flags during the real sessions.
The sessions that matter.
Yeah, because that's always very annoying for everyone, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, a little bit strange. You would have thought they would have sorted all that out yesterday. They did spend a long time not only checking and repairing that drain, but checking a lot of the other drains as well. But so a little bit strange that it happened again, and maybe slightly concerning for next week. But you're going to hope they spend the next 4 or 5 days. I don't know, getting the Loctite out, the no more nails, making sure that thing is securely locked into the ground.
Making sure the hole is sealed. Let's leave that at that.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, it's frustrating. It's strange as well. And obviously, I think Sergio Perez, a picture there, just come up on stream of Adrian Newey inspecting the floor. I think he ran over it, and that is apparently what may have sucked that up. Actually, Citizen Erase saying presumably it's the ground effect stuff putting much greater force on the covers than any other racing does, which is a fair point. I think it's a fair point. I'm not great with the technical stuff, but it's got to. We didn't see this. Drain covers came up in the past. We saw that one in Baku, didn't we, with George Russell that ripped his Williams into about 16,000 different pieces. Exaggerated, I know. So it's happened before, but it seems to be happening a little bit more frequently at the moment, doesn't it? We see it a bit more. So maybe it is something to do with ground effects. That's something to maybe bear in mind. But I'm just going to say, I think Rachel Brooks has just said in commentary, because I've got a Shure SM7B mic, so I have to sit quite close to it. So I can't have my other set of headphones too loud. Otherwise, you're going to hear the commentary and then YouTube are going to go, FOM said that you've been using their footage. I haven't. It's just my headphones. So I have to be careful. But I think she's just said that McLaren investigating a clutch issue on Lando Norris's McLaren. Obviously,
frustrating.
drives McLaren, but yeah, frustrating for them. Only 20 laps so far. Only Perez on track, by the way, so you're not missing much at the moment. So yeah, frustrating for McLaren. I didn't mean that quite as bitchy as maybe it sounded.
Only Perez.
It's only Perez.
It's nothing. No one important.
Nothing dramatic. I think he's actually on a bit of a stint at the moment. I think we're going to see quite a lot of long stints this morning, apart from obviously at McLaren, unfortunately. Stroll's already done 12. Magnussen did a 20-lap stint. Like I said, he's done 80 laps already today, so he's absolutely on one. And that's been kind of the story of Haas this test, hasn't it? It's just been laps, and laps, and not so much pace. And so I went and did some watching of the old Ted & Co. And picking up some quotes. But Haas, today is going to be about low fuel runs and aero rake work. That's a mouthful. But so far he's just pumping in the laps, so obviously it's still doing the long runs. But Kevin Magnussen was asked where he thinks they are. He said, I would be surprised if they are not in a similar position to last year in terms of pace. And I'm going to be honest, and I can't find the quote anywhere else, but it was on the TV broadcast. One of you caught it, Stuart, but I think he said something either, and this is going to be really helpful to everybody, so I'm hoping someone can clarify it, but either they think they're getting on top of the tyre issues, or they've still got the same tyre issues. So there you go. I'm not hedging my bets. I literally I caught it out the corner of my ear, if you like. I didn't quite catch what it was saying. I would assume if he thinks they're where they were last season, that's probably that they've still got the same issues that they had last season. Because the tyres haven't changed at all, have they? So,
no. I was reading Gary Anderson having a look over some of the cars and his verdict, because I have to say, you and I are a little bit limited in just like watching the cars on the track.
Yeah.
From the screen and being able to make too much
We're not
judgment.
Enough.
And he thinks it hasn't got a huge amount of grip, but it looks solid and consistent, but just not fast at the moment. Is what he thinks. But yeah, it would be interesting to see. We might have to wait until the race to see how they actually manage on proper race runs.
Yeah, we're without sounding insanely salty, we're in a sort of awkward little gap in that we know too much, but also don't know enough. Because F1 and the FIA like to give access to people who either know nothing about F1 and are trying to attract a new audience, or people who know everything about F1, and we're sort of right in the middle there, aren't we? So we don't get anything. The FIA have still not emailed me back from, I think, 18 months ago, and I was like, accreditation? They're like, yeah,
just need
sure.
to do a few more TikTok dances, I want to say.
Yeah.
So, just a few things to make us seem a little bit more viral friendly.
Yeah, and some technical analysis like, these cars actually only have 3 wheels and are powered by sugar.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll have a chance. I'll ask the question because it is the big topic, because F1 seems to be more interested in that than testing. Have you watched the big DTS this morning, Stuart? I can tell you I have not, and probably won't for quite a while, probably a good few weeks yet.
I have not. I'm not particularly planning on it, but I think
No.
even if I did want to watch it, like testing began at 7:00, so
That's true.
It wasn't like
quite early.
I've just had testing on all morning. Not, I don't have my own everything and the timings in it as intently as when we're chatting, but I've had it on and been watching and listening. Apart from, I tell you what, these little drain disruptions have been really useful for me to go and have a shower and get myself ready for the day. Yeah. I feel like that's really nice of them to put those little breaks in. What it does mean, of course, is that there's no obvious point in the day when teams are going to be switching from their morning to their afternoon session, are they? So I've drifted off from Drive to the Survive, but yeah, no, I haven't watched it. I've seen some people talking about it. I've seen that there are some, little things to look out for. But yeah, I think, as I sort of mentioned yesterday, it's not really high up my priority list, at least for quite a while.
Apparently Alex Albon's just on a lap of a 9-minute 11.482.
Oh, I haven't seen that on the screens.
A timing line on the way out of his pits, and he sat still for 8 minutes. But that's that must be a typo. That can't be right. I mean, it's not really a 1:11, is it? But that's quite slow. That would definitely be over the minimum time, I think. So, Jackson.
I thought you meant a 1 minute 11 seconds.
No, a 9:11.
Oh, yeah, that happens, isn't it? Because that's happened quite a few times because they seem to count the time that they're stuck in the pits as well on their outlap. It's fine.
Jack says, if I watch it, I'll watch in the off-season when I'm desperate for any F1 content. I was actually just going to say, Jack, don't forget, if you don't fancy watching it now, you've got the summer break. You've then got the month off between Singapore and Austin. There's then 3 weeks between Brazil and Vegas. So there's plenty of time, isn't there, to squeeze that in.
Just say hi, Luke, in the chat.
Oh, hi, Luke. It's Luke. Luke.
Yeah, I like Luke.
That's Luke's official name.
Thanks.
Luke. Hi, Luke. Thank you, mate. Good to see you. Lee says 107% rule ? Somebody was asking earlier in the week if that's still a thing. It is definitely still a thing, but it's not as strict as it was 25 years ago. But we haven't got that many cars compared to what we once had. I think the 107% rule was more of a thing for when we had 24, 26, 28 car grids or whatever it was. We had crazy numbers of people and you just don't want slow cars out there. It's usually a case of if you set a representative time at some point over the weekend, they'll let you in. But I think even then, if they know you're not a terrible driver, they'll probably let you out there. So yeah, it's one of those things that's there just to protect. But I don't think one of those regulations that exists, but maybe isn't really enforced. He says, yeah, but a 9 minute lap time.
I think it's definitely one of those.
That's true.
Yeah, sure. I think it's definitely, we've spoken a bit about the spirit of the regulations the last couple of days. I think it's definitely one of those where that seems to be the dominant factor, isn't it? It's, you haven't set 100% time in, 107% time in qualifying, but we have seen that you could have done it. You're not driving around in a truck and you're not incompetent. It's been quite rare that in the last 20 years that we've seen cars that look so slow, be it through driver or car, that they actually should be excluded. I think last one, if I remember, was an HRT quite early on in one of the seasons when they were struggling. That they were one of those new teams that are operating on like a 10 pence budget.
And
they just had turned up. I think something like, I think it was the first race. I think it was like Australia, and they turned up and they weren't quick enough. And the FIA said, nope, you're clearly not fast enough. Come back next week.
Those three teams, the new teams they were. We'll do talk like this now because there's nobody on track. We said we'd get 5 hours of action. Actually thinking about it, I suspect everyone's in the pits now to start swapping drivers over. The list on the bottom of the screen, by the way, that's scrolling, that may not be correct. That's the information as it was yesterday, and from what I've seen, so I will update that as it changes. Or as it gets confirmed, but I would assume Verstappen's in for Perez at the very least because he didn't do yesterday. So we'll see what happens, but I'll let you know when that changes. But I was just gonna Because those three teams, they had quite a rocky ride in F1, didn't they? HRT was sort of... I know they didn't finish last every season, did they, HRT? They actually had a season where they finished in a good position, above one of the other teams, I think above Caterham possibly. But you look at the... HRT struggled very early on and just never seemed to really find their feet in F1. Caterham had moments like where they had about 27 drivers who turned up to Australia one year thinking they were racing, with contracts in chaos. And obviously, Marussia, who were Virgin, became Marussia, and then Manor, and of course, obviously, the tragic situation with Jules Bianchi. It was just not a understatement on that latter point. It was not a fun time for them in F1, those three teams, was it? But I keep going back to it. I need to do this for testing streams, actually look for these articles for bringing the stories up again. But I'm sure there's something about that Bernie Ecclestone had promised those three teams the world, and then when they turned up, the rug got pulled from underneath them, and it all sort of fell apart there, so they weren't ever really given a fair chance. But, you know...
That was incredibly mismanaged, I think, wasn't it?
That's a great...
And at that point...
word.
At that point, I think there was a bit of a panic because they were due to come in 2010. I think that's right, but that was, and again, it wasn't just like in the summer of 2009. They were like invited teams to come in. This had been a sort of long running program, but in the previous 2 years, a lot of teams had dropped out because of the financial crisis. So I think F1 was panicking that actually the grid would start dwindling. So I think we're trying to make it as cheap and efficient as possible for teams to turn up, and they forced them all to use Cosworth engines, which were not up to everyone else's standards. A very strange move, actually, because a lot of them wanted to sort of, have be supplied by, existing engines on the grid. Anyway, it was all very mad. Everyone was sort of running as cheaply as possible, and all three teams sort of went bankrupt and disappeared. Within the next few years, it was just a mess. And I could see why that kind of situation is why you'd want to have a lot of due diligence for new teams coming in, and if Andretti wasn't such a force, you could see why they'd be wary of like letting anyone in. I don't think that's an excuse for the whole strange Andretti situation, but like if anything was stopping F1 letting new teams in, that would be another thing they'd be wary of. You don't want to bring in just a completely useless team that's going to devalue the sport, which is sort of the kind of language they used in that kind of press release they put out, or it wasn't really a press, but it was something, wasn't it, explaining themselves and how they weren't going to be proving competitive. It sounded like, oh, we're going to get another Caterham and an HRT, and the whole thing's going to be devalued, which, I don't believe that was their reason at all. But that's the kind of reason, that's the kind of language it sounded like, didn't it?
It's just like, science is on track on the C3s at the moment, just starting a lap, so keep an eye on him. But I think not necessarily going back to Andretti as such, but I think the whole thing with those three teams, I understand the caution, but there's also the counter argument that the world, let's not get political, but the world is a volatile place at the moment, and it's all right F1 sitting there on their perch, or FOM sitting on the perch going, oh, we're really valuable today. We are, but if Audi pull the plug on Sauber and nobody buys them, what happens there? Has Peter Sauber got the money to buy those back and have a 70? I think they own about 50%, 75% now, something like that at the end of the season, 75%. So someone's got to buy that. If Red Bull suddenly decided they didn't want two teams and just wanted to get rid of RB, someone's got to pick them up. It's a long shot, if Haas decide they don't want to do this anymore, it's a long shot, or Renault have another one of their moments and and decide to pull the team out. We could very quickly go from 10 teams to 9 teams or 8 teams, and then F1 are suddenly going, hi Andretti, how are you? We could really do with a team. So I understand the caution, but at the same time, I think it's a little bit, cocky or arrogant are the wrong phrases, because I think FOM deserve a lot of credit for what they've done to transform F1 since Liberty Media took over in 2017, and the way they've raised the value the way they have. But I still think it's not the right word, but you know what I mean, a little bit arrogant to be sat there going, everything's great here, we don't want you because you don't have value to our product, when actually, as we saw in 2008, that product can very quickly, sponsors start falling off cars. I mean, look at all the sponsors on that McLaren now and compare it to the McLaren a few years ago that had nothing on it. For example, it had Shandon and McLaren basically written on it.
Pretty much, yeah. It was very, very sparse.
Overconfident, that's a good one. My account died, that's a good one. That's better than cocky. You know what I mean. I don't mean it as a necessarily a negative thing, or that negative a word, but it's they've just got to be a bit. I don't know what. I'll go with overconfident. It'll do. This sport is. It's a sport that's so expensive. It is not dictated by, but it's going to get affected if markets crash like we saw in 2008. You know, the UK is, I think, in recession at the moment, aren't we? So other countries have been close to that recently as well. So they've got to be aware of that. They're not stupid though, are they? They'll have all this planned out of what they're going to do if it all goes to pot again, and you know, start begging Andretti, and suddenly the value's not quite there. And Andretti might want to wait. Actually, they might get a team a bit cheaper. You never know.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation, and I'm aware we could make quite easy sweeping statements about situations with new teams and stuff like that. And there's the mechanics of the financials of Formula One are complicated. And I do get who was it that said it a second ago? Citizen Arrays was saying, James Vowles was talking about how making sure all the teams are sustainable, you know, and having a decent turnover before we start splitting the profit even more. Having said that, F1 is a very, very fast-growing sport at the moment, and they are definitely not shy about sucking money from whatever they can. I think they're having a big boom at the moment in how much money they're able to bring in, and maybe that needs to be shared around a little bit more. Again, I don't know. It's a complicated arrangement they have to think about, and maybe the distribution of the prize money needs to be different. I don't know how you feel about prize money. Again, there's no easy answers, and we're not experts on these things. But I feel like there's almost like prize money stratification like twice, because you know, the higher you finish in the championship, the more prize money you get. But the higher you finish in the championship, you know, the better sponsorship deals you can arrange. So you're getting the prize money, but you're also getting like more money from your sponsors and your partners and other things as well. So if you evened out the prize money a little bit, you'd know the teams would still be getting much, you know, Red Bull would still be able to get a ton of great deals from Oracle for whatever, because they're doing really well right now. You know, there's an argument for kind of evening out a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
And I think the cost cap is, I know you have your thoughts on it, but I think it's going to go some way to sort of helping a bit.
I think on the prize money thing, I think it could be evened out more. But at the same time, without sounding like some sort of, I always sound like a Tory when I start on stuff like this, and I'm really not. But if a team has won something or finished high, I think they should be rewarded substantially more than the person who finishes behind them, if that makes sense. I think people should be rewarded for their success. But I appreciate that. You know, don't forget that long ago there were times where some teams were getting a nice historical bonus of about $70 million a year just for existing. You know, that was quite. I do think that it was maybe not fair, but reasonable for a team like Ferrari, who have basically stuck by the sport for so long, to get some kind of acknowledgement. But it was crazy they were getting that kind of money, and I think they could even the prize money out. But I mean, you could say it in other sports as well, but I like if a team, because if you think about as well, I know a team like Red Bull, they've got a fair bit of cash, but you have to remember as well that when they pay their entry fee each year, I mean, this year's entry fee for them is absolutely insanely expensive because of so many points.
That is true.
So much per point, isn't it? So I think sort of countering that with a bit of prize money makes sense. But then I suppose you could maybe make the argument, could you bring the entry fee down? But then the prize money is affected, isn't it? So it's quite a difficult balance they strike. So I think it feels about right, but I understand, you know, maybe further down the grid there could be a bit more money. But what worries me is, with sort of going back to the Andretti thing on prize money, is that I suspect that the 10 teams we have now would push for some sort of, well, maybe not, because I have to be careful. I was going to say push for some sort of, going back to the old days where only the top 10 got prize money. But a team like Haas might not back that, because they can't afford to lose that money, and they would be in that battle for last place. And maybe the teams towards the top would push for that, but the teams further down certainly wouldn't. So that could be quite a bit of a battle. But I think, just, again, tying the two together, I think the Andretti thing is down to money more than anything. I don't think that's going to cause a massive surprise. I think they have their other reasons, but I think wait till 2028. You can all sign a nice new Concord agreement, double, triple, quadruple the entry fee for a new team, and you're sitting pretty, aren't you? That's what they're up to. Sorry to be all pessimistic, but I think that's what they're up to with that. Perez on track as well now. Perez and Sainz, together. Not doing anything
perfect.
spectacular. I mean, Perez a 31.4 is his fastest at the moment, and that was on the C3. So a couple of tenths off Sainz, but they're not. Sainz on a 5-lap stint at the moment on the medium, so not any hot laps at the minute. I'm hoping for some C4, C5 laps later, though, Stuart.
Sainz has been doing quite a sort of some medium length runs.
Yeah.
Like 9 laps, 11 laps, 11 laps, 11 laps on the C3. So he's not going for glory runs, is he, at the moment?
Do you want me to read my notes from yesterday's Ted's notebook? Not quite so many today.
Do it.
It's, again, like Stuart said, we don't have the access, so I have to steal Ted's stuff, but I will always make sure I tell you where I get it from first. I won't just pretend I've caught that myself. I was talking to Sergio Perez last night. No. So Perez yesterday, a lot of people were asking why he didn't have the pace that Verstappen had. He was doing a lot of setup work, was on long runs as well. Lost drive at one stage. We were watching that live. That was sorted. Eventually had a brake fire in the morning. That was sorted as well. And his race run was consistently apparently in the 137s. So I went and did some actual digging for a change, rather than just stealing what Ted says. And he had a run on the C3s, a pretty decent run, consistently in the 38s. But on the, what I believe is the C1s, he was consistently 137. So it's 37.3, 37.5, 2, flat, 1, flat, 1, 3, 2, 2, 1. So he was consistently in and around the 37. So there's definitely some race pace yesterday afternoon for Sergio Perez. And Ferrari saying the car was much better than last year. Will work more on race sims on Friday, so that's maybe what Sainz is up to now. Piastri, we were wondering why he was in the pitch yesterday. They were fiddling with the front right. Apparently, it was not McLaren. Sorry, Williams. I've got it in the wrong order. Williams. They had that left front wheel hub was loose, which cost them 20 minutes late in the afternoon. Piastri in the McLaren lost out due to. I don't know what that means. Red flag. There we go. Sorry, took me a minute. Lost out just a red flag. Low and high fuel runs for Norris. Fuel system issue in the afternoon. So there have been issues down at McLaren. Like I say, their focus today is low fuel runs and aero rake work. So they were the main notes I took from Ted's notebook yesterday. Although he seemed more interested in talking about Alex Albon's hair colour. Rather than actually anything that happened. So he's been listening to us. That's our kind of talk. How dare he? I guess. Let's talk about McLaren then. We've got Sainz and Perez out there doing some laps, but nothing, as far as I can tell. Just check Perez's sector tyres, make sure he's not about to stick in the best lap of the week or anything. No, steady out there, isn't he? So we'll talk about McLaren for a bit.
All right.
How concerned are you for them? Because there was the fuel issue yesterday. There's a suspected clutch issue today. They did some good laps on Wednesday. I keep wanting to say Monday, but on Wednesday. But I don't think it was a completely smooth day. And were they a team that had issues on the filming day as well? Was it Aston Martin? One of them did. So are you massively concerned for them? Because the pace that we've seen doesn't look too bad. And a lot of the experts, in quotes, on TV are saying that they think they are still sort of top four and not a million miles away from, Ferrari, Mercedes in that battle for what everyone seems to think will be P2. I really hope for a surprise next week, but what everyone thinks will be P2. So the pace is there, but it seems like they're still having issues. Nothing quite as drastic as last year, but still concerning, I think.
Yeah, I think you summed it up well, to be honest. And from what I've heard and seen, I mean, there's a part of me that thinks they may well be leading the chasing teams behind Red Bull, at least in the first part of the season. There's part of me that they seem pretty well planted. They're in a good place. That unreliability they're having, is a concern, but hopefully that's something they can just keep to testing with, whatever programs they're running that may be causing them some issues, and it's a thing that they can understand and get on top of by the time they actually come here or stay here, I guess, next week to do race weekends and going into the season. But I'm feeling pretty confident about McLaren at the moment, actually. Almost more so than Ferrari. The more I've heard people talk about Ferrari or have come back with feedback from people at Ferrari, it seems like they're in a solid but unspectacular place, despite that great lap yesterday. So I almost feel like McLaren are ready to spring something if they can, get some decent track time.
Ocon's done for the day. Just thanking the team, by the way, for the testing. He seemed quite happy, so Gasly must be in for the afternoon.
That's cool. Well, maybe we can get him on the stream later if he's not busy.
I'll send him a text or a WhatsApp.
Great.
Hey, Esty Bestie. Can really do your company. He can let us know what's going with the car. We've got Al Dual Axis Steering in the chat. Hey, Al, that's good to see you, mate. Hope you're all right. Been a while since we've had a chat. Hope you're good. Red Raven says, I would not be too concerned yet. What was the saying? It's easier to make a fast car reliable than the other way around. That's true. And in fact, that was what people were saying last year about, was it 2022 with Red Bull early season when Max had those 2 retirements, didn't he? People saying, at least the car's fast. It's easy to make that reliable. And it's like, oh, yeah, maybe. And then they just basically pretty much cruised the rest of the season, didn't they? So they did make it quite reliable in the end. So that's a fair point. But I saw someone say, it's Citizen Array says, if you're an optimist, you say at least these things are happening in testing, which is absolutely true. Thank you to Annette for your super chat. Says, Eru needs a raise. It's actually Eru's birthday on Sunday. So if anyone wants to send some super chats for Eru for his birthday, I'll give them to him. And AC says, sell Sauber to Andretti. Thank you very much, AC, for your super chat as well. I think if the Audi rumours are true, which they might be, but they weren't last time, so we'll see. But I think Andretti probably the most likely or the best place to pick up those shares, however many shares there are, and take control of that team. I mean, Andretti Sauber's not a terrible name for a team, is it? It's better than what they've got this year. So Andretti Sauber wouldn't be a bad mix, would it at all?
I love that team. Always comes back to being Sauber in the end.
Yeah, always.
No matter who takes it over or rebranches it. Yeah, and you can't exactly stop them doing it, can you?
No.
In the way that you can with a new team.
It would be sort of a little bit of irony, I suppose, that they wouldn't pay the price Sauber wanted when they were in talks before, but then they get told no by FOM, and then Sauber becomes available and they buy them anyway. It's like, you could have saved us a lot of hassle here. But no, I think I keep saying it.
What is F1 without drama?
Yeah, if we're having a new team, I'd rather it was an 11th team, but we'll not dwell too much on Andretti. I will say I don't think we've heard the last of it. I said it yesterday with contracts for drivers, and I'll say the same with FOM. Everybody has their price. There's an agreement to be reached somewhere, so they've said no now, but we'll see where we are in 6 months, and maybe there'll be a compromise on 2026 or 2027 or something like that. I think they'll be there eventually, but we'll see what happens with F1. The world is volatile, like I say. What's happening out on the old track? I can tell you what's happening on the track. Diddly squat. Nothing is happening on track. Everyone in the pits. Ocon is out of the car. He's been replaced by Gasly. The number 23 is on the Williams now, so Albon must be getting into that one for the afternoon. Good to see. As far as I know, Leclerc's in this afternoon, Verstappen is in this afternoon, Russell is in this afternoon, Alonso will be in, Piastri's supposed to be in, Albon's in all day because Sargent did yesterday, so that's not true.
It's going to be an exciting afternoon.
Yeah, I'm wrong. Albon was in the car anyway, wasn't he? So that's why the 23 is on the car. Come on, Sean. They're not that quick. I think Hulkenberg's in. Gasly we know now is in. I think Zhou's in, and I think Tsunoda's in. So I think it is only Albon doing all day today. But because it's just tricky for them though, isn't it? Because I was going to say they've lost a bit of time this morning, but Red Bull, for example, yes, Perez has lost time, but Verstappen wasn't in the car yesterday. So they need to still give him time this afternoon, and it's the same for other teams. So it's a little bit awkward. So I feel like people talk about the cursed second Red Bull. You've got to say these 2 days for Perez, a little bit. He's had all the issues and he had all the disruption with the red flags. I bet Verstappen gets in that car, no problems this afternoon, no delays, no stoppages, and puts in about 100 laps or something like that. Oh, for God's sake. I'm looking forward to his C4 time this afternoon, by the way, when everyone's got excited for science and he goes 3 seconds quicker and everyone goes, oh, God, that's it. It's over. Season's done. What's the point? Come back next year.
And while we speak about that, actually, and while we expect to see some glory runs maybe later in the afternoon, as we've been talking about over these whole 3 days, Mario Isola, who's Pirelli Motorsport boss, has given more clarity on what they calculate to be the differences between the compounds.
Okay.
C1 to C2, not very much, just about 0.2 of a second, they reckon. C2 to C3 is the biggest gap. That's 1.2 seconds they're expecting.
Hefty.
So when you see those, especially people like the Haas and stuff, and I think Ricciardo's been doing a lot of hard tie runs out there, doing some very off the pace times. Be aware that that tire is the C2 is well off the pace of the medium. C3 to C4 0.6, which is about what we said yesterday when we were talking.
Yep.
And then they just said basically the C5 is just entirely pointless because it would fall apart immediately in Bahrain. So they didn't really give an estimate for that, but they were like, why would you run that tire?
Yeah, it's not available either, is it, next week? So it's a pointless tire, really.
Yeah, same with the C4, really. But we're clearly going to get something.
It's a hefty gap between the 2 and the 3, but I feel like it often is between the hards and the mediums, isn't it? Sort of the point, I guess.
And that's going to be interesting because that's next in the race weekend. The C2 to C3 is this medium to the soft.
Yeah,
because they're taking the 1, 2, and the 3 next race. So that's going to be quite significant. But again, as is common, we're going to see the C3 out in qualifying, and then the C2 probably be the hardy race tire where they can actually get some stints in.
It's going to be interesting. Yeah, it will be interesting, and I think it's good as well because we don't want the tyres to be too close together because there's only really the tyres that we've got for strategy these days. So you want some gaps in performance, don't you? Because otherwise, you may as well just run one compound of tyre everywhere. So it's good to see that, and I'm looking forward to how that all shakes out next week. Particularly, I'm looking forward to qualifying next week. That's going to be great. But as I said, I mean, I still don't think we'll have a pecking order then because the track's unique in its low grip levels, and then you've got again Jeddah unique, Albert Park unique. Japan has moved to a completely different time of year. We've not been to China for what feels like forever, since 2019. It could easily be Spain before we get, and as you said, I think on Wednesday we'll get to Spain, and then it'll be spec cars anyway, and the pecking order is going to change. So it's good. I don't want to know where everyone is. I always say that when I do predictions in my previews on a Thursday. I'm glad that I'm wrong if I'm wrong, because I don't want to know on a Thursday who's going to win on a Sunday, which I'm waiting for it in chat. There'll be somebody that says it, so I may as well cover it, which, last year we pretty much knew most of the time who was going to win on the Sunday or could easily predict. You never know, but you can easily predict. So I did see a point. So Sim Racing Replay said they're just glory hunting, referring to Andretti. F1 gets popular, Ford want in, Andretti want in, GM want in. Had plenty of opportunities in the past to join the sport. 100%, but it's business, isn't it? They're businesses as well. They're not going to come to F1 if it's not worth it for them. So it is. I think glory hunting is probably the wrong phrase, but I totally know where you're coming from on that one. They're not going to come to the sport when it's not if they can't make money off it. But then I don't think teams are that profitable anyway, some of them. So I think you said earlier, James Vowles, half the grid is struggling as it is. So yeah, I think glory hunting,
I struggle with that criticism a little bit because it's not like everyone's friends or family, and it's like, oh, you'll only come to my wedding now that I've booked BTS to play. It's like Andretti don't owe F1 anything, and the same way F1 don't owe Andretti anything. Of course, they'll come when it seems like a good opportunity for them. They're not, you know what I mean? It's like they don't have to do it as a nice gesture to F1 or because we're all friends here. If that makes sense. Not a criticism of the point, but I think, obviously people are going to be more attracted to a product that's thriving and seems right for them at the time.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's business, and actually, Red Raven says that's not glory hunting; that's just sensible economics. It's just business, isn't it? You don't go entering something that's not going to make you any money, or is it going to be beneficial to you? So, same reason Ferrari don't race in IndyCar, perhaps, because they don't see any value in that. I don't know. I don't know why Ferrari don't race there, because they don't want to. I suppose it's up to them, isn't it? But yeah, that's.
I think it'd be weird for Ferrari to turn up in a single-seater series. Well, Ferrari is a single-seater series where they're not the center of attention. And I'm not saying that in a bad way, in like, oh, Ferrari need to be center of attention, but it's, they're sort of something special in F1, and to turn up as just some other team in a sport that's got its own history and other focuses would be strange. I think
it would. I was just thinking it would feel really odd. Mowgli says, "Hi guys, hope you're doing well. Thank you very much, Mowgli. We are indeed. Final day of testing, so sad times, but it also means that we are a week away from. In fact, a week today. It's qualifying. A week today, qualifying for the Bahrain Grand Prix. Don't forget. I'll say it again. Thursday practice, Friday qualifying, Saturday race for Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, and then back to normal in Australia. I was gonna make a comment then about the time of day of Australia and the UK, but I know as Brits we're not allowed to complain about having to get up at 5 a.m. to watch something, because in my side of the world we have to do that all year round. It's like, yes, I don't care. It's I make the joke every year around Australia and Japan and races like that, the flyaways, where it's a time of year when non-Europeans complain about Europeans complaining about the time of day they have to get up. It's like, oh yeah, I know, right? But I'll say it every time. I actually quite like the early races. You still got the rest of your day. You're not hanging around all day for it. I like it. Just me. Evening ones are a pain.
But I will be tired when I wake up, and I'm going to mention it because that's what you do, especially when you're English. You'll just state the complete obvious.
It's constantly. That or the weather. That's all we've got.
Yeah.
I get the odd complaint, people saying, well, you talk too much on these streams, which always makes me laugh. Like, all right then, let's just sit in silence for an hour.
What are we supposed to do?
But we do waffle away, but you're lucky actually as Brits that we're not just sat here going, oh, isn't it cold today in the middle of February or at the end of February? Well, of course it is. It's the end of February. Sergio Perez on board with him. Quick track action.
Nice.
Is he going to lock up into turn 10? No. Nice. Actually, nicely it's turn 10.
And this is a replay, of course, because Albon's the only one on track for real, as far as I can see.
Oh, here's the real hype of the day. Alex Jakes, for the first time ever, pit lane reporting.
Yes, he was very nervous about it.
Well, it made me laugh. I was thinking you were listening, but it made me laugh this morning because Alex Jakes was like, oh, I've never done it before. Have you got any tips? And Laura Winter was like, she just turned around and went, it's a really dangerous place if you don't know what you're doing. I was like, nice. That's a confidence builder, isn't it?
I will say, to add on that, if you were listening to us on the stream yesterday, there was a moment where, because we're only half listening to the F1, the actual footage, because we're talking to each other. But we looked over and we noticed that Alex Albon was just sniffing a pack of wet wipes. And it just looked very weird without any context. But apparently he walked in, he sat down in the commentary to join them for commentary and was like, this place stinks of champagne. And that's what they were trying to figure out, what was causing it. But apparently the sanitizer they wipe on the mics when they're swapping people over, because obviously their faces are right up with them, has got a similar smell to champagne, apparently. So there you go. That was that mystery solved as to why they were just passing around a pack of wet wipes and sniffing them.
It's early yet, but Eru with quote of the day in the chat from Rocky Horror, you're wet. Yes, it's raining.
Oh, it's so close to being a Kimi haiku, isn't it?
It is. I'll get the book out later. It's behind me. I will do it later. That's quote of the day so far. Ferrari with Flovis.
No.
I was thinking yesterday, Ferrari's a team we don't tend to see a lot of Flovis on, do we? Not quite as dramatically. Maybe it's, I don't know if there's a, I don't know.
No,
we do see it, but not as dramatically.
They've been driving around a bit this morning with like half that half. What half is it? The left half of the car. Flovising around. Oh, that was. So I know I'm a bit behind you. The camera panned to the race seat, which is sort of hung over an awning, but it just kind of looked like It looked like a man dressed in like latex bending over. It was very confusing. I didn't know what was happening. But it was just the back of the seat from hanging over something.
It is a double take, isn't it? Okay.
It's like suddenly there's a fetish party happening in the Ferrari garage.
What's that quote from Austin Powers? It's like 2 eggs in a hanky. Let's go back of it.
If people want to hear about cars performance and things like that, because I was reading through Gary Anderson's take, as I said, and for the most part there was a lot of like, yeah, they seem consistent, the car's doing what it wanted, like not obviously, as we were talking about yesterday, Mercedes a little bit skittish, the back end all over the place, but he did say the Alpine looks not great, as in it's sort of doing something a little bit different every lap, not quite doing what the driver's wanting it to do. It seems like they haven't got that nailed down yet. So be interesting to see if Alpine can get themselves together into something a little bit more competitive. I'm wondering if the front end is giving them some problem. Maybe that's why they've stuck some extra blue on the front, because we know how heavy that paint is, and maybe that's gonna plant the front end a bit more the way they want it.
that is the big headline of the day, isn't it? There is more paint on the Alpine. They've put like I don't know how much more on the nose cone is now blue, because reasons, I guess. I don't know why they've done it.
Did they hear the criticism? Were they like, we could afford a little bit more blue? Do you think Alpine, when they were putting their thing together, they just assumed everyone would turn up with basically a carbon car?
Yes.
At this point, and they were like, we're not going to stick out compared to everyone else, and now they're feeling a bit sheepish about it.
Oscar Piastri is getting in the McLaren for the afternoon, so that's good to see. Shame for Lando Norris, and that's just 20 laps then, is it, for Norris this morning? Indeed it is. So that's a shame for Lando, a real shame. So I think they're going to be bottom of the well, maybe not. It depends how the afternoon goes, but and what Albon does. But Williams were bottom of the table for most laps, so I think McLaren might be threatening that now, which is a shame. Hopefully, they get some laps in this afternoon. But Oscar is getting in the car. Oscar Piastri, who I think was one of the standout drivers last year. Honestly, I think he was absolutely superb last season. Seems to be a really nice lad as well. Really grounded, really mature head on young shoulders. There's another Martin Brundle line for you.
Bring out the book of cliches, yeah.
that's how I thought he was excellent last season, considering the pressure of going to a team that weren't at the back, were certainly from Austria onwards were towards the sharp end. A teammate like Lando Norris, who's established that team alongside him. A lot of people talk about Lando Norris as a future champion. So to get into that car and finish quite a way back in the championship, but to be as competitive as he was, I was really impressed with him. I'm not totally surprised. He's one of those that I think you look at in the junior categories and you sort of think, yeah, you will be in F1 one day and you will do very well. A bit early to start crowning him as a potential future world champion, but circumstances are right. The right teammate, the right car. Could do.
He's on the right track.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the new exciting, hot new things in F1. We've been let down before, or at least had our expectations tempered a little bit. We had some chat about George Russell yesterday, who kind of had very high value a couple of years ago, and now maybe we're sort of like waiting to see how that pans out.
Esteban Ocon's another good example of that. I used to. He's not a bad driver now. He's a race winner, and what a race as well. But he's not a bad driver. I don't mean this in that way. But when he first made it to F1, I was really impressed with him in the manor when he made his debut. And I think he did a really good job at Force India against a driver at the time like Sergio Perez, who was, thinking of recency bias again. Think back to Prix last year, was very highly rated. So I think he did a good job against him, all things considered. They made contact a few times. They didn't always get on, did they, on track? But he was one that I rated very highly, much like Stoffel Van Dorn, bless him. And then it didn't it's not really gone the way I was expecting, but he's linked with that Mercedes seat, so who knows what's going to happen with him. But, I've just said Stoffel Van Dorn. That's an example of, as you were saying, we've been burned before. A driver who was so incredible through junior series comes to F1, and yes, the McLaren was cack, and yes, and this may be bias, I don't know, but he did seem to get the brunt of all the testing over there on race weekends for Honda, didn't he? And the penalties. I know Alonso got a lot of penalties as well, but it was very much Stoffel's side of the garage that seemed to get the brunt of it, it felt like at times. And he was the next big thing, and it just didn't really work for him. And he's gone on to be, he's gone on to do well elsewhere, as drivers often do. And I'll use another cliche for you, F1. This is the F1 word. I love Formula One. It is the motorsport I watch easily the most of, but it isn't the be-all and end-all from a driver's point of view. There are lots of careers out there, lots of categories out there where people could build great careers. I mean, look at Marcus Ericsson. He's an Indy 500 winner. For goodness sake. And it didn't really work for him in F1. So
Sebastian Bourdais.
Yeah.
He was one of the sort of Red Bull juniors that sort of came and went. Lots of people that had some really good.
Brendan Hartley's a good example.
When the F1 comms team were chatting, I think on the morning of day one, actually, about who might fill that Mercedes seat, I did note that Stoffel Van Dorn's name did come up as an option. I think they were sort of talking about, like, what if you only had to fill 1 year? Maybe Van Dorn would be a good person to put in that.
I'd do that.
Like,
100%.
Give you solid results. I'd be surprised, but he's definitely one of their. He's still their third driver, isn't he?
Aston Martin.
Someone's that.
He's Aston Martin. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But then they've got the Mercedes tyres anyway, haven't they? So with the engine and that, there's deals. He's definitely part of the Mercedes program before. But I mean, Wehrlein's been linked to that Mercedes seat. Well, and Ocon, so that's Ocon and Wehrlein linked to it, possibly Van Dorn. I just wonder if Toto's got, oh yeah, we used to have these juniors. I don't think Van Dorn was he was a McLaren junior, wasn't he? But I don't know if we did have these juniors. Ocon, and is that Wehrlein?
Yeah, it's all coming back to me. God, I really need to keep up. I haven't got the tip of my tongue like who all the reserve drivers are for all the teams. Do you remember when, like, Mercedes' reserve drivers were basically shared among 3 teams?
Yeah. Yeah, they were, weren't they?
I mean, it was only about 2 years ago, but and most of them were off doing other series. Yeah.
No one else was available.
Yeah.
I'm going to do something really cringe now, and I don't care. Aussie P is on the track.
Wow.
I've tried to be down with the kids, Stuart. I try lower the demographic on the channel. Yeah.
That's quite cool. That kind of works in 2 ways as well. It's like there's a wordplay element to that. I like that. I don't know, and also actually, it's kind of a very Australian way of shortening names.
It's certainly better than the name I was given in chat yesterday.
Yes,
by accident. I don't want to repeat it because it was a bit gross. So it's one of those if you know moments.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hulkenberg was reserved for about 4 teams, wasn't he? Says Warren M. Super sub as he was known, and then that got him the seat at Haas. I mean, here's one for chat and for you as well, Stuart. What are you doing? I'll keep an eye on Piastri, but what are you doing with Haas next year if you're the team boss? You're Komatsu, because bearing in mind these 2 drivers were signed by Gunther Steiner, weren't they? These are his drivers. This is his car, and he's not there anymore. So, I mean, are you right now? We were talking about Ollie Behrman. 6 FP1 sessions this year. He only has to do 2. I think the team by the rules, so he's getting 6. So they're only getting 4 more. So they clearly have him as a possibility, and maybe he is nailed on for that seat. But are you waiting to see how the rest of it all shakes out before you make any decisions on who potentially gets what could be just that second seat, or do you think you do want a Hulkenberg or a Magnussen in there for a bit of experience, or when you consider where Haas are and how big next year is for developing the 26 car? Because I assume Haas are going to write next year off again. I mean,
constantly, yeah. They're always looking at next year. But okay, so assuming I'm running Haas, I'm Komatsu, and I'm going to assume that Haas have genuine ambitions for wins and so on to actually be proper performers, at least for a while, not just people who run at the back and kind of make enough money to get by and sell machine parts or whatever the hell it all feeds back to. Yeah, I think in the meantime, I know they've been in a growth and development phase and building and getting stronger for about 6 years. But I can't pretend that 2025 isn't going to be one of those years. And I definitely want someone with experience in that seat. I think they were right. I think they've generally had the right idea with the kind of drivers they sort of go for, with like experience, pretty pacey, like could feed back, can help build that team. When they went for 2 rookies, I think that didn't help them at all. I might take a bit of time and just see what the market throws up, or at least start approaching people. Like if a Perez suddenly became available because Red Bull wanted to change things up, I think he'd be a good person to have in that seat. He's kind of filling the role that, a lot of their previous drivers have, your Hulkenbergs and your Grosjeans and your like people who are solid and a genuinely good racer. Perez. I think he'd be good in that seat. I can't. I'm making these picks without thinking about whether or not those drivers would want to be there, but who I'd be sort of looking for. I'd be looking within the current field at who might be, appearing. Like Sainz, for example. Like, I can't imagine that's where Sainz would want to go, but I would be at least having a chat, inviting his manager for coffee, asking what his plans are. People like that. Sainz and Perez, I think, would be up there alongside, your Behrmans, who you kind of. I think that's what they need to do. I think they need to have at least one experienced person who's solid, is a decent performer, good at working with the team, feeding back and building that car, and someone to work around, while also having this kind of like hot shot for the future that you're kind of hoping to maybe take somewhere once you get a car that's good. Does that make sense? I think that's the balance you want.
I think so. Yeah, I think I get what you're. Yeah, it's. And I tend to agree. I'm just watching. He's done a lap, by the way. It was a kind of a nothing thing, 141.0 on a C1, so he's improving. But I think you're right on the experience thing, and I think I agree that they need. I mean, they've got the time to wait, because you mentioned Perez there, but they're not going to be luring the likes of, Alex Albon. They're not going to be getting their hands on. I know they're under contract, but a driver like a Leclerc or a Hamilton or a Verstappen, they're not really getting a big name, so they can afford to wait to see. And again, I mean this respectfully to these drivers, but how the likes of your Tsunodas, your Gaslys, your Ocons, your Bottas, how all that shakes out. They've got the time to wait. They don't have to panic to get people signed up. So we'll see how that goes then. But somebody said in chat that Warren says Perez is perfect for Haas with all the American-Mexican sponsors. So, that would be a good... They always want a bit more money from a driver, so that would help. And then Ollie Behrman alongside Perez could be a good lineup. But they seem quite taken with Nico Hulkenberg. But then, they keep going back for Magnussen, don't they? K-Mag's sort of, I'm leaving, I'm back. It's what he does. So, I think maybe what they'll do is they will go with Behrman, as people suspect, and then have a shootout between Hulkenberg and Magnussen for that final seat, see how they get on. But, Komatsu, new team principal, might want to go a completely different way. He might want 2 rookies in there. I doubt it, because we saw how that works in 2021 for them. But it's a fascinating. It's just like you say, you've got to look at the drivers as well, whether they want to go there. Does Perez want to take that? Let's face it, is from the top team to the bottom team. I guess ultimately it depends. If he wants to stay in F1, he may not have a choice. But Ricciardo didn't want to make that step, did he? When he left McLaren, he wasn't interested in that. Eventually realised he loved F1 and wanted to come back, so came back with RB with a view to getting in the main Red Bull team. So even in the midfield, if you're Gasly, do you want to leave Alpine for Haas? Really?
Yeah.
Probably not, do you?
Yeah, it's not. Unless Haas can prove to you something about the way they're going. But I also think, and you're much better at me than having like historical information on the brain more instantly than me.
It's all
chasing
and a gob.
going off to try putting people in seats that are just there because they come with an armful of sponsors. because you want them for their financial ties. Focusing around that, I don't think has really worked out that well for people. Like Williams have have done that quite a lot, and people. I mean, even Haas have done that with Nikita Mazepin and stuff like that. Like, it gives you a little short-term boost of income and some financial stability, but it doesn't give you what you need on track, and it kind of devalues your team because it kind of makes you think you're not chasing performance, and it's not allowing you to get the results and start moving up the field and stuff like that. I think you end up with some medium or long-term pain from focusing too much around there. I think they do better to get someone who's solid, maybe a bit cheaper and solid. Maybe I think Perez might be, or a Sainz might be quite expensive those days, but those other people, the Ocons, the Gaslys, may come at a reasonable price and actually give you more value as a team. Again, it's tricky because you sort of have nebulous what is value.
Yeah.
Whereas if someone turns up with a load of, if you went for Sargent, who we know comes with a bit of money, that's an immediate value on paper rather than a sort of nebulous. What does it mean to have someone who's sort of a sponsored seat in a way?
I certainly think now pay drivers aren't as necessary as they were. With the cost cap and other things as well. I don't think, we still have Lance Stroll, who's viewed as a pay driver, but really he's not really a pay driver now, is he? His dad owns the team. But I think we've moved a little bit away from going back to your HRTs, your Caterhams, your Manners, when Sauber were doing it with the likes of Ericsson and Felipe Nasr bringing in his drivers because they've got a lot of money. I don't think we're quite at that. I mean, Perez was at Sauber for one of those very reasons, a talented driver, but had a lot of money behind him. So, but I don't think it's as essential for those teams now as it was. But if they can bring a driver in, like you said, Perez there is going to be on good money. If they can bring Perez into a team like Haas and his sponsor that will then cover that salary because of the money they bring, that will be the benefit they're looking for, rather than using that money for, well, I suppose they are then using money for performance because they can save that money effectively, can't they, on salary. So I think I don't think it's, I might be wrong, but my impression of pay drivers was always that they come with money to buy the seat, and that money doesn't just cover their salary. It's usually a bit more than that, so that the team can use that money, effectively replacing a sponsor. Right? They're effectively buying a sponsor. Latifi with what's the coffee brand? The coffee brand.
Lavazza?
That's the one. That I think his dad bought and things like that. Stroll. I don't think Stroll brought any sponsors, did he? But we know the Mazepins bought Ural Kali when they came over, and it's a bit different to those days, if that makes sense. I'm probably just randomly waffling here, but
it's not one or the other necessarily, is it? It's not
like Williams. I don't think need a pay driver now, but it does help if they've got a sponsor in that covers that driver's salary, because Sargent has come through their junior program, hasn't he?
Yeah. No, I know. I know what you're saying. Yeah, and I'm not. I felt maybe I was bracketing Sargent too far in the, he's just a pay driver. There's nothing to him, kind of thing, because he did work for that seat as well. Had his struggles and stuff, but
Sargent was a strange one because he was one of these drivers that I don't think people talk about future world champion and all that business, but I think he was one that people rated quite highly, and then he sort of went quiet for a year or two, didn't it, on Sargent, and then all of a sudden he was linked to the Williams seat. So I found it quite bizarre with Sargent. Rick Long makes the absolute fair point. You can't get into F1 without huge cash backing. You're absolutely right. Even your drivers, I might be wrong. I think Niki Lauda took out a loan, didn't he, to get into F1 for a seat. But you also have to remember that it's not just necessarily, a check that gets handed over. Lewis Hamilton's junior career, Mercedes backed him there. Verstappen was backed by Red Bull. Leclerc was backed by Ferrari. So it's, you could easily make the argument that if you want to get really pedantic, everybody's technically a pay driver because motor racing isn't free. But there are those who do it because they're funded by a team's junior program, and there are those that do it because their dad or a major sponsor has got a nice big fat check that they can sign and hand it over. So there's everyone, I suppose, is technically a pay driver if you want to get really, really, really pedantic about it. But I think I agree with Vesk. Vesk being backed by a team is way different to, as I say, handing over a check. But Lance Stroll, I'll always defend him. I will always defend him on this. Okay, I got accused of his hate yesterday, so now I'm accused of being a fanboy. That's how the F1 fan base works. But Lance Stroll it wasn't like Lance Stroll has zero pedigree to come before he came to F1.
No, and he had some very exciting moments early on as well. I remember he got second place in Baku one time, didn't he?
Third. Bottas pipped him to second, didn't he, on the line?
That's right, yeah. But very close. He was definitely up there. He's not shining as like a superstar where like every race you're expecting something special. He's not, not a Leclerc at Sauber kind of time, but but he's not. He's not taking up space in an unnecessary way, particularly. He's a good, he's solid.
Citizen Array says, "What is the essence of F1 if it's not pedantry?"
Yeah, true.
That's true. I wasn't. I don't think Rick thinks I was, but I wasn't calling Rick pedantic. I was just saying I'm being pedantic. Saying technically everyone is, but and Sigfry says Stroll is a mediocre F1 driver, which in the context of racing is a very high standard. And I've made this point. I've actually made this point before though, because we've had people talk about drivers winning championships and winning races and being a top driver. We've had drivers who have come to F1 and just had a career in the midfield and still been exceptionally good drivers, or very, very good drivers who've had long Formula One careers in the midfield. There's nothing wrong with that. Not everybody is going to win a world championship. Not everyone is going to win a race. But
no.
Some drivers are just better than other drivers, which is absolutely not a controversial statement. That's a fact.
Warren in chat saying Lance is like a top 100 tennis player against the top 10 tennis player, which is interesting. I can't work out if that's accurate or harsh.
I sometimes when I say things, I sometimes sort of think, actually, I've just said something that maybe is a bit harsh, and then chat up. No, you're absolutely bang on. There was a debate. I'm not going to get into it, but a debate around Silverstone where I absolutely lost my rag with somebody.
Oh no!
Properly lost my temper on stream, and I was like, "Oh no, I'm in so much trouble." And actually, the majority of people were saying, "No, you're right. You were fair. Maybe just take a breath the next time first, though." Sometimes you got to say it. Sometimes you've got to lose your temper, otherwise you're not human. Everyone. The calmest people in the world will have a moment where they go, "Ah!" Like being introduced on stream as Stewmeister, I imagine, is one of those moments. Let's have a look at the times then as we're coming up to the 4 hours to go mark. Oh dear. My head. Lance Sainz is what I was going to say.
Oh my God.
Carlos Sainz is currently still P1 on a 1:31.247. He set that time on the C3 tyre and has done a total of 71 laps. It's 53 laps for Sergio Perez, 1:31.483. That was on the C3 tyre as well. C5 tyre for Lewis Hamilton is 1:31.999, 49 laps. For him, Lance Stroll, 1:32.038, 46 laps. Fourth place for him, Lance Norris. Everyone's a Lance. Lance Norris, fifth place, 1:32.108. 20 laps. That was on the C3 tyre. Lance Albon, why not? 1:32.583, 38 laps for him. C3 tyre. Kevin Magnussen, C3 tyre, 1:33.053. That was 80 laps for him this morning. Pretty good stuff. 55 laps for Esteban Ocon, 1:33.079, C3 tyre. Valtteri Bottas, 1:33.528, 28 laps. He said his fastest time on the C3. Ricciardo's fastest time was on the C1, 1:37.015. 70 laps for him as well. Some really good running there. And Oscar Piastri, 1:39.054. 10 laps and the C1 tyre for his fastest lap. He's the only car on track at the moment. I believe this afternoon, I've not seen anything to say otherwise, Leclerc will be in for Sainz, Verstappen in for Perez, Russell in for Hamilton, Alonso in for Stroll, Piastri is in for Norris. Albon is in all day because Sargent did all day yesterday. Hulkenberg in for Magnussen. Gasly is in for Ocon. We know that. Zhou for Bottas, and Tsunoda will be in for Daniel Ricciardo. So lappage of the morning goes to Kevin Magnussen with 80, followed by Daniel Ricciardo. In fact, Sainz now actually 71, so he's actually following that one. So good stuff from them. I did the tyres, I did the laps at the time, so we'll do the YouTuber stuff. Please do subscribe if you're new. 811 here. It would be great to have you on board for the season. Lots to come this year. Please do drop a like as well. We got 1,000 likes on day one, over 700 yesterday when we live, 750. So if we can get somewhere in the middle there, that'd be good. 900 maybe. That'd be fantastic by the end of the day. We'll see how we go. And don't forget, you can support the stream to try and hit that £500 goal, which will help to pay Eru and will help to cover some of the costs of the channel as well. Early season for things I want to get set up. You can do that through Super Chat, PayPal, or via Streamlabs, which I think PayPal and Streamlabs are basically the same thing now. I think it all goes to the same place, but you can do that. All the links in the description. As always, that is a goal. It's not a necessity. We don't have to hit that. I'm not going to stop the stream if we don't. It's just an option for people who do want to support the stream. If you don't want to, though, I will come to you in chat and I will answer your questions in there. So thank you very much to everyone who has contributed this week. Whichever way you look at it, £260 of people's hard-earned money is incredibly generous. So thank you so much to everybody who has helped with that. And thank you to Vinny the D, who donated $2 through Super Chat. Thank you very much, mate. He says, were you able to check out the Cadillac GTP? I didn't, but what I shall do is when I nip for a yellow flag later, I will have a quick Google, because I don't want to do it on stream and have the sound come across and then end up finding a bit of spot of bother for some reason. But I will do that in my little 3-minute break, and we'll see if I can have a listen and let you know what I think. I think that's the one you said was quite a special sound, so definitely have to have a listen to that one. But yeah, busy, despite the red flag actually, Stuart, the lengthy red flag, a pretty busy morning. I know they've kind of technically extended things by continuous running, but Magnussen 80 laps. I mean, that's 20 laps off 100 in the morning session. That was disrupted is solid, and that is the story of Haas, isn't it? I suppose this season, and Sainz 71 and Ricciardo 70. So another, and I think they mentioned this on the broadcast this morning before we went live. Actually, another day where we have to praise the reliability of these cars. It wasn't that long ago that red flags were just almost constant. Cars in gravels, punctures, engine failures, mechanical issues, electrical problems. It's incredible what they've managed to do with these cars.
Speaking of such things, so I just noticed Luke said in chat that Mercedes have changed their front suspension, and I was just sort of flicking through, having a look at it. They've changed their front suspension since yesterday, and it's true actually. I'll send you a little picture of it. They've moved the rear leg of the front suspension down a fair bit, so clearly testing out a different layout. But interesting to see if they're able to, are they going to have multiple suspension layouts they're going to keep bringing to different races
on the Suspades?
On the Suspades, yeah,
driven of course
the suspension on.
Yep. The Suspades driven by, of course, Lance Hamilton and Lance Russell. Although apparently Chris Albon will be in the car next year, maybe. So there you go. I don't know where it comes from. Oh yeah, no, I see. Yeah, I see. That's interesting.
Yeah. So yeah.
So what does? Sorry to put you on the spot. You know me. I'm used to it. What does that do? Other than look different. Sorry, I'm so bad with it. I know. 33 seasons and I still don't know.
I mean, I can't look at it and tell you exactly what it's going to do, but it's clearly going to give a different. How do you describe? I was going to say feel. But
more anti-dive, Luke says.
There we go. But we'll. So dive is when you hit the brakes in the car, the way the whole car kind of leans forward and kind of goes up at the back, goes down at the front, and there's like tricks with the suspension you can do internally and externally to kind of keep the car a little bit more stable, because obviously if the car shifts all its weight forward, you're taking the weight off the back, which means the rear is going to go light, and the grip at the rear is, well, you're going to lose some of it, and that's when it becomes more skittish and oversteery. So if trying to keep the car stable as you brake, turn, accelerate is useful for keeping the the distribution of the forces through all four wheels exactly where you need them and not shifting all over the place. And anti-dive helps you as you're under braking. Anti-roll helps you as you're going through the corner to stop the car's weight shifting left to right. Things like that. So yeah, they'll be testing that and seeing how that affects the performance into and through the corners.
Awesome.
There you go.
I wanted to say this yesterday. I'm going to say it today because obviously it's Drive to Survive Day. So I think, or as I like to call it, I said it to you early. Happy, don't say anything negative about Drive to Survive or Buxton will come for you day. Johnsy had one with him the other year, didn't he? About something, I think. But yeah, no, I was going to say, you know, I've been watching F1 since '92, over 3 decades. I love the history, the stats. I not blow my own trumpet. I'm not very, self-assured, but I'll say it anyway. I'm good at those sorts of things, the history and the stats of F1. I'm not good on the technical side, but I guess my point is don't shame people. Nobody in chat's done this, but just across social media, don't shame people for how much they do know or how much they don't know. If you've been watching 30 years like me and you still don't know the technical thing, that's not a bad thing. It's not my forte. And if someone's been watching 5 minutes and they know everything about the technical side, that's fantastic. That is their forte. But we all have different levels of knowledge. We all know different things, and I think that's a good thing. If we all knew everything, you wouldn't need all these F1 YouTube channels. You could just have one. You wouldn't need all these reports on TV. You just need one. It's good that we all know different things. And I'm, Stuart. I don't know if I'm going to call you. To me, you're a technical expert. I don't know if you go that far, but you know a lot more about stuff than I do. And as you said earlier, I can reel off some of the historical stuff off the top of my head, and that's I think that's what makes us work. I think that's how we work well together. I think that's important. So I don't like seeing what do they call it? Is it gatekeeping? I'm so down with the kids. Aussie P. Is that the word I'm looking for? Gatekeeping rather than shaming.
Yeah, gatekeeping when you say you're not a real fan. You're not one of us because you don't know this, you don't know that, or you don't belong. Yeah, everyone belongs if you're enjoying the sport.
Sorry, Loki says, I know nothing. I am from Barcelona. Very good. that gets sorry, Eru. That gets quote of the day now. I know nothing about the horse. I just don't. I don't like it. It's not necessary. I think we as a community, the F1, the F1 fandom, we can be better than that. I know it'll fall on deaf ears with some, but I think most people here are absolutely brilliant. In fact, pretty much everybody's brilliant. We've had, knock on wood, we've had very few issues in chat this week. You've all been absolutely fantastic, and it's been great. We've had differing opinions, but it's good. I like that. But there's nothing wrong with that. I just don't like the inevitability of, you're a Drive to Survive fan, you've got no right to have an opinion. Yes, they have. And the only way anyone's ever going to learn is by asking. You only learn things by asking. So if someone asks you a question on Twitter and says, how does that work? Or what are the side pods for? Don't, loser. Don't do all that. Just explain. It's very simple. Send them an article that explains it. I think, I know it falls on deaf ears in some quad. I think most people that I come across, because I mute a lot of people probably, but most people I come across are pretty decent and understand that. So I'm not being preachy. I just it's just a little bit annoying, and it just feels fitting on Drive to Survive Day. Just remember that all of us once started somewhere. It was everybody's first day once in F1, wasn't it? I knew nothing when I first watched, except it was time to watch it with my granddad because it was on his. Used to go fishing with him on his boat. Here we go. We're at this stage of testing. Here comes the story. Get the Hovis ads out. Oh. That reminds me, I on the subject, Hovis music, I went to look what it was called, came across quite a funny little skit of Ronnie Barker doing the Hovis advert, which I thought was it just made me laugh.
Fair enough.
Sorry, random one, but
I'll have to look that one up.
I used to go fishing with Grandad. He was the one that introduced me to F1, and we'd be on his boat, we'd go fishing, and then it would get to Sunday, and it was time for Sunday lunch. Grandad was very old school. Roast beef. He's not from Yorkshire, but there you go. Why not? Or if that was Yorkshire, apologies to Yorkshire people. And then it was the black and white portable TVs, the big boxy ones that you'd have if you went on a caravan or camping or anything, and we'd a black and white one, and we'd sit and watch the F1, and that's how it started. So, Grandad
Memories.
no longer with us, bless him, but passed away a couple of years ago. But yeah, thanks, Grandad. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be sat here now. So, and my grandma as well. She was a Michael Schumacher fan. That's her fault.
That's how they got you started.
I think I don't think that's a unique story, by the way. It's
No,
unique
no.
to me. I think a lot of people get into it with granddads and family, don't they? Introduce them because that's what I mean by everybody's first day. At some point, everyone has to start somewhere. Honestly,
Agreed.
there you go.
Just going to talk about the track briefly because Alonso's now out for the first time of the day. He's on lap 3 of his first stint. Hulkenberg's out for his first laps of the day. He's out there on a hard tyre. I'm not sure which one yet because I haven't seen him. And Tsunoda, I think, is out there for his first lap of the day. So the switchovers are happening, and the second team are out. Second drivers are now out, starting to come out. I'd be interested to see what Alonso can do now that we're in this last afternoon as well, because we're hopefully going to see some of the, as we tease. If they don't do glory runs today, after we've done 3 days of, of building up to it, that's going to be disappointing. But not only is this the time to do a glory run, but as we get towards the evening, that's when we get closest to the actual conditions we're going to have qualifying and the racing, which do happen in the early evening.
Yeah.
So that's also going to be some quite important kind of last minute, almost FP3 style, or maybe FP2 style data they might be able to gather.
Thank you very much to Ricky Box Freshbox. Cracking name.
Ricky Box Freshbox.
Ricky Box Freshbox. I can't say that at speed. For the super chat, it came up on screen. It came up in the it's not update the total. I'll do that in a minute. But thank you very much. Really appreciate that. It says Perez to safety car driver 2025 ? Thank you for your super chat, your support, mate. Really do appreciate that. I think he'll be something other than a safety car in 2025. It doesn't necessarily mean F1. I mean, he might go off and race somewhere else. Endurance or IndyCar or Formula E, dare I say? He might go somewhere else.
Maybe he'll do the Triple Crown.
Maybe, yeah. That'd be funny, wouldn't it? So yeah, hopefully we'll see Perez on the grid next year. Thank you to Michael Sullivan as well for becoming a member over on Patreon. Thank you so much for your, I suppose, long-term support. That would be, wouldn't it? So thank you very much. All links to ways you can support the channel in the description. I will update the total in just a moment. We're just watching Fernando Alonso.
Gasly's getting ready as well to go out there. I mean, I've got the mind of a child, but I always find it always looks so weird when the driver's in the car and there's someone else just shoving their hands into the cockpit to like strap him up and do all that things. It's just because you can't see anything. But yeah, they're all coming out now. Russell's out.
With Nico Hulkenberg. In for the afternoon for Kevin Magnussen through the final corner. I was going to say he's on personal best, but he will be because I think this is his first time lap over the line. It's not going to be spectacular, but it's a 37.3 on the C1. I will go to full screen timing, I think, now because we are just about at that point. Now we're getting some times on the board. It sounds like a really dramatic thing. I click a different overlay and a different timing setup. I'm going over to the different system. It's exactly the same, but slightly different. So not exactly the same, I suppose. Is that right? Yep. Also,
yes.
Let's just bear in mind as well, everyone. I know most of you have been here for the week, so I'll just remind people that are new. The timing is updated manually. That's the word I'm looking for. Independently was what I was going to say. So it is updated manually by Eru, who's downstairs looking after the pup for me for the week because I can't have the dog in here for the reasons I explained yesterday because it would just be me cuddling him all day. But yeah, so he's doing that manually. So just bear in mind that if the live timing says that a driver's done 10 laps but we're still on 8, then just bear in mind that it is manual. So I can't find a way to get it to be done automated without stealing F1 code, and you're not allowed to steal F1 code. Because it's stealing. The clue was in the phrase there. So, and FOM. I will say, I was moaning about FOM yesterday. They are much better than they used to be. Stream gets taken down. They are generally much better than they used to be with that. So, Yuki Tsunoda out there with some Flovis on his rear wing on the Visa. Has he got a problem? It's really these cars.
His circle on the track map looks fine.
He's sort of he's going slow, so the engine sounds a little bit rough, but he looks juddery. But I know these cars, when they're not supposed to go slow, are they? They're not designed for that, so that's probably why. We'll see.
I'll keep an eye on him in 30 seconds or so.
There,
but he's following Leclerc on the track map, and he seems fine.
Here's George Roussel. Coming down. I can't think of any. It's that or Georgie, and I just don't like Georgie. So I like to call it with stupid names every now and again. Just for me, not for anybody else. G Russ, the G Russ, Mr. Big season for George Russell. Important season, probably a better way to put it.
Do we think George Russell is going to lean into the F1 intro titles thing and just continue to pull weird shapes this year?
Or they catch him on the toilet or something,
Yeah.
reading the paper. Probably. Some of the,
I imagine how that started was they made him do about 20 different things, and they picked that, and then he watched it and he was like, "Oh my god." But he seems quite a good sport about it now.
I know me and my Aussie P, things like that are very cringe. I find George Russell quite cringe as well. He feels like, you know how Oscar Piastri, young head, old head, young shoulders. I feel like George Russell has always been old head, like old man head.
Yeah,
like proper middle-aged. He's never been. He's never felt like a youngster, I guess is what I'm saying. Lando Norris, he likes a meme. He likes his streaming. He's quite giddy. He's maturing, obviously, and it's not a negative. But George Russell's always felt like an older driver, even when he was really, really young. If you know what I mean. I try to make the best I can. He's never felt like a young driver, but he obviously was. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll tell the story of who I realised George Russell was, but it's a story that'll mean nothing to anybody but me. I might tell it later in the stream. We'll see how we go. But I don't want anyone to be offended, because it might annoy people. It might annoy him if he heard it, and it might annoy the person talking about. But I know what I mean. He's just always seemed like an older driver, a mature driver, never a youngster, even though obviously, he's done junior careers. He was a young driver once, and he still is. He's not old, is he? So I'm going to stop digging.
We get up to 400 quid. Sean's going to tell his story that gets him cancelled from F1.
hit the target, and that'll be the end. Then I can do it, because I can afford to take a few days off and get over it. We're on board with
George only sounds like a child when he gets angry, because he sounds like a sort of 14-year-old having his very first rant. Like, is he an idiot or what? I'm a wizard. He sort of goes that kind of tone.
Charles Leclerc, quick. Oh, big slide. Keep an eye out for that, Stuart. I don't think I needed to quite commentate that as camp as I did, but there you go. Went for it anyway. Over the line he goes.
I liked that. It was like a parent talking to a baby. Ooh, big slide.
He definitely. Oh god.
I'm just watching.
Got 3 hours and 45 yet, Stuart. We've got we've got to try and hang on as long as we can mentally. No, big slide out the final corner, corrected it nicely, and kept going. Max Verstappen is on his way out. Do you know what I'd love him to do? Seriously, just for the meltdown, I'd love him to put the C1s on and go out and do like a 28.7 or something, and everyone just burst into tears all at once. Big snap on the exit of what is technically a double corner, but it's really just one.
Oh yeah, there he goes. Yeah, that wasn't planted.
Nicely, there's another
one of the few drivers to have found corner 15.
Here's George Russell again over the line. He's currently in 13th place on a 134.8, and that was set on the C1 tyre for George Russell. Leclerc's out there at the moment. His fastest time was on the C3. Sonoda on the C3 as well, 34.5. Hulkenberg, I think I said, was on the C1s. He is indeed, 137.1. And Max has gone out on a set of mediums, which are the C3s. We're watching George Russell in the pits here, lighting up the rears.
Did you say Russell was on the C1s? Because I'm seeing him on the C3s.
Did I say Russell? No, C3 for Russell, C1 for Hulkenberg.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
sorry.
just checking. I was like... I know the official live timing isn't always right, so I was sort of I was checking on like the Autosport feed as well. I was just like, is it? But he's not on screen at the moment. Oh no, he is now. Yeah, he's yellow. It's a lot harder work than you think it is checking which drivers are on which tires. It's you can't trust the screens. You can only trust your own eyes.
Moray says if Tomo can use his dog for content, so can you. No, I'm not. I'm not even kidding. All right. I would be. I'd be like, oh, you're a good boy. Oh, he's a good boy, and that's all I've been doing all day. So that's not good content. Rick Long says, why is WTF1 on the actual cars as a sponsor? Are they?
Which cars? Who was it they used to be partnering with in like F2 or something?
Jack Aitken. Yeah, Jack Aitken.
But that was several iterations ago, in another life.
I was going to sponsor Max Verstappen, but apparently £3.79 isn't enough. They weren't interested, so yeah, that didn't happen in the end, unfortunately.
You could sponsor the McLaren, and because they got those little panels that change the name of the sponsor at whim, you could get a 1 second make it flick over to F1 Word for 1 second. I reckon you could afford that.
Yeah. Apparently it's on the McLaren. And Purple Zebra said presumably because they pay to be on there, but
well, yeah,
generally how sponsors work. Yeah, it's a good answer. It's a fair answer. It's the right answer. And maybe I don't know if I know the race. I'm definitely not getting into this any more than what I'm about to say. I know there have been more changes at WTF1. I think the race probably want to push that a little bit now because it's not what it was, which is a massive surprise. I've got to be careful because if I fall into what was happening, as you will know, Stuart, because I've discussed it with you many times at the time, what was happening to me at the time on my channel. All I'll say is, if you buy a YouTube channel, you need to make sure you secure the talent because people subscribe for people, hence the phrase YouTube, and they don't necessarily subscribe for a brand. So we'll leave it at that. Maybe one day I'll tell the story of 2020 and 2021 on the F1 Word. Make sure any NDAs have cleared first. Thank you quickly. Thank you to, is it Evon? Sorry if I've butchered that. Says happy to hear Chainbear back. Hopefully you're okay. Thank you very much for your super chat. Chainbear's good. He's back and he's more sarcastic than ever.
I'm back and everything's changed. Nothing is what it was. Who are these people at WTF1? What's happening?
There's the McLarens this year.
Your one is red now.
Yeah, I went back to red. You know me. I like to change. I like to keep on your toes with logos. At least it's only a colour change and not a whole new logo again. I was going to say McLaren have got the advertising screens on their cars this week. I don't know if that's going to stay for the season or they're just doing it for testing. But they were testing them last year, weren't they? The very light sponsor screens on the side of the car. So keep an eye on them. They keep changing, which is interesting.
I think
future, I guess.
I would only want them on the side pods if they changed like old advertising billboards where they're made of like 100 slats that rotate. If you remember those. You don't see those anymore. I want to see those on the side of an F1 car. Yeah. That's the only way. That's the only time I'd support it.
I'd be for it if you can send messages via a hashtag.
Yep. As I was saying that, I was like, I'm sure there's a bunch of people in chat who don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know how long it was that those slatty advertising boards went away, but
Matt says P1 with Matt and Tommy better than WTF1. I mean, basically what it is, isn't it? Really? That's they made WTF1. That's what I mean by you subscribe for the people. That's why so many went straight over to Matt and Tom, because if I
it's the same but purple.
Yeah, if I sold the channel and somebody else took over, a lot of you wouldn't be here because as mad as I think you all are for it, you subscribe for me and my really crap and weird, crazy personality.
Yeah, you might need a marketing person if that's
yeah, like Top Gear. So yeah, exactly. It was never going to work. You know, I think apart from obviously what happened was to get it cancelled, I think Chris, Paddy, and Freddie did all right, but they're not Clarkson, Hammond, and May, are they? So there you go. No, they subscribe for me and Stuart. You're just a talent scout. Wow. Wow, John.
We didn't want to say it.
Well, Alonso wide at turn 10. Yeah, right. I'm not reading any more of John T's comments today.
Oh.
I'm done.
We got plenty we can get him back with.
Yeah, you wait. You and your
I mean, I don't need to get him back because he talked me up, so I'm like, I'm waiting for Alonso to have a bit of a senior moment.
Yeah, just a little bit wide at turn 10. Nothing exciting. I assume a lockup when we get a replay. But Verstappen, Alonso, Russell, Hülkenberg, and Gasly out on track. ATM. Verstappen and Gasly not too far apart, but everyone else spaced out quite nicely.
See what I think the story of this testing is the fact that there is no real story. Like, there's no big shocks, there's no surprises, no disasters particularly, no team that's sort of come out of the midfield looking like they're ready to jump up 6 places in the order. It's just sort of kind of picked up where we left off a little bit, really, don't you think?
Sorry, I heard the words. They didn't go. I was watching Alonso sort of sliding around turn 10. Sorry, that's I'd be honest. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I heard and then try and make an answer up. So I'll ask for your question again.
Go on. No, I just mean it's testing this week has sort of been business as usual, picking up where we left off. Nothing too dramatic or big changes or any big headlines really. It's sort of
that's fair.
We're still going off. Yeah, now watching Alonso on the replay, he lost it sort of out of turn 9 into turn 10. Back end went a little bit.
I think a daffodil's exploded all over the McLaren. That is some Flovis there. Goodness, I say daffodil. It looks yellow because obviously the pyre on the car, but yeah. He's going out now covered in Flovis. Yeah, it is. Yeah, business as usual is a good line, I think, for where we're at. And like I say, the reliability of these cars, it just feels like they could lap for the full 72 hours.
Yeah,
without any issues, doesn't it? It really feels that way. So all down the right hand side of the car as we look at his left hand side of the car, from the nose right back to the down the side pods. Yeah, it's a proper Flovis Viz spray that is. So there'll be people on Twitter later absolutely pouring out all over the rear wing as well. So I mean, I hope it's supposed to be there. Something hasn't got bang.
Verstappen also on lap 4 of his first run. He's on some scrub C3s.
Yeah, 132.6, 1.4 off the pace. He's finished. That's it. Done. Terrible driver. Yeah, he's 5 laps at the moment, so he's doing some... I mean, he'll get up to speed. He's not been in the car since Wednesday, has he? So he's
forgotten everything.
Yeah, picking up the speed as the day goes on. Leclerc, for Leclerc fans, 33.6 at the moment, down in 11th place. Is he getting the laps in? Shah, we've seen him a few times out on track, so he must be. Yeah, he's done 7. Only just got in the car though, so that's not too bad. 5. Alonso's done 7. Hülkenberg on 12. So Haas are going for the laps today. And
91.
Piastri has 19 laps, which is only 1 less than poor Lando Norris did all morning. Oh dear. Yeah, so that's good. He needs the laps. McLaren do definitely, or he and McLaren. Verstappen up to 6th on a 32.2. There you go.
Very nice.
C3 tie for him. For anyone wondering, Leclerc on the C3 as well. A lot of C3 love this week, which isn't a great surprise again, given that's a soft tie next week. And I think the C4s and 5s are for the headline grabbers, aren't they? At the end of the week.
I'm getting a little busy out there as well. 7 cars on track, including Verstappen and Alonso and Leclerc.
Verstappen just passing Gasly. Joe as well coming down to turn one. Piastri's out. Piastri disappeared on the driver track
Yeah,
there.
I watched that. I wonder what happened if he went off track. But you don't disappear off the driver track if you go off track, do you? So
just vanish. Leclerc around the start of the lap as well. We'll come to you throughout the afternoon for your comments and your question chat. I need to update the goal, don't I? Because we had that other super chat. Yes, we did. So I will do that now and try and talk while I'm doing it, which is always it's always fun. And the way I'm sat, I have to lean behind the mic as well to get to the keyboard.
Amazing.
I can't remember.
You can't say where. You can't?
I can't remember what I just put in there. So I'll just put 300 because we're sort of there, aren't we, with that? So
I was just watching a replay of them putting all that Flovis on Piastri's car, and that they had to put a bag over his head while they did the halo. So they didn't spray him in the face with it.
Yes, that's what I was looking at first. It's like something exploded over his car. Turns out the team were just spraying. Yeah, I think that's what it was yesterday with the bin bag over another driver, which made me sort of look and think, what on earth?
I do find it funny whenever this sport, which is the highest end of technology, will also regularly use botch-like ways of getting around things, whether it's bin bags or gaffer tape or whatever, just to solve their immediate problems.
Rick Long says thumbs up for Sean to lose the predictions challenge again. I think you're fine. Of the 4 we've done, I've won 2. Actually, Rick, never got my trophy, by the way, John T. Keeping it there to pretend you've won it. I think I've tried. I think the audience won, Dan won, and then I've won. I think it was audience me, Dan me, something like that. Not that I've got it written on my wall somewhere. In pride.
Incredible. Speaking of trophies, did you find it kind of, and also speaking of little botch jobs like bags over people's heads, that at Red Bull's launch they had their trophies kind of wheeled out on a sort of dinky old metal like push trolley. Did you see that?
Yes.
They weren't ceremoniously like presented. They were just sitting on like a little tea trolley.
Mrs. Doyle coming in with the tea.
Yeah.
Cup of tea there, father. Go on. Just a bit of comparison there between Carlos Sainz and Charles Leclerc. Sainz, sector 1, a tenth quicker. Sector 2, nearly 2 tenths quicker, and a tenth and a half quicker in sector 3 for just over 4 tenths, 0.425 over the course of a lap so far today. So just it's sort of pointless because Leclerc's only just gone out there and probably not done a proper hot lap yet, but it's still same tyres. It's a nice little comparison for now for you there, which just pops up on the screen. I like reading stats like that. I do love stats. I totally respect people who get into all the technical stuff, but I really do love stats.
Oh yeah.
100%.
Although I find people who like stats don't really like standard deviations and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I see why you've done it. Yeah, sorry, I was just.
I was wondering. I broke you for a moment.
What's going on? I was like, oh yeah, I see what you've done. Yeah, that's fine. What's Nicholas Latifi doing these days? Says Box Fresh.
Oh wow, I've already forgotten about him.
I know he wanted to take some time out, didn't he? After how things went for him after 21 and through 22, so I think he took some time out. So Morris is at university. Oh, good for him. Good for him.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that's cool. I remember Nico Rosberg had to decide if he wanted to go to university to do a physics degree or carry on with his racing career. He probably made the right decision, all bearing in mind.
I suppose that's. I was just thinking there randomly. I mean, I know drivers still do school, don't they, before they go racing? But I suppose if racing's something you've pretty much done ever since you were, 5, 6, 7 years old or whatever, in karting and through junior categories, and you do primary school, secondary school, I suppose college and university, they're not a thing that you really think of if you want to go racing, are they, as such? So I suppose do your racing career and then if you don't want to go into what everyone else is to do, go into punditry, get yourself to college or university and learn a new trade or something. I think it makes sense, you know.
Or just both, just
Yeah.
the joy of knowledge and
There you
learning
go.
something. I mean, there's a lot of people in Hollywood who go off and take a little acting break and go and do a degree, aren't there?
Yeah.
But it's
Alonso
actually, it's
drifting
something
again
I
now.
don't really. Yeah,
He's loving a drift
he's
today.
clearly starting to
Fernando.
push that car, isn't he?
He's pitted now.
I do.
Though, so
I
assume
haven't
he's perked
actually.
the tyres up.
I don't know what a lot of these drivers do in terms of education, because you know these lower formulas, they're pretty young, aren't they? And I don't know if they're doing, you know, your Formula 3 people are doing like Monday to Friday and then shooting off, or Monday to Thursday and then shooting off to do a race, and then going back to the GCSEs. As I'm watching that drift from Alonso. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, give it a bit of a push. You've got to finding the limit, maybe, is the way to. You've got to do that. I mean, you've got to find the limit. Is what testing's for in some ways. I mean, the team don't want you crashing the car, obviously. It's Alex Albon round the final corner and into the pits. Every time they come something around the final corner and getting ready for a nice big push lap that I might be able to commentate over, do my best Crofty or Martin Brundle impression and get it all wrong. I tell you what, we've not heard from Crofty in testing commentary this year, have we? Unless I've missed something.
No. Yeah, he is normally one of the people who's rotated in. We haven't even heard from Harry Benjamin.
I know. The new one. The good one. I think Dre made the point. I think Jonty did as well on Twitter yesterday, that it's the fact that your TV personnel or your TV partners are having to, or feel they have to, what's the word I'm looking for? Balance commentators and pundits and say, you know, we need to give them so many days off a year from racing because it's such a packed schedule. Surely F1 have got to look at that and go, oh, is this too many? If, you know, broadcasters are having to actively, I don't want to say look after, because they should be actively looking after their staff anyway, but you know what I mean, actively having to find ways to fit breaks in for them so that it's not the full 24 races. And it's why I think there's a lot of concern around this, what I think is a push for 25 plus races. I don't see how 24 works if they want to they want to get South Africa on the calendar, don't they? So that's 25 races there. They're not going to get away with losing the likes of Spa and Silverstone. Silverstone's got a long-term deal. I think Imola's got a couple of years left yet. I mean, Barcelona still has a deal for 2026, even though the Spanish Grand Prix is moving to Madrid. So I don't know how that's going to work. Whether there's a deal they'll strike up there, I don't know. But yeah, I'm not sure how sustainable this calendar
and we've been
is
saying it for a little while, haven't we? We've been talking about the strain it puts on personnel as it's grown and grown and grown. That Madrid deal was I mean, there was a little bit of pre talk about it, but only for like a week or two. That sort of came out of nowhere. It wasn't what I really expected. I was sort of expecting Barcelona to just disappear, maybe, because that's been spoken about for a little while. But I wasn't expecting them to like drag out another street circuit that we've all been asking for in Madrid. And the timing of it's really interesting as well, because it's going to be around the time that Alonso will probably be retiring, right?
Yeah.
There's only so many years this man can do. He's 42. I don't know. I find that an interesting, and it's, you know, it's still in an old European country. It's not in one of these big new emerging markets that's going to throw billions and billions at it. It's I don't know. It just seemed weird. It seemed to be a little bit antithetical to a lot of things.
Just looking for Dre's tweet. So, no, that's not the one.
Yeah, as Purple Zebra says, it's something we've been talking about as well, about you can have all of these venues and these tracks, but maybe have them do some years on and then a year off, so we can sort of shuffle up.
Yeah.
So we still have 22 races, but from a mix of 28 tracks.
So Dre said the consequences and inevitability of a 24 race 8-month season, referring to Crofty, taking the 4 races off. And John T said, alongside his brilliant tweet, says, when the TV coverage are making changes and allowances for staff due to the length of the season, perhaps it really is time that F1 realises it's too bloody long for the teams. I mean,
I don't think F1 will realise anything.
Do you subscribe? And I'll do times in a minute. But do you subscribe to the argument that, in fact, we're going to wait because Max on a flying lap, so we're going to see him through this first.
Yeah, he's on the C3s.
How not to sound like a Max Verstappen fan. The only time I've interrupted a conversation because I want to look at a lap, and it's Max Verstappen. But anyway, through the middle sector, 3 tenths up. This on the C3, so the same tyre that Science was using. Obviously, different conditions, don't know fuel loads, all the usual nonsense caveats that we have to throw out of testing. Down the back straight now,
the last corner.
On his way to the last couple of corners on the TV. But yeah, it's weird, isn't it? You're behind me. The TV's behind the live timing. I tend to just try and avoid that. Over the line he goes, 1:31.058, 0.189, so nearly 2 tenths quicker than Carlos Sainz. He goes over the line for his first hot lap of the day. So there we go. There you go.
We can do a quick conversion. What was Carlos Sainz's time yesterday?
1:29.9 on the C4.
Right. So yeah, if you take the 1:31.0 and take another 5 or 6 tenths off of that, that's sort of what a C4 time would look like, according to Pirelli.
1:30.5 then, based on that lap-ish, somewhere around there. So yeah, definitely still time to find that car. It's fascinating to me. Everything I was watching last night, from Sam Collins, from F1, Ted Kravitz spoke to Will Buxton and co. in the paddock. Everyone seems to be absolutely adamant that Red Bull are clearly out front. And then we're going to have this epic fight between Ferrari, Mercedes, McLaren, maybe Aston Martin in the battle for P2 in the constructors. But again, they've got a lot more intelligent people behind the scenes crunching the numbers. They've got a lot more access than we have to teams, and they can tell them what they think. But I'm not going to sit here and make a prediction like that on. It doesn't. I'm going to say this. In 3 hours, you can come back to me and laugh at me because we are probably going to be wrong, and Max is going to do something to surprise us all. But I don't feel it's as slam dunk that Red Bull are dominant as it was last year's testing. In a sense that I think if Perez had been right up there and delivered some stonking laps that got people excited, I guess if Ferrari hadn't have had the morning they had today and the day they had yesterday, I'd be a bit more, not pessimistic, but a bit more on the side of the Red Bull dominance. I still think they will be the favourites, but I'm not convinced it's going to be quite last year's level of dominance. But then again, come back in 3 hours or come back next week, and when they lock out the front row by 2 seconds to anybody else, then I'll be wrong, won't I? But it wouldn't be the first time. It doesn't feel as dominant, but it is only testing, and we don't know, do we?
There is some talk or some belief that Red Bull have got more in hand than they've shown so far. And I don't know if that comes from, people within the team have spoken off the record or whatever, or whether it's just kind of off the back of what you've been saying. Like, they don't maybe look as relatively strong as last year. I mean, that's making it sound like they're off the pace. I'm pretty sure they are out and ahead. But I think people may be surprised. Maybe they expected, especially maybe yesterday, maybe a little bit more, and so they are suspecting there's more in hand because maybe they expected them to be a bit further ahead. I'm not sure. This time next week, I think we'll know the answer to that.
Yeah, that's it. We just wait for qualifying next week and we'll see. But every single team, as we've said constantly over the last 3 days, nobody's shown us everything they've got. So they may come, Red Bull might turn it up, everyone might turn it up, and it might be that they are well clear, but it doesn't have that same feeling to it. Again, to reiterate the point, to anyone who's coming sort of halfway through the conversation, we both still think they are the team to beat and will be out front. But I think the talk of they're going to win all 24 is insanely premature. Based on 3 days of testing when no one's shown us everything they've got. So, and I don't necessarily.
We don't know exactly what they're doing as well, aren't they? I mean, last year we saw Zhou top one of the days. So it's possible for anyone to do anything.
Yeah. I'll just ask you that question I was going to ask you quickly, and then I will do the times. But all I was going to say, I think we were talking about the length of the calendar. Do you subscribe to the argument that engineers, drivers, commentators, journalists, photographers, etc., they all know what they're signing up for? So as I'm going to say it how I read it on how people will say it on Twitter. Stop bitching about it and get on with it. You know what you signed up for. Do you subscribe to the less ridiculously over the top version of that, or do you think there needs to be a balance? Because people, they do know that's the job. They know what they're signing up for, but also some people signed up when there were 80 races on the calendar, and now there's 24.
I mean, call me a bit of a bleeding heart.
Go on then.
I get that argument. I get it. It's it's to many people, it's a dream job, and we can have many discussions about the flip side of it being a dream job and the things about that. Yeah, but and you take the dream job, you want to work in Formula One, you want to work in Formula One media or engineering or whatever it is, then the other side of that sword is you accept that it's going to be a lot of bloody hard work, and you're going to be away from home for a lot of time, and you're going to be working long days, and you're going to be on the road a significant part of the year. There's a part of me that understands that, if you want to live the dream, you're also going to have to put in the hard work for it. But another part of me, and probably the stronger part of me, thinks it doesn't have to be that way. You don't have to punish people for being able to work in a in the best arena for their job or their passion. It doesn't have to. Yeah. You don't have to have a grueling side to your job. I don't see why if you're like an automotive engineer and you want to work in the best environment for your career and be and at the cutting edge of motor racing, why you can't do that without having to be away from your family for a long periods of time or being burned out. I don't know why that necessarily has to be a caveat of being an engineer or being a presenter or being a producer. Or I don't. It's not a necessary part of the job. It's a thing that we could fix if we wanted to. It is a thing we could mitigate for and look at. It's I'd say if you want to be an aerodynamicist, then having like an aerospace degree probably quite important.
Yeah.
But like turning your life upside down for 20 years, maybe not. It's not necessary. So I'm quite happy for them to look at ways to to make it more of a livable a job for people. And I do think a lot of that talk comes from people who, in the nicest way possible, there is some jealousy there. It's like, well, you're living the dream that I want to live, so therefore you should take some pain because I don't get to have that. I think there's an element to that. I again, it's not a necessary part. I think people should be able to do their careers and have that and do their work without having any unnecessary pain.
Yeah, there's that, but there's also, and I think this is fair of anything. You can love something and still complain about it. It's okay if people are doing their dream job and are in F1. It's absolutely fine if they then turn around and complain about the number of races. It's fine if you work in, if you have a job at Sainsbury's. I can see out my window. You have a job at Sainsbury's. You know what you signed up for, but it's still okay to complain about that job if you're not happy or if you think something needs to change. It's perfectly, they know what they've signed up for in those wonderful quote marks, but it's still okay for them to say, oh, is this getting a bit much? And yes, they can leave. Of course they can, but it's their dream job. Why would you? John says, let's not forget, we know 2 people popular on Twitter that have left a top team in recent years, largely because it was too much. So, people can leave if they want to. Some people want to stay, but it's also okay to complain. It's just, I don't think we're too far away from, I think teams do rotate to a point, but I think we're not far away from maybe not having to mandate, but maybe teams having to have 2 sets of crews, the problem then you've got to think of cost cap and things like that. And also, by the way, just to come back to the 2 crews, I'll go through the time set. I was just watching Alonso, see what he's doing on the timing. Someone asked, but we were talking, I think it was a first day that, Alonso has suggested, why can't we run 2 cars? And we said, well, everything's there, why not? But also that would mean you'd need 2 of everything. So you would have to have 2 crews working both days. And is that a cost cap thing? Because I don't know what's, because the crew salaries are included in the cost cap, aren't they? It's the big salaries that aren't, your top so many aren't included. So you'd have to run 2 crews, you'd have to run, so I just wonder if that's a factor that they're thinking, and maybe they can sort of alternate. So one day you'd have Alonso's crew on the Aston Martin, then the next day it'd be Stroll's crew, and then the following day maybe a mix of both, so that they're not all working flat out for 3 days, and then, like the drivers do, alternate a little bit. So just something to bear in mind there, but
I know you want to get through the times, so I'll let you do that. But on the other side of that, I do have some points about the flip side of like jobs that are in incredibly exclusive, coveted places like Formula One.
Yeah.
I'll let you do times first.
I'll do times first then. For anyone that's, because we just had a jump of a good 100 viewers, so they might be popping in because they've stopped for lunch, or they've stopped for lunch and want to listen into the time. So I'll let you know what's going on where everybody is. Max Verstappen is in for the afternoon. He's done 9 laps so far, 1:31.058, top of the timesheets. That was done on the C3. We think, based on Pirelli's the gap, but the delta between the 2 tyres, we think that will be about a 1:30.5. So we're still 0.6 off that fastest time from Sainz yesterday on the C4, but it's still early in the day yet. So 1:31.04 Verstappen. Carlos Sainz 1:31.2, 71 laps this morning. He's done now for testing. That was on the C3 tyre for him. Sergio Perez 1:31.4, 53 laps for him. That was on the C3 tyre as well. He's done for testing. Charles Leclerc 1:31.6. He's in for the afternoon. 10 laps so far. His fastest time was set on the C3 tyre. Fernando Alonso did a 1:31.696 on the C3. He's there for the afternoon now in place of Lance Stroll. 13 laps for him. 1:31.999 for Lewis Hamilton. 49 laps this morning. He's done now. You'll see him again in qualifying next week. Lance Stroll 1:32.038, 46 laps for him. His fastest time was set on the C3. By the way, Hamilton's tyre was on the C5. Was on the C5 tyre. Lando Norris 1:32.1, 20 laps for him. Really tough morning, actually. A lot of time in the garage while they investigated, I think, a clutch issue. I'll go and check that in a moment on Twitter, see if McLaren have said anything. So only 20 laps for him this morning. So his testing's ended disappointingly, unfortunately for him. 1:32.1, like I say, that was set on the C3 tyre. 20 laps. Hulkenberg 32.2, 18 laps for him. That was on the C3 tyre. Russell in for the afternoon, 1:32.515. That was on the C3, 12 laps so far for Russell. Albon in all day, 1:32.583, 47 laps so far. C3 tyre. We'll check Williams in a minute as well. Kevin Magnussen 1:33.0, 80 laps for him this morning. That was on the C3 tyre on the 1:33.053. Ocon 33.079, 55 laps for him. He's out for the afternoon. Back next week. C3 tyre. Yuki Tsunoda 1:33.209. He set his fastest time on the C3 as well. 19 laps this afternoon. Gasly 1:33.463, 7 laps so far this afternoon, replacing Ocon. His fastest time on the C3. Bottas 1:33.528, 28 laps. His fastest time was on the C3. Ricciardo C1 tyre for his fastest time, 1:37.015, 70 laps for him. Zhou Guanyu 1:38.655 C1 tyre for his fastest time, 13 laps. And Oscar Piastri 1:39.054, 19 laps so far, so nearly as many as Norris did all morning. That was on the C1 tyre, his fastest time. And everybody will be in the car today at some stage, or has been in the car today at some stage, except Logan Sargent, because Alex Albon is doing all day for Williams, because Sargent did all day yesterday. If you are new to the channel, please do consider subscribing. It'll be great to have you on board for the season. Lots to come. Please do leave a like as well. We've got 239 likes, over 1,100 of you here. Let's try and get that up a little bit. Over 500 today. That'd be absolutely fantastic. And you can support the streams as well, which we're trying to hit that £500 goal by the end of today. Highly unlikely, but still, it'd be amazing to do it. And £300 anyway is phenomenal. So thank you so much to your support. If you want to get a question in or a comment that you'd like us to read, Super Chats, PayPal, Streamlabs, all the links you need for that are in the description. If you want to support the channel more long term, you can do on Patreon. And don't forget as well, the link to Stuart's channel is in the description too. So if you haven't, as unlikely as I feel that is, if you haven't checked out Chain Bear, please do go and have a watch over there. So and bye to Red Raven, who's disappearing now. So thank you very much for your company this afternoon, mate. Yes, channel support always greatly appreciated, of course. But yeah, 500 likes would be pretty cool, I think.
Yeah, I reckon we can do it.
I think we can do that.
We just need to gamify it somehow.
Yeah, more haikus. Definitely. Who's on track, Stuart? That's what was the next thing I'm going to check very quickly.
Leclerc, Hulkenberg, Russell.
There you go. There's your three. Easy as that. And the stints was the other thing I was going to check. You're probably going to beat me to it. No. So Leclerc has just gone out, so that's not... Hulkenberg on a 3-lap stint. Russell's just gone out as well, so nothing. Who's done the most today, stint-wise? Magnussen did 20 laps on the C3 this morning. He did all the laps this morning, to be fair to him. So,
I mean, Haas are just doing these long slogs, aren't they? They're not out for glory at all. They're just pounding the laps round.
No, it's interesting that Magnussen said that they'd be looking at low fuel runs today, but I don't think we've seen any low fuel. If we have seen low fuel runs, they might want to be a bit concerned. But yeah, no, it's yeah. Look, I think it's all that is tyres, isn't it? That we said it yesterday. That is the absolute key for them this season. Get those tyres sorted. Leclerc up at turn 4, not even bothering with track limits, ridiculously wide. I know track limits don't matter in testing, but it will do next week. Of course. Justin says, new to the channel and F1. Do you live stream often? Well, first of all, Justin, welcome, mate. Thank you for joining us for some waffle. We will be live streaming after every race weekend on a Monday, and I do tend to do random stream. I do streams in the midweek as well through the year, and we do occasional random qualifying watch-alongs and things like that every now and again. Usually for something like Monaco, where qualifying is the most important thing of the weekend. So yeah, we do live stream fairly often, but pretty much every Monday after a race weekend we will be live, or I will be live and Stuart will be there for some of them, and might have some other guests on for other ones as well. So there you go. Thank you to Mark Cooper as well. Thanks for 3 days of hard work, gents. Great work. Thank you very much, Mark, for your super chat. Really appreciate that one, and for your support. That should update on the total in a bit, so thank you very much for that. Eru shared the laps so far today, by the way. Haas 99, Red Bull 99. Or is it?
That's RB.
No, RB, sorry. Fucking hell.
Here we go.
89. Ferrari 83, Red Bull 62, Mercedes 62, Alpine 62, Aston Martin 60, Williams 47, Sauber 41, McLaren 39. I was going to check, wasn't I? Just down at Williams, because I'm a little bit surprised that Albon's only done 47 laps and he's in all day. So, we'll get to that in a second. I think Lewis Hamilton shared some thoughts on this Ferrari move. We'll have a read of that in a moment.
Ooh, nice.
Wingcat wants to know about McLaren. I believe, unless I've missed something, Stuart, I think it is they were investigating a clutch issue, weren't they, for Lando Norris? So I'll go check in a second if there's anything else.
Earlier in the morning.
So Williams tweets blue fireproof appreciation and what is Flovis. So no, nothing of concern there. So obviously that's just their program. They did quite a lot yesterday, 117 I think for Logan Sargent yesterday, so quite a few. And McLaren, nothing on their old Twitter sphere. Can I just thank you to Jack, who has sent me, and I mean quite literally here, has sent me a penny on PayPal. Thank you very much, mate. Every penny counts and all that. He says his quest to be annoying, which it doesn't take a lot, Jack, to be fair. Thank you as well.
Just trying to keep everything at a nice round number.
Thank you. I think he's ruined it, actually. Thank you very much to Mike for your super chat. Says, greatness in haiku, the spirit of Kimi, love the F1 word. Thank you so much for your support, Mike. Good to see you here again today. Or here. Good to see you here again today, mate. Oh, God, that was an accent. Quicker haiku.
Yeah, is it within reach?
Max,
there you
go. My old bones. Max is getting back in the car. So let's have a... Where do we get up to, Stuart? I think I've reading a book. It was the night before Christmas.
I thought you were doing them randomly.
I was, and then I started just going through the book like I was reading it to you. So we've done Satisfaction, because I made the joke about the terrible song. That doesn't even
You
have a
can do it.
title, Kimmy. That's terrible. Okay, then. Excitement by Kimi Räikkönen. Race situations, but it lasts for some seconds and it goes away.
Perfect. Couldn't have said it better myself.
From a first edition Kimi Räikkönen haiku book, by the way. Well, I'm going to sell that and buy a house. Or a tent if I'm lucky. What's happening on track? Leclerc just starting a lap or finishing that one, I'm not sure. Where we got Russell's out there as well. It's been kind of phases like this today. We had lots of cars on track just before we went live. I think there was about 9 out there. And then obviously went live and everyone said, nah, we're going to go into pits now. And we sort of seem to get 1 or 2 out there. Then we get a load out there. Then nothing for a while, don't we? So that's just the nature of testing, I guess. But Russell just coming up to turn 8. Leclerc to turn 6. And Gasly on his way to turn 4. We've always had 3 DRS. Yeah, we have 3 DRS zones at Bahrain. Yeah, I was looking at that. Always had 3? Yes, we have. Not like Albert
not
Park,
always.
where we had 4 and it's basically half the track is DRS.
Yeah, that was an interesting choice. I guess what we haven't spoken about, or at least not on these streams, bringing the time to DRS activation down to 1 lap after a race start or a race restart, which is what they're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have a problem with that at all. I think that extra lap doesn't really add anything. I think as long as you don't have it activated while everyone is all bunched together, which is quite chaotic. But
I think they're hoping, aren't they, that it keeps the field together.
Yeah.
I sort of...
I guess... No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I was sort of, when I first read it, I thought, oh, for God's sake, is that going to work? And then I forgot that last year, of course, the sprints it activated after 1 lap, didn't it? So they were trialling it there. And I think, did Formula 2 try it as well? Possibly,
yeah,
John T?
I think they did.
John T might confirm that for us. But I think the idea is to keep the field together. But that's where it depends whether Max Verstappen channels is in a Seb Vettel. Just starts from pole and disappears 1.2 seconds up the road by the end of lap 1. So... Yeah, I'm not. I look. You know, some people really hate DRS. I think it's a bit like the sprints. We're stuck with it, so let's try and get it right. But I think if you're gonna, you could argue that if you're gonna activate it a lap earlier, maybe make the zones at some tracks slightly shorter, like they did with Bahrain, because Bahrain used to be, it was just too. What was the year they made it longer? And basically, everyone was passed by the time they got to the start-finish line. I'm exaggerating a bit, but it was halfway down the straight, it was over. It wasn't quite. That was too much. It's like Martin Brundle says. You want the DRS to get the cars alongside each other and then force the driver to make the move themselves, do the hard work, just get them alongside and make the move themselves.
Get them sort of back up to parity.
Yeah,
I think I get the feeling they're trying to implement it and like calibrate it in a way that sort of does that as best they can. And that's a tricky thing to kind of, get right on paper. And sometimes it's a little bit too tricky and sometimes it's a little bit too easy. I'm fully in favor of them playing with it between Friday and Saturday, for example, having seen free practice and just shortening it or lengthening it if need be. I'm also fully in favor of them turning it off for qualifying.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, what's the point?
yeah, I suppose, yeah. It's an overtaking aid, isn't it? Not a lap time aid as such.
Yeah. I mean, sure, have it in practice so you can practice using it and getting used to where the points are, I guess, but don't really need it in qualifying.
Remember back in the day when it was available all the time in qualifying and practice?
Yeah.
Gasly goes 12th.
The only place it was switched off was the Monaco tunnel.
Yeah. 1:33.0 for Gasly, just goes into 12th place, by the way. Little improvement there, 0.4 of a second, just a little bit, a little improvement from Pierre there. Guessing really wide at turn 4. We're going to watch here. We are indeed. That's on the C3 tyre by the look of it. So someone did say earlier in chat, actually, I meant to read it out, so sorry I can't give you a shout out for that. But the blue on the nose of the Alpine, the question really was, have they done that to make the sponsors more visible? Have they had a phone call from whoever's down there, on the sponsors on the nose saying, hang on a minute, I've paid you a heck of a lot of money. I can't even see my name. Maybe it could be a sponsor thing. So thank you to Jaws2308 for your super chat and your continued support, mate. Appreciate that. Says loving the continued waffle. Thank you very much. And thank you as well to I always get your name wrong. I'm going to say Peter, but I think you're going to tell me I'm wrong. But I appreciate your super chat as well. Says I'll round it up to a $5. Thank you very much for your support as well. Great to have you along for the ride on these wonderful 3 days of nothing but waffle. Someone did ask what we want on our waffles, but I'll get to that in a second. I'd say strawberries and cream, but Max Verstappen, fresh strawberries and fresh cream, not that squirty stuff.
Cool. Purple sector 1, purple sector 2 for Max.
A very
Sorry, I'm about
sector
2 seconds ahead of you. Yeah,
very purple sector 2 by the look of it. Yeah, rapid from Max Verstappen. I'm going to watch the onboard, so I'll call him over the line.
Lovely.
See what he does. Round the final corner. We're not on board, unfortunately. I'd like to see that on board, but it always seems to look on rails at the hands of Max, doesn't it, that Red Bull? Over the line he goes with a 1:30.7. Remember, knock off you around half a second there, so that's a 1:30.2 to adjust for the C4 yesterday for Carlos Sainz. So he's 0.3 off, really, if they were on. Obviously, it doesn't. We have the delta between tyres. It doesn't always work out like that, does it? Because of track conditions and things like that. So it's not always a guaranteed half a second, but that's sort of the rough estimate that we go off. So yeah, so he's half a second clear today nearly, and not far off yesterday's time on a harder tyre.
Yeah, and again, this is the soft tyre for the race.
Yes.
So, and yeah, remember, C1 is slowest. Most cars are on mediums. Don't try the C5. That was a haiku.
There you go. You said you were going to get one before the end of the week.
Yeah.
And there you go. And I totally missed it. I'm so sorry. I'm very proud of you, Stuart. I'm sorry.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, 30 point, what did I say? 30.7 for Max there. So we'll see. Purple first, purple second, personal best in the final sector. I saw somebody say earlier as well, again, sorry, I sometimes see things in chat and then remember them but don't remember the name of the person that said it, but we're talking about the balance and Crofty missing 4 races. Someone suggested maybe 12 races of Crofty and 12 races of Alex Jakes. I'd be happy with that.
Yeah,
I do like Alex Jakes.
Yeah.
I think he's more
I think he's otherwise
yes, yeah.
Oh, that's a good pairing.
Or Alex Brundle. Do you think he'll replace Martin Brundle when he retires eventually?
Yeah.
Or are we going to end up with Karun Chandhok or Nico Rosberg or Jenson Button, maybe?
I don't think I'd enjoy a Nico Rosberg. I wouldn't mind a Jenson Button, actually. I've always enjoyed him in the commentary box. You sound less enthused.
I like Karun Chandhok on the ground, if you know what I mean, around the pits and in the paddock, and I think he's really good. A bit like a Ted Kravitz almost. I don't mind Jenson, but it's not a bad thing. I was going to say Jenson Button, even though he's a world champion, he just sounds like a fan, and he just gets really quite excited.
Yeah.
And I like that, but sometimes you do need the slightly more. I was going to say level. I don't know if you'd call Martin Brundle level-headed anymore. He has his moments, bless him. But yeah, no, I mean, I do like Martin Brundle's commentary, but I don't know if that's just familiarity. Maybe he's always been there.
I think Martin Brundle's very good at what he does. He's always been a communicator, and he's definitely honed in his craft. Like, he's worked on it. I don't think he's perfect. I have my issues with Martin Brundle and stuff like that. I think nowadays, I think we would gain a lot from people who have more recently been in F1 cockpits. If I'm honest, I think as much as he knows driving an F1 car, and as much as he's tried to stay as close as he can to that world, and famously, proudly keeps getting into F1 cars and running little test laps around circuits. He's I don't know how many cars he's done in, but he's got his own personal count. But I do think of people who've been in that world more recently, your Jenson Buttons and stuff, and your Nico. Nico Rosberg is very informative in his way. I just he jars with me personally. He's not my bread and butter. Yeah, I think there's a lot to be gained for people like that. Even Alex Brundle, who hasn't actually been in F1 but been in other high categories, is adds things that I think Martin Brundle doesn't necessarily have the inside knowledge on.
So I've just gone looking straight to the news site because where are you? I've lost you in chat. Hi Sean, Alpine team principal Bruno Famin has said Alpine will likely finish top 3 this year. What are your thoughts on this? I can't find his quote because I'd be interested to see the what he's actually, the specifics of what he said, because I think top 3, if he said that, is a bonkers prediction, to be honest. I've not seen.
It's going to be tradition though, because they did that kind of. They came out all bolshy last year as well, didn't they?
And Lewis Hamilton has said that his move to Ferrari would not have happened without the presence of Fred Vasseur. We speculated that, I think, Jonty, didn't we, when we were on the reaction stream to the news when it came out. So let's find the quotes. I've got a great relationship with Fred. Obviously, I raced with him in F2 and we had an amazing success in F3 and also in GP2. That's really where the foundation of our relationship started. We always remained in touch. I thought that he was going to be an amazing team manager at some stage and progress to F1, but at the time, he wasn't interested in that. That's very in character that for Fred Vasseur. It wasn't really cool to see him It was really cool, to see him step into the Alpha team. And then he said, I think stars just aligned. I think it really wouldn't have happened without him. So I'm really grateful and really excited about the work he's doing there. He was then asked, so Hamilton stressed, this is from motorsport.com, Hamilton stressed that when he first re-signed for Mercedes in August, he was still fully committed to staying with the team for 2 further years, however changed his mind over the winter. So he said, and I'll quote him, obviously in the summer I signed and obviously at that time I saw my future with Mercedes, but an opportunity came up at the end of the year and I decided to take it. I feel like it was obviously the hardest decision I think I've ever had to make. I've been with Mercedes. I think it's like 26 years they've supported me, and we've had an absolutely incredible journey together. He'd already said on social media. So, my takeaway from that, and I'm not mocking him here, but my takeaway from that is he's used the word obviously 3 times in about 2 sentences for a move that wasn't obvious. He's used obviously a lot there. So thanks for that, Lewis. I'm quite excited to see him at Ferrari. I think to know he's going there because it's his dream as well is nice, and he's going to link up with somebody who he's worked with before. That's nice. It feels like a very just all round just a nice package, a story, a nice move. You know, it's his dream. He's working with somebody he knows. It's the team want a big superstar in there. No disrespect to Sainz and Leclerc, of course, but he's a 7-time world champion. It just all feels very, like I say, nice. I've used the word nice 3 times in 2 sentences there, so that I like that. Yeah, it's an interesting move.
Much about this move, have we? Not on the stream, anyway.
More about who's replacing him as Leclerc goes fastest. Ooh, Leclerc, nicely fastest.
That's a spicy meatball.
A 130.4 on the C3 tyre, fastest in the final 2 sectors. Verstappen quickest still in the first sector. So that's oh Jesus, Stuart. Yes, Leclerc's gone fastest. C3 tyre for him. It's not updated on the timing app though, so I don't know why. But Fred Vasseur was very happy with that. He's left the pit wall now and straight to the garage. So
nice.
There you go.
It's not game over yet.
Yeah. 2 tenths quicker in the second sector and in 1.5 tenths quicker in the third sector. Slightly down in the first.
Nice. Hamilton's move, complete shock to me. And I don't know how you felt just generally about Hamilton Mercedes situation, but it felt like that was something that was sort of locked in.
Yeah.
Like he was either going to stay with the team or he was going to retire. Like this is very similar. Like I would have been shocked if in 2006 Schumacher decided he was leaving Ferrari and going to another team. You know, it just felt like, yeah. And I know he's spoken before about like moving to Ferrari and it being like a dream and stuff like that. But I don't know. It just felt like something that came completely out of left field for me. Then again, I was surprised when he left McLaren because they seemed like they were basically family.
Yeah. Well, this is it, isn't it? He shocked everyone with his Mercedes move. He shocked pretty much everyone with his Ferrari move. And I agree with those saying that anyone who's going, "Oh, I saw this coming." No, you didn't. I don't believe you. You did not at all. It's you might have fancied it happening, but it just Seb Vettel to Ferrari. I keep making the same point. It feels like it was nailed on since birth. At some stage, whereas Hamilton to Ferrari, it's always been rumoured, but I never believed it happened. And I said at the time when that news first, the rumours were going around. I think that's the first time I saw the rumours about 1 o'clock in the morning, on the Thursday morning, as it would have been. I think it was. I just went, oh, here we go again. We're at that stage of the year, Hamilton rumour to Ferrari time. Here we go. And then I think after about 2 hours of constantly checking my phone to see if there was anything behind it, it was quite clear this was something that was possible, then became probable, and then obviously became official. It was quite.
There's a certain way that journalists who know something but can't say something talk or tweet about things. It's like,
but I'm thinking about Albert Fabrega here, who did it. If what I'm hearing is true, I think it was something. I think people at the end of last season. If you've got something that you want to share, but you can't, you don't go looking for clout, because that's all that is. That's impression farming or whatever, isn't it? On Twitter, there's no need for it, and it just sets people off into overdrive. But no, it's.
I think Will Butts did something similar, didn't he?
He did for the Hamilton one, yeah. It's just I don't mind a wink, wink, nudge, nudge, but then there's those who are like, oh my God, you're not going to believe this, but I can't tell you. Like the people, right? Here we go, tangent. Like the people on Facebook who check in at hospital, but never tell you what it is. So you check the comments to find out what it is, and they're like, oh, I'll DM you. Oh, cough. If you wanted me to know, you tell me if your leg's falling off. I need to know now. That was it from Warren. If what I'm hearing is true, there'll be a big announcement Friday, and it was a big announcement on Friday, wasn't it? It was what was wrong with Norris at McLaren? Says Bits Gaming. I've not seen it on the team officially, but the commentary were talking about a clutch issue, and I assume that's what ended his morning. So unless something gets said otherwise, then I'll stick with that for now. But if we hear anything, I will. As soon as I see it, I will let you know. I've got the motorsport blog open and the for the tyres more than anything, and I've got the race. What do they call it? The race hub open as well. Those cool, funky folk.
I'm getting mixed information here. I don't know if you know better about what tyre Leclerc was on when he set that time. I've got some things here saying it's the C4, but I've got something else on the same page saying it's the C3, and the live timing says it's the C3.
I've got C3. That's not been updated. C3. And he's not out on track at the moment, so I can't say what he's using there. So I assume C3.
Question mark over that.
Yeah. Because he did a 3-lap stint, which would be in and out and flying and in, wouldn't it? On the C3. But that was a used set as well.
Yeah, it'd already done one. Yeah, it'd already done 3 laps by the time we took it out. Interesting. Yeah, worth checking on that because the live timing doesn't always. I'll tell you where I'm seeing it. I've got a few things open with just information flowing, but the Autosport live thing for the day has the kind of contradiction of showing Leclerc with a 130.4 on a C3, but then in the actual the little news ticker thing that updates says it was on the C4 and explicitly says it was 1 step softer than Verstappen. So,
okay,
again, it makes a bit of a difference depending on how we want to view that lap, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, Alperen says it was the C4 in chat there. So,
okay.
But what I'll say was we'll say Leclerc did that on the question mark tyre.
Yes,
but all the official information is C3. But like you say, I'm just looking now. There is a contradiction on the. I say contradiction. It is a contradiction, isn't it, on the motorsport thing that says C4. So C4 130.4 wouldn't necessarily make sense, would it? Because I mean, let's see what we can find. I'm just gonna have a look somewhere else and see if there's. Yeah, they're saying C4 as well. Sorry for the noise as something goes flying past the house. My house is right on the main road, or the office faces it, so it's always fun when I'm trying to record, and especially the day that the red arrows are. I think John T said before he'd love to live here because the red arrows are often overhead practicing, or they come back over this way when they're heading back to base. So it's quite cool. But at the same time, when you're trying to record, it's like, oh, yeah, guys, just go to bed.
That's some of the problem of being an individual content creator.
Yeah.
I'm gonna accidentally give away how incredibly cool I am.
Oh, I love
but this. I do watch a YouTube channel about Sudokus.
Fair enough.
And whenever the guy records himself, solving a puzzle, someone from the nearby airfield always takes off within about 5 minutes of him starting, and flies by his house and just starts circling around.
Replace confirms C4 for Charles Leclerc. There you go.
Cool.
I was just watching there.
Thank you for that information.
Definitely red. So they're definitely C4 because they had the brackets as well, which is C4, isn't it? So that changes things a little bit, or significantly, because again, assuming everything's equal, which it isn't in testing, but let's assume everything is. That means that you said it was over a second between that was between hard and the.
No,
that's fine. That's not too bad then. Yeah,
5 or 6 tenths between. Yeah. So still adjusted behind Verstappen, but just a tiny smidge of just a couple of tenths.
I'm trying to think of a YouTube channel I watch that I love.
That isn't incredibly cool,
but people be like, "Oh, that's really boring."
I love puzzles. I love doing puzzles.
Nothing wrong with puzzles at all.
It's the only thing keeping my brain from decomposing.
I'm excellent at a 2-piece jigsaw. Whoa. You should see me go.
Slow down.
That takes me that takes me less than an hour. That's impressive.
Yeah, John T, I am a number file viewer. Number file is great if you like maths. If you don't like maths, you probably hate it.
Warren M says he watches Countdown. Nothing wrong watching Countdown.
I do enjoy Countdown. Though despite having a maths degree, I don't if you ask me to do calculations under pressure in my head, that's when I fall apart. It's the pressure, not that I don't know what a number is.
Have a look for you've got to look for. I watch. Look, I'll admit I'm subscribed to things like Fail Army, because I do like watching people fall over. It's You've Been Framed. Do you remember You've Been Framed? Oh dear.
Of course.
That was just basically half an hour of he fell over. When you think about it, I don't know.
It was a novel concept. We didn't have YouTube back then. We couldn't just. Or TikTok, we couldn't scroll through people falling over. We had to wait for people to send their VHS tapes into ITV and for them to choose the best people falling over and show them to us. It was different back in day.
All this music.
Back in day.
I suppose I love my history stuff, so I'm subscribed to Titanic Honor and Glory, which is a game they're bringing out, which is just a full recreation of the ship that you can walk around, which is quite cool. And enhanced World Trade Center videos from 9/11, because I'm really morbid. I really like Farming Simulator, so I'm subscribed to Daggerwin. I don't know if that would be boring for some people, maybe, perhaps. But I've got some cliches on there, like Cinema Sins, of course.
Sure.
Tom the taxi driver, who does taxi driving in London, I find really fascinating. And there's a guy I watch as well called London Eats, who does Uber Eats and deliveries around London and that. And I just find that just easy to watch. It sounds so silly, just easy to watch. It's fascinating seeing other people's lives like that and other jobs. And just some people find it really boring. I quite like it, but each their own, I guess.
Check out those channels in about 3 hours' time.
Yes,
but not just now. Stay on this channel for now.
I highly recommend the cat thing. What was the cat thing I told you about? What was it called?
I've already forgotten.
The movie cat who replaces. Yeah, John still tells what it's called. I've forgotten.
Oh, Owl Cat, I think you said.
Yes, that was it. Yeah,
yeah. I didn't know what you meant at first, but then slowly over time it came back to me that I definitely have seen some of those videos. Oh, here we go. Jonty's come out with his full list of subscriptions.
Owl Kitty. There we go. Yeah, that was it.
I love GeoWizard. GeoWizard is a Midlands guy who's really good at GeoGuessr. Really good at GeoGuessr and really good at just walking in a straight line. He does these videos where he'll go, I'm going to walk across this entire country in a straight line, as straight a line as possible, which normally involves him kind of sneaking across farmland.
Cool.
Trying not to get caught by farmers and stuff. There you go.
Sigfry says it's like the Fanta flavors. You have to guess what tire he was on. It's a mystery. I was just thinking. So Leclerc did his on the fruit twist. Fair enough. Yeah, no. So yesterday you got your Saturday night TV chat, gladiators and such, and today you've got your random YouTube subscriptions thing.
Looks like Piastri's out there on the on the berry.
Yep.
Old Aussie P. Maybe trying to do some fast runs out there. He's not going particularly fast though, so
yeah,
maybe not.
31.5 is his best at the moment. What's he wearing?
He's on some kind of soft.
He's on.
I'm assuming the C4
okay.
Because the C5s are pointless.
Again, the timing thing says he's on the medium.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. Or mine does. Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know.
My F1 timing, official live timing says red, but he's in the pits now, so it doesn't matter. Yeah,
it's irrelevant. Who cares? Although my driving tracker says he's on track. I'm going to refresh this. I think this happened yesterday, didn't it? It got a bit lagged behind, or the stream did. Something did. Yeah, now it said he's in the pits. There we go.
Oh yeah, your YouTube video is well behind. It says 2:42 for me.
Am I only about 7 seconds behind?
Yes, I refreshed it. Screen. Now we're on to 2:35 on your video. Your stream at Fallen. That's interesting. I don't know the technicalities of that, but having been here for how long have we been here? 2.5 hours.
How long is this going on?
The actual stream fell behind by 7 minutes for me, but the chat didn't. The chat was fine. The chat was live.
Chat's usually pretty good, but my when I've got this preview screen open to make sure the stream's running okay. Obviously, you've done the odd live streams, you know what I mean. But it's a preview screen, but it sometimes buffers, but then it pauses the preview screen, if that makes sense. It's buffering, obviously it doesn't catch up immediately. So sometimes I'll look at it and go, are we that far behind? But I think generally it's supposed to be about 10 to 15 seconds. I know it's better on Twitch, but I can't get on with
But
Twitch.
Clearly over time it had lost 7 whole minutes. So yeah, if you've been listening for 2.5 hours straight, maybe give the stream a refresh if you're wondering why the chat and the stream are not matching up.
Stuart Fernando's flying on the C3, purple first sector.
Hello.
TV graphics still saying Leclerc was on the C3. He was definitely on the C4. Canneth confirmeth.
Yeah, we saw it. Oh, he's done a mediocre seat, a 6-2 as Alonso.
Nando. Got me excited there.
He's probably done a big slide again.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, he's been drifting today. But there will be some more pictures, by the way, shortly. I think Aru's just waiting for it to export on the PC. It's an old PC, so it takes a while, and it's doing a lot. So we will get some more pictures for the afternoon. Just bear with it for a few. I know you're here really for the waffle and the occasional updates and the timing, but it's nice to get some fresh pictures in. So hopefully it won't be too bad. Alonso over the line, up to 4th place, I believe, 1:31.265, unless he was there before. Which he was.
Yeah, he was. He didn't improve. He did a 1:31.39 on that lap, so he was slightly shy of his personal best.
Loki's just refreshed.
I think he was hiding it. I think he was on a hot one and he decided to back off, so we didn't know how fast he was.
that was it. That's what we'll give him. On board with Pierre Gasly. I'm trying to think what to call him then, but I think somebody called him Gazzle Dazzle a couple of years ago. So that was quite a cool one. I don't know why. I don't know if it's just sort of day 3 of testing, the brain just kind of gives up or what. But we also need to come up with weird names for people, so we'll see how it goes. I think Aussie P is probably the coolest thing I've ever come up with, and it's not even cool, and it's obvious. My account dice has sent a PayPal donation. Let me have a look for you. That doesn't pop up on stream, so thank you very much. Alex Higgins, or just Alex Higgins, we'll call you Alex. You've got your full name anyway, but I'll just call you Alex. I want the percentage to be 69.69% because it's a funny number. Believe it or not, I'm 27. Don't worry, I still find farting funny. It's fine. Thank you very much for your contribution there on PayPal, mate. Thank you for your support. Good to see you again today. There's nothing wrong with laughing at silly things. I think you've got to sometimes. Can't take the world too seriously. Also, have you noticed the new commentary team graphics that they're really proud of on TV?
Yeah, they keep bringing up their little faces.
Their little faces. Bless them.
Little faces on screen. I imagine that's because they're running through so many people that you need to know who's there. Who am I hearing right now? I'm hearing like a sort of American-y accent.
Logan
Right.
Sargent. Yeah. Flagrant Production says it's Friday then, Saturday, Sunday, what? That song, which was terrible anyway, has been forever ruined by We Buy Any Car. So
hang on, you've thrown me there.
You've not heard it? I'm not singing. I'm not doing it.
What? Wait, what am I? What song? What's the original song with?
It's Friday, then it's Saturday, Sunday. What? Second day of something. Very loosely, but yeah. Anyway.
Incredible. Yeah, they better like you for that. Like the stream. We're getting closer to 500.
8,000 dislikes just for the singing. MD Games, thank you very much for your super chats. Always enjoy both your thoughts and views here. Here's to more through the year. Thank you very much, mate, for your support. Thanks for the company as well over the last 3 days. It's been good to get your views on things, and thank you for your support. We enjoy this. We do enjoy it. It's daft. I know it's daft, and I know some people get quite mardy. It's like you're supposed to be commentating on testing. It's like, well, we're not actually. That's not the point of these at all. It's a community hanging out together after a long-ish winter. By long winter, I mean didn't the season end yesterday? You know, it's not been long at all. But getting together and catching up and enjoying some F1, some cars on track during what for fans is, I think for casual fans largely pointless. It's just nice to see the cars on track for obviously the teams and engineers. I saw somebody make the point today. Just remember with testing, it's not supposed to be entertaining. It is literally testing. It's like practice isn't supposed to be entertaining. It's supposed to be for the teams and engineers. So, but it's just nice to see them. We try. We try to be. I want to say entertaining.
Yeah. You want some entertainment? Here's some entertainment. Logie Sargent, man from Florida. Another year to improve. Is his seat still safe?
Are you haikuing at me again?
Yes.
There you go.
I'm here all afternoon.
We've got the opposite today, Stuart. Logan Sargent is commentating over Alex Albon in the car. We had it the opposite way yesterday, didn't we? If you remember. It's all planned. That Williams is a nice looking car design wise, by the way, not livery specifically, but just the design of the car. And I really like that James Vowles pushed them to the limits over the winter and said, you know, why are you launching the car and releasing the car 3 weeks early? That's 3 weeks of development time you could have had. You know, I really like that with James Vowles. Fine, I'm a James Vowles fanboy. That's it. It's official. I can't help it. I'm really impressed with what he's done, and I love that he's pushing that team. And it's. I'm not saying they haven't had ambition over the last few years, but it feels like he's got them back to almost like they're believing now. Maybe we're not as fans that they're going to do it again, but maybe he's just got them believing that they can do this and that they're a great team. And I love that. I love that.
That's the kind of thing we were talking about yesterday, isn't it? You have to act as if you're aiming for wins. You can't sort of accept you're going to be 8th every year. And I feel like this team could move forward just step by step. We've seen other teams do it. I could see why they were, eager to hold on to Alex Albon for both hands.
I feel like he's quite honest as well. As open and honest as he can be with the media and with fans. I think he's quite open. Mm-hmm. He's given some interviews lately. We'll not get into it, but he's given some interviews lately that he was quite open about. And I think, very likable. LTG is very likable. And Yinka says reminds me of Braun. Yeah, a little bit. I can see that actually. Yeah, it's a fair point. Rick wants us to talk about Andretti and Cadillac and Audi again. I think we've done enough on that, haven't we, Stuart? Honestly. I've not, in a sense, I've got nothing else to add. It's a shame.
I missed what you were talking about, but yes, I agree wholeheartedly with whatever you're saying.
Rick asking if we can talk about Andretti, Cadillac, and Audi again, but I I feel like we've done that enough. It's
yeah. Kind of is what it is at the moment.
I've got nothing else to add from the last sort of couple of days we talked about it. Just a shame, but I understand F1's point of view, but also I feel like it'd be nice to have another team, and it would be good for F1 to have another team. But thank you again to my account died for another super chat. So since the percentage is above the funny number now, might as well make a proper donation. Thanks for the coverage. Thank you very much, mate. Really appreciate that. Very good. I'll give you a heart. I keep forgetting you could do that now on super chats. You can leave them a little heart. So there you go. Thank you very much.
I don't know. I guess that hasn't gone into the thing that the number I can see on the screen yet. But
that'd be
the number I can see on the screen, you're not. Yeah, so you're only 50 quid away from another funny number if people want to aim for that.
That's true. Yeah.
And, you can adjust the pence as well, so you can have two funny numbers. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's true.
If chat want to work together.
But do you know what would be good to watch? If somebody tries it, but then doesn't realise that you've got to adjust it for, if they donate in dollars, you've got to adjust it to be pounds, and you've got to adjust it for the 30% that YouTube take.
There we go. That's the challenge. Good luck, everybody. Good luck.
Winner gets a thumbs up on their chat. Or if you want to stick 130 quid on, we've hit the target. There you go, done and dusted.
Yeah, and then I'll write a haiku about whatever you want within legal limits.
We'll do the times of that again in a minute. We'll have a look at what's going on track, because we've got I have to call him Aussie P now. I can't help it. Out on track, 6th place at the minute, lapping steadily. Charles Leclerc's out there on the C5. They're saying C5 on timing now. That can't be right. That was definitely the C4, the replay. Or did he improve? That's the same time, 130.
C5? No.
That was definitely C4. Is C4? Oh, do you know what, Pirelli? You and your bloody tyres. I'm sure C4 is brackets.
He did just your. Oh, okay. Here we go. We've missed the. I think we've missed it completely.
Oh, Edgar Fellon. I was only joking. Thank you so much for the $100 super chat there. That's a great long-term F1 word follower and supporter, patron as well, I think. So thank you so much. That is incredibly generous of you. Thank you for that super chat. That will catch up on the screen shortly. This is where I struggle, Stuart. He's Charles Edward Cheese. He's always struggled. What do you say when somebody gives you that kind of money? Just thank you. It's really appreciated. I think we can hit that target now as well, which is just amazing. So you are a legend. And again, thank you not just for that, but your support over the last, I think, to be honest, Edgar, correct me if I'm wrong, but pretty much 7 years. I think it has been pretty much all the time I've been here, or when I started Patreon, you were over there then. So thank you so much. It's incredible, and that's just to put everyone's mind at ease who is sending super chats in. Every penny goes back into the channel in some way, so it's not going to get blown on takeaways, booze, and I was going to say something really disgusting and inappropriate there, but I'm going to stop immediately. I'll let your minds do the rest. Thank you very much, Edgar. That is incredible. There you go. We are about 30 quid, just less than 30 quid away from hitting that £500 target. And thank you as well to, if it loads up, if it wants to load up, it's not loading. I've just had something on PayPal. Is it Kereth over on PayPal for your super chat, your contribution to the channel. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Appreciate your support. Didn't leave a message, so I'll just give you a thumbs up that you can't see because I don't have a face cam, but I am giving you a thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you again to Edgar. Edgar just confirming there it's been a long time that he's supported the channel, so thank you so much again, mate. That's phenomenal. And thank you to Vinny D as well, Vinny the D as well, for another super chat. Says behind, but 1 to 3 weeks gone. 1 to 2 weeks home doesn't sound bad when me and my buddies had jobs where it wasn't uncommon to be gone for 3 to 12 months at a time. This is it, isn't it? It's just jobs out there that people... Things like the army, I suppose. You know, you could be away for years, can't you? So it's a fair point. But thank you very much, Vinny, for your super chat. I know you're a bit behind, so you'll hear this a bit later, but I'll pop a love heart on it now to let you know that I've seen it. But thank you very much to everyone who's supporting the channel today, and to Joseph Hudson as well. They're all coming in now. Is it just me? But does the Williams look really unstable under braking? Have you seen anything, Stuart? We were watching the Williams on board with Logan Sargent, but we're too busy doing haikus.
I haven't noticed it. I'll keep an eye on them when they're next out there. Albon is out, so if the camera goes back to album, we'll have a look at it.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, Joseph. Thank you very much for the super chat. We'll keep an eye out though, and we'll give you a shout if we spot anything. I thought it looked I didn't think it looked better than we've seen some years at testing.
Yeah,
I have to do a haiku.
I've been chasing this up, by the way. It seems like Leclerc did do that time on the C5. A lot of things have updated their information. He had another crack at it on the C4 and was a couple of tenths shy. So, unless we get... You're the one that saw the replay, so I don't know if they were bracketed or not, but everything seems to be saying C5 now.
Interesting enough that when you get further into Kimi's haiku books, they give up on titles and the haikus suddenly end up being 4, 5, 6 lines. I mean, is that not poetry at that point?
Yeah, the concept has really fallen apart by that point.
Yeah, I suspect Kimi hasn't actually had any involvement in this. But I'm going to pretend that he just got halfway through and then just was drunk and just kind of gave up and just started writing words down. So it doesn't have a title, but I'll read it to you anyway. He says, I have decided to do motorsports because I don't have to get up there so early in the morning. And look, I don't know haikus very well. That ain't a haiku. I'm sorry. It's in a book of haikus and it isn't. Because we've got a big one, Kimi says, you always want to have a winning car, for there is no guarantee that it will be.
Fair enough.
It's great stuff. So we're on board with Nico the Hulkenberg at the moment. I didn't want to call him the Hulk, so I'm Nico the Hulkenberg.
He's in a new white helmet for this year. I get torn between two thoughts, really. Whereas I quite like seeing people's helmet designs and stuff. I find that interesting. But I can't keep up with what drivers' helmets look like. And I do quite like having the consistency of just being able to spot someone from their helmet. It's a struggle, I'll tell you that.
Are we officially confirming Leclerc C5 then? Sorry, off topic slightly, but...
No. Yeah, well... That's what I'm seeing. But unless, you want to wind back Sky 30 minutes to catch him on his hot lap and look for yourself.
Fair news. I thought he was up, but I can't remember. I've tried to find the Pirelli thing now. I can't find. I'm just going to download some video now for the... where are you? I had the Pirelli thing. I had it on my PC. And now I can't flipping find it. Let me just go to the old Twitterer, which isn't called Twitter anymore, I know, but I'm always going to call it Twitter because it just is Twitter. They had a guide to what tyres were which for testing.
I'm trying to search on Twitter as well to see if anyone has any information about what tyre it is, and everyone just seems confused.
Yeah, the C5 is red with no brackets, but that on the replay it definitely had the brackets, so that's C4.
There you go.
Unless, like you say, he's done it on the C5, we've missed that, and then he's come in and put the C4s on. But that makes very little sense for a run, doesn't it, really? But then, it's Ferrari. We love him.
So what I understand is he did that 130.4 on what we thought was the C4 tyre. And he then came back out, 20 minutes later, and he did another run on C4s and didn't quite beat it. He fell, he was less than a tenth of a second off on his second go at it. So yeah, that's all the information we got. But if you're looking at the screen and you've got bracketed tyres, then that's definitely the C4. That's definitely the second softest tyre. It's
just because the official graphic or the TV graphic says C5, Motorsport say C5, the race say C4, the F1 live timing says red, which doesn't really help. But yeah, we'll he was on a soft tyre. Let's put it that way. We'll see if we find it out. G Mark says, what do you think about Alpine adding colour to the nose? Looks even more unfinished in my opinion. Forgive me if you've already talked about it. No, not at all. We know people are in and out through the day. So we've sort of talked about it, but somebody points out it might be so the sponsors are more visible on the nose, but I'll have a look when it comes around again. But it's a good point, actually. I suppose it sounds silly, but you put more paint on, you can make something look more... I thought that was a Mercedes stopped on track. It looks like is it a Lego Mercedes car? I thought that was a real car. Oh dear. Oh no. Yeah, but I suppose if you put more paint on it, and it could look more unfinished, as silly as it sounds. So we'll see. Matthew Park says no volume? ? Well, if there's no volume, you won't hear this, but give your stream a refresh if you do hear this. Matthew. I think this time yesterday we had a bit of lag, didn't we, Stuart? Whether the sound went down a bit, so it might be worth just giving the stream a bit of a refresh. Definitely. Gingerfest says, I'm missing the craziness at the end of the full day streams. Also, the money is for booze. Thank you, thank you very much, Gingerfest. Appreciate your super chat. Yeah, I still think 5 hours is about right. You know, I do. I know some people want 8 or 9 hours, but I think 5 feels pretty bang on, to be honest.
I just realised I muted myself.
That's fine. I thought you might have nipped off for a quick 2 minutes, but no, that's.
No, I wanted to type something in. I wanted to type something in to look for something. So I didn't want to be clashy. And then I started laughing about the Lego Mercedes that you'd seen and thought was a real Mercedes. I gotta say, Sean, it looks nothing like a real Mercedes.
It was at the corner.
It's about 2 inches
right?
long.
So Leclerc is out there now on a personal best first sector, not quite purple. He's coming around into turn 10 now, nicely through there. He's on a red tyre, which I think looks C4-ish.
I'm
Possibly.
watching him now.
It looks like it's got brackets.
Yeah, that's bracketed. Leclerc's on the C4s again.
So here's personal best first sector. Through the middle sector goes purple by 600ths of a second, or 61 thousandths, as they say on Sky for some reason. I mean, both are correct, I guess. But down to the final 2 corners. Let's see how he does through here. Round he goes.
Meanwhile, Alonso does a purple first sector.
Fernando's on one then. But he did this last time, didn't he? The swine. And then slowed down. Over line goes Leclerc. It is a 1:33.32, so it's slightly quicker than he was before. Purple first sector Alonso, purple for Leclerc, and Leclerc again in the second and third sectors. What's good old Fernando doing in the?
He should be breaking through the sector 2 barrier in a few seconds. I'll see it slightly before you, because
he's little bit twitchy through turn 11 there as he comes through. What's he going to do? No, he's down. He's 6/10 down in the middle. C3 tyre.
Interesting. So that's the second time he's done a purple first sector. So that goes. Hang on, I need to look at the old map. How far does sector 1 go? Up to about turn 4, isn't it? So basically, the first 2 straight bits and the wiggly turn 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much.
He's up to third though.
To recovering young list. He says, hello from Louisiana. Donating again. I'm also Kerith on PayPal. Feeling generous. Thank you so much for your 2 super chats then, Kerith. Really appreciate that. And you are the one who this year got us through the goal. In fact, we're over it now. £515, 54 pence. Thank you so much to everybody. Thank you to you, Kerith, for getting us over the line there and for your contribution. Also, thanks to everyone who supported the stream with super chats over the last 3 days. Obviously, anything else still goes into the channel, but we've hit the goal, so thank you to everyone who's made that possible the last 3 days. It's I keep saying it's incredibly generous, but it is. People work hard for their money, don't they? So it's always nice when they support the stream like this, but we can do some things with that. So thank you very much, everybody, for your support. Don't forget to drop a like as well, as Rick says. More likes, 378 likes so far. Like spike says MD Games, and 1,300 watches. So let's get that over 500 as well, and that's almost like the perfect day. That'd be fantastic. Don't forget to subscribe as well. It's just a perfect day.
Third sing. Wow.
And all the lights have gone down. Please do subscribe as well. Lots coming up this season. There'll be less singing, I promise, on the post-weekend streams. And they will be, if you like your streams a bit more structured, the post-race weekend streams will be more structured than these are. It won't be like this. Well, until we get to Q&A at the end, and then we end up where we end up. But I do like that with streams. It's no need to be too structured, but you've got to try and hit some topics. It'll be interesting actually doing the streams differently this year, Stuart, rather than a race reaction straight after, waiting for the first 2 races a couple of days, but immediately in the season the day after, having to sort of pick out specific talking points rather than just running through the field. That's going to be quite refreshing actually. I don't think
we'll have some actual information to work with. We'll have quotes. We'll have if you're here for the chaos and not knowing what's going on and searching around for information, this is the place to be today.
Hell yeah.
After that, we'll actually know what we're talking about.
If you want to know what tyres Leclerc was on, you need someone else. Red is all we're willing to commit to at the moment. I'm going to stick. I mean, they're all saying C5 now, so I assume it must have been C5. Had to
No,
be.
we saw it with our eyes.
It was yes.
Don't doubt your eyes. Do you not remember George Orwell? They'll make you doubt your eyes and your ears.
damn them all. Yeah, well, it looked like the C4, so there we go. Fred Vasseur chatting to F1.
Yeah. I mean, the benefit of Leclerc going out on the C4s and improving his time means that graphic will disappear and it'll at least show C4, so we don't even have to think about the second best time he did.
The internet banana, the best banana, said it was the C4. I went back and checked, so there you go.
Thank you.
It was the C4. Fantastic. Thank you. We're going to call you the best banana now. That's it. The best banana. His screen name will change in a
bit. Right. How are we doing on track? We've got 6 cars out. Interesting, Logan Sargent, the only driver who's not been out today.
Yeah, he had all day yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah. He may as well have gone
home.
home.
On a pivot, sorry. I was falling over.
We've got 8.5 seconds of spread in best lap times. If you want to be reminded of just how almost meaningless times are. But not quite.
Sorry, I just had to get a drink. I've just realised we've been live for 3 hours and that's the first drink I've had.
Honestly, I've had so many drinks.
That explains a lot then.
I made a cup of tea.
Drinks, yeah,
I made a pot of tea, so I had 3 cups of tea. I've had 2 Peps. I'm on my second Pepsi Max, and I had a fizzy water when we started. So yeah,
it's such a British line that's about to fall out my mouth, but I do love a cup of tea. Oh.
Yeah, I'm well hydrated.
What's your?
Although I have to say, last night I was feeling it a bit. I was feeling a bit like. What's my tea of choice?
Yeah.
Well, if I want breakfast type tea, like standard cup of tea, obviously I'll have a Yorkshire. Ovs. Otherwise, I really love a peppermint and licorice tea. It's a really nicely balanced flavour. That. Mm-hmm.
Does it? Yeah, that sounds quite nice. Actually, peppermint. And
it sounds weird on paper, but actually, it works. It works really well. The licorice sort of takes the edge off the peppermint and I don't know, fills it out nicely. I'm not a flavour guy, so I don't know how to describe.
I'm getting hydrated. Yeah, no, I do you know a drink that sounds like it's like a really retro old drink that doesn't exist anymore, but does still exist, is dandelion and burdock.
Oh, I used to love dandelion and burdock.
A bit of dandelion and burdock. I don't have it very often. I think we had some last year for the first time for about 20 years, but yeah, I do like a bit of dandelion and burdock. That's always nice.
I haven't had that in a long time. I used to be able to get it in the shops, but not so much anymore. Maybe where you are, because you're, northish. More north than me.
Well, Lincoln's. I think we're east. Part of Lincolnshire's East Midlands, I think, sort of. We're kind of east. We're sort of just classic. Maybe it's why my personality is the way it is sometimes, with sitting on the fence. We're just sort of not south and not north, but we're not really Midlands either. We're kind of a nothing. There'll be people now from Lincolnshire in chat going, "Excuse me." I think it depends on you ask in Lincolnshire. Some will tell you they're northern, some will tell you they're Midlands. But I do like that Recovering Young List says, "You are losing the Americans, go back to singing." I assume because we started talking about tea. What's your favourite coffee?
And dandelion and burdock. I don't know how big that is over there. I will say, and this, I think this is a real Marmite kind of. What do you see? Have you seen another Lego car?
Replay of Leclerc's fastest lap, confirming it is the C4s after all that.
Hooray!
One of his fastest laps is the C4s. Anyway, sorry.
No. I'm a big fan of the medicine-y drinks. Your dandelion and burdocks, your root beers, your Dr. Peppers, your sarsaparillas, all of that. A lot of people hate that, but I'm a big fan of those.
Tom says, "Big up the imps." Are you from Lincoln, Tom? I think you got excited the other day when I said I was from Lincolnshire. Are you from Lincoln or near Lincoln? Sorry guys, you talk amongst yourselves. Me and Tom are talking.
Yeah, make sure you get this right, because it could be, the Albany imps,
Could
like
be.
yesterday when you got someone confused with I don't know what it was.
Sad Mariners fan.
Yeah,
who's not from Grimsby.
No. Iron Brew, love an Iron Brew. Thanks, John T.
Gary says, can you update the timing? I think the timing's up to date more or less, isn't it? I'm just gonna
give yourself a refresh because sometimes the stream falls behind.
Yeah, it's pretty up to date. It's done manually though, Gary. So it sort of arrows downstairs and updates it every few minutes. We're not quite live timing, if you know what I mean. One day I might learn to set that up, but it looks very complicated. So near the Greystone building, says Top. That's going to mean nothing to anybody. Just catch. What's your address, Tom? I'll read it out on stream. Why not?
That's it. I was almost going to say where I got my dessert and milkshake from yesterday, but I thought that would be too obvious where I am for people who's anywhere near me.
It's got to be a Five Guys, surely. No, no, Sean, it's not.
It was. They do a good milkshake there, we'll say. I live in a good area for milkshakes and burgers. I've got plenty of choice.
Are you
but
still?
It's not America.
Obviously, don't go give your address out. But are you still in the same place you were? If you follow me, are you still where you've pretty much been for the last year or so? Have you moved or?
No, it's still in the same place. I don't mind being. I don't mind being. Vaguely, but I still live in East London. And I still live in walking distance of the Formula E.
That's
the
cool.
Excel Centre. Only been there once. Only been to the race once, but I could walk there if I wanted to. You can't stop me.
All right. I think again, it doesn't mean anything to anyone. I don't think Tom's too far from where I used to live, because I moved to the other side of Lincoln. There you go. Just for anyone who's interested.
All right. Well, who in chat is the furthest away from where we are now? I guess it must be Annette, right?
Yeah, I'm going to guess Annette. Annette is from. I went to do an Aussie accent. I just went, Annette's from down under. Definitely not an Australian.
That's how they say it. That's how they say it.
Good day, mate. While people are telling us where they're from, I'm going to keep an eye out for any other Lincolnshire folk. I feel like a lot of the world doesn't know that Lincolnshire exists. But I suppose people make that argument for where they are, unless people seem to think they think Europe is one massive place. Oh, where'd you go on holiday? I went to Europe. Cool. Where?
Yeah.
And London is just what England is. Yeah, England is London, and then that's it. So Charles Leclerc can confirm was on the C4 tyre for his fastest lap, even though they're still saying C5 everywhere else. 1:30.322. Max Verstappen second, 1:37.55. I'll do the laps in a minute. He was on the C3 for Alonso, 31.159 in third place. Piastri 1:31.216. He was on the C3s. I think it's Alonso was on C3s as well. Sainz 31.2, Perez 31.4. Both of those are on the C3s. Hulkenberg was on the C3s as well with his 1:31.686. Hamilton did his on the C5, 1:31.999. Stroll 1:32.038. He was on the C3s. Norris C3s as well, 32.108. George Russell 32.515 was on the C3s. Alex Albon 1:32.583 was C3 as well. Pierre Gasly 1:32.895 was C3 as well. Magnussen was C3 on the 33.053. Ocon 33.079. C3 tyre. C3 for Tsunoda as well, 1:33.198. Bottas 1:33.528 C3. It was C1 for Ricciardo, who did 1:37.015. And Zhou Guanyu as well, C1 for him, 1:38.411. We've not really mentioned him, but Zhou Guanyu quite quietly popping the laps in, 36, 37 so far for him. And then everybody else, Leclerc did 24 laps, Verstappen 21, 28 for Alonso, 34 for Piastri, 71 for Sainz, 53 for Perez, 37 for Hulkenberg, 49 for Hamilton, Stroll 46, Norris 20, Russell 31, Albon 80, 23 for Magnussen, No, 23 for Gasly, sorry, 80 for Magnussen, 55 for Ocon, 37 for Tsunoda, Bottas did 28, and Ricciardo 70, sorry. Like I say, Zhou Guanyu 37 laps. Testing is over, by the way, this year for Sainz, Perez, Hamilton, Stroll, Norris, Ocon, Bottas, Ricciardo, I think. Yeah. And Sargent as well, of course, is not in the car today. So they are your rundown. Cars on track at the moment. Quite a few, actually. Stuart, Russell, Piastri, Alonso, Hulkenberg, Zhou, Albon, and the world champion Max Verstappen is out there as well. So quite a few. So we'll keep an eye on the TV and the times for a little while, see what's happening, and then we'll come back to random. I mean, we'll probably end up with random chat in about 3 minutes after I said that anyway. So it's just the way these go. Just the way these go. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on things as they're happening now. They've just gone split screen, and we've got Jolyon Palmer. Is that Laura Winter in the middle there?
Yep.
And Alex Jakes. Yes, that is Alex Jakes. It's always weird seeing commentators' faces.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Sounds silly. I know. Yeah.
But I am familiar with all these faces now.
A lock up for Piastri to turn 1.
Oh dear, it's all over for McLaren.
Yeah, it was a little bit of twitch through 11. Not too bad though. Corrected.
It's that lovely time of day. The sun's really low as well.
Yeah,
everything's in that golden light.
Linux, so you know the Lincolnshire poacher? See, the trouble is, Lee, the Lincolnshire poacher could be one of about 4 things in Lincolnshire. There's pubs, restaurants, cheeses, all sorts called the Lincolnshire poacher. So you might need to be a bit more specific on that one. I'm afraid, Lee. Yeah. I think there's a Lincolnshire poacher was in the town I grew up in. There was a pub there. Who cares? Why am I? Here we go. I was born in Grimsby, in 1986. Didn't live in
South
Grimsby.
London boy.
Didn't live in Grimsby. I grew up in Louth, a small town called Louth. So if I say I was born in Grimsby, it's because I lived there. I did not live in Grimsby. There's a rivalry for some reason between the two places. It's like, yeah. With great zingers like, you can't take the Louth out of Louth and you can't take the Grim out of Grimsby. I mean, whoa, steady on, guys. Jolyon Palmer's Power Hour coming up, pedal to the metal. They've made a graphic for it, which is actually quite funny when it pops up on your Sky stream.
What?
Stuart, it'll pop up in a minute. It's absolutely brilliant. It's Jolyon Palmer dressed as Superman with an explosion behind him, and then that Miami techno style thing in the background.
I'll keep my eyes on the screen then. Clearly, we're not the only ones losing our mind after however many hours. Oh wow, okay. I don't know what I was expecting, but yeah, that. What does that mean? What is Jolyon's Power Hour?
I mean, I assume it's pre-watershed, so it shouldn't be anything too dodgy.
I mean, I always look forward to whatever Jolyon Palmer has to say.
How do you pronounce Louth? It's pronounced Louth, Loughh. My granddad used to say Louth, actually. I suppose it probably was Louth, but all English names and whatnot are a little bit weird. Yeah, John, so you got your DM, you cheeky twat. But yeah, you're right. You're absolutely bang on. Formula One. Pierre Gasly is coming round now to turn 80s on a lap on the C3 tyres at the moment. Hulkenberg's out there. Verstappen is still out there as well. Shall we have a look at some stints? Let's have a look at stint lengths. Why not? Because Stuart told me that existed yesterday. It's now very exciting. So Verstappen is on a 7-lap stint. Hulkenberg's on a 1 lap at the moment. He's just gone out. Same with Russell, really, too. There. Albon's actually on a 17-lap stint on the hard tyres, which I'm guessing C2. Possibly C1, but a hard tyre. He's doing a long run there. 17 laps. Zhou just on 1 lap at the moment. He's been in and changed his tyres. Stint lengths. Let's have a look at stint lengths because we've got this as well here. So let's pick a driver. So Albon at the minute doing 17 laps on the hards. He's also done 17 laps stint on the mediums today, which is no. Is that a stint length or is that the number of laps he did on that tyre, Stuart, under previous? Do you think?
Say that again.
You know, on the tyres bit where you got the stint lengths.
Yeah.
Under the column previous, do you think that is that the stint length of that tyre, or is that how many laps they did on that tyre in total?
So previous are all the previous stints before the one that's currently going. So the one under stint. So, for example, Leclerc, well, he's not on track, but Verstappen is on lap 9 of his current stint.
Yeah.
But previously he did a 3-lap stint and a 3-lap
Cool.
stint.
That makes sense, yeah. There you go. I should have a see if anyone's done like a significant. Piastri did 18 laps on the hards at one point, so that was a good stint. I mean, Piastri's getting the laps in, so whatever McLaren's issue was this morning, I'll check if that's been confirmed in a minute. It's he's done 16 more laps than than Lando Norris, but it's not like they're throwing in a ton of laps, is it?
No,
McLaren.
So I got a little bit distracted because I started thinking about something that made no sense in my brain, so I had to double check that it was true.
Fair enough.
Does it not sound incredibly weird that this is Verstappen's 10th season?
Yes. Yep.
That doesn't make any sense to me at all.
It doesn't.
I don't understand how that's possible.
Somebody else is like that as well. Lance Stroll. They're still considered by a lot of people. I think I made the point earlier actually that they're age-wise they're considered youngish drivers, but actually in terms of F1 experience they're just not, are they? At all?
No,
not at
been
all.
Around for. It's mad. I kind of forget that Verstappen was sort of around for quite a while, kind of knocking up wins season after season before he got his, before 2021, and he got to rise right to the very top. It's mad. This is his 10th season.
Jack Doohan's trackside, by the way.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now
for F1 TV. Sorry,
they're really just putting everyone everywhere, aren't they?
Here, look, it's Jack Doohan there from Australia. he's trackside at turn 6. Yeah. It was just quite dangerous when they stood trackside, but they're obviously not, are they? Not in any real danger there. Obviously, they won't be there. But
no, I think they're still behind the barrier. As far as
some of the ones that I think she's Jess Medland now, isn't she? She went to Monaco
Jess
a couple of years ago. Jess McMedland. That'll do. Jess McMedland. She went to Monaco. So I think she got a picture of a car. I think she obviously used a phone to take the photo, but it's just on her. It's like almost on her phone. It looks like they're touching. They're not touching at all. They're not that. They're close, but not that close. Not. Yeah, but you know what I mean. It's just how close you can get to these cars. I saw like Monaco, but then you see Martin Brundle sometimes. I think it's a camera angle will stand and it look like he's stood in the middle of a runoff area, but actually there's a barrier in front of him. You can't quite see it, and you sort of think, "Oh God."
And of course, there are some places. I mean, like at Monaco, where there isn't a barrier if the cars are going away from you. There's like openings and stuff, so you can just sort of wander out to the track. I mean, obviously you're not allowed to, but there are places where there just isn't a barrier.
Oh, would you like weather? 23 degrees clear, 29 degrees low temperature on the track, 49% humidity, and there's a 4.6 kilometre an hour northeast wind.
Very nice.
I know. Don't tell me I never give you anything. It's fine. Quickly move on.
It's all going to start to cool down, isn't it? We're in the cooling down phase.
Yeah, and that's why I'm hoping we're going to see, because a few drivers out there, like I say, on stints, aren't they? Decent stints on these C3s and the hard tyres. I'm sort of hoping they'll do this now for the next hour, maybe sort of 53 minutes, and then just as the track comes down to closest to qualifying conditions, everyone comes in the pits, puts on a set of C5s, except for Max Verstappen, who puts on a set of C1s. Everyone goes out and does a lap wheel, go, oh my God, this is amazing. And then Max goes out there on a tyre that should be like 2.5 seconds slower than the fastest tyre and is 3 seconds quicker than anyone else. Just why not?
Definitely looking forward to that. I mean, yeah, we're all expecting to have a big Red Bull headline, but it'd be interesting if Alonso can do more than one good sector. Maybe he'll throw a surprise.
That's true. He might be teasing us. Like, oh no, I'm too slow. Oh no, I'm too slow. I
think I missed Piastri pipping him actually, because Alonso was in third place for quite a while. But
I think we saw it, didn't we? I think unless I was watching it while we were chatting about something else.
Let's see. It happened at 2:00. So I was I think it was I think it was on screen. I just didn't pay attention.
Yeah, maybe. Alonso playing mind games? Never. Yeah, no, yeah, probably.
I think that's one of the things about not just the mind games. One of the things that's really impressive about Alonso, other than he's kept up a really high level of performance for so long, is he's so smart and he's always thinking and he's always got a lot going on, like strategizing in his brain and thinking about. He seems to know what all the other drivers are doing during a race and stuff. He's you know, that is going a long way towards what he's achieving still.
It is amazing when you think about the longevity of his career.
Mm-hmm.
I saw some Jonty talking about somebody across accounts doing motorsport art that he's not seen before. Always pleasant. I found, what's his name? It's not Tom Grennan. That's a singer. Tom. He's done a drawing of Tom Griffiths, I think it is. Did a drawing of Mick Schumacher and Michael Schumacher. I've got it on my wall. It's Michael Schumacher stood next in his Ferrari overalls, stood next to Mick in his Haas overalls, and it's just, it's just a nice picture. I saw it, I was like, I have to have that. So, but also in terms of artwork, Jonty's partner Suze drew me a picture of Michael Schumacher's crash helmet. It's on the wall, which is cool.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I think so. It's on the wall.
I'm drawing a picture for Jonty right now.
I don't want to know.
Very nice.
I'm really intrigued by this picture now.
2 hours to go. The madness is kicking in.
Slowly. You're drawing pictures. Is it like Adrian Newey's Book of Cats?
I'm unfamiliar with this.
It was what we said yesterday. Come on, Stuart.
Sorry. I thought it was a real thing.
No, we were obsessed.
Yes, I know what you mean now.
Yeah, that's all right.
He's lost the streamlined cats. You can't expect to remember things from day to day. My whole being resets every time I go to sleep.
Yeah, ask me what happened at the Australian Grand Prix 1997. I'll tell you, but what happened yesterday, apart from Adrian Newey's cats, I couldn't tell you. It's busy out on track again. We've got 2, 4, 6, 7 cars out there. Russell, Zhou, Albon, Hulkenberg, Verstappen, Tsunoda, and Gasly. Zhou, Albon, and Hulkenberg pretty close together. This could be interesting. On the driver tracker at least, fairly close together.
1, 2, 3. I'm getting quite busy out there as well.
Yeah, it's good. We want cars on track.
Now is the time.
Right
now is the time.
With Yuki Tsunoda through turn 1 and turn 2.
Important year for Tsunoda, I think.
I think so, yeah.
Like, he's definitely proved himself that he's worth being here, but at the same time, there's a chance he might not be in F1 next year because he's sort of in that kind of precarious position of being like decent, but also in an RB and could easily be turfed out if Red Bull want him something else. It's like he's in that middle ground, isn't he, where he's not safe.
Yeah, I think Honda coming back to Aston Martin, I think he's got a chance of ending up there because he was a Honda part of the Honda. Is it Honda Dream program?
Sure.
One of the reasons I think that he was rushed into the seat at Alpha Tauri as they were then. I'll lose track with that team, but so there could be a link there, but that's going to come down to Alonso, and I'd argue as well on what Lawrence Stroll wants to do with Lance, because if you're Aston Martin, and I always say it, I mean it with respect, no hate, but if you genuinely have ambitions of a world championship, is Yuki Tsunoda and Lance Stroll the lineup for that? Do we think? I'm not saying Yuki couldn't do it. I'm not saying Lance couldn't do it. I'm just saying that doesn't strike me as the lineup that's going for a title. So maybe an Alonso Tsunoda could work quite nicely, but is Alonso going to be there 2026 onwards? Well, I think he said, it could have been Alonso or Hamilton. One of the two said recently in an interview that if you are fit enough and fast enough, you could race into your 50s. So if that's Alonso, he's already planning to stick around for another decade.
He doesn't. He's not making any noises at all, as if he like realizes he's at the twilight of his career. Is Alonso? Like, I feel like you're gonna have to crowbar him out of the sport.
Yeah. Let's just see when he gets about 91. The team principal at the time going, "Come on, Fernando, let's take you to the home. Come on, get your Zimmer frame. We're off, mate. No, I want to race. Leave me alone." I get why people want older drivers to move on to get young blood in the sport, but at the same time, as I think Martin Brundle, I think others have said it as well, when Max Verstappen was young, coming at 17, if you're fast enough, you're good enough. That works the other way. That works the opposite way. If you're 70, if you're fast enough and you're fit enough, you're good enough, aren't you? So it doesn't matter. But I think end of 2025 feels like, how can I word this? Like a fitting time for Fernando to retire, because it is the end of these regulations, a new set of regulations, fresh start again in F1. But I also feel like he's the kind of driver who might fancy giving those new regulations a go. See where he ends up. So
yeah,
I think Fernando's one of those drivers who's kind of, in a way, got the luxury of, he's still good enough, incredibly good enough, that he has the choice of when he wants to retire, rather than a team maybe trying to force him out, a la Schumacher 2006 kind of thing. I think he can make the decision when he's ready at the moment. And you know what? If he's
which
still
is amazing,
in his
really.
50s, good for him. Good for him.
Yeah, maybe he wants to break all the weird records.
Yeah.
No. He's going to struggle to be the oldest driver, but he could definitely try.
What picture have you sent John T? I need to see this picture.
Look, I just started letting the pen do the work, to be honest.
Oh dear. If John T pops in chat and is laughing like that, it must have been good.
To be honest, it's just a bit random.
That's fine. That's fine.
But sometimes you got to doodle while you talk and while you watch F1.
Yeah.
Got to keep yourself.
Best time to doodle. Sonoda just up the inside of Piastri to turn 8. Piastri was wide though, so obviously letting him go. Mario Isola talking to Sky, but I can't quite hear what he's saying, but I assume it's about tyres. He's stealing my thing.
Yeah.
Talk.
If you've got the volume down quite low, it's quite hard to understand because he's got quite a thick Italian accent.
Well, I've got him quite quiet, and then obviously I'm talking to you, and I can't just have like 3 minutes of dead air while I listen. But I've also got the PC making a racket as well. It's like, please turn me off. No, you will not be turned off. Yes, I think Sonoda on long runish here. He's sort of 3.5 seconds off the pace at the moment. I say off the pace. There's not really a pace as such, is there? It's testing, but he's on. When I say stint, he's only just got out on these, so he's just getting up to speed a bit. 4 laps in total on these tyres. Gasly's on 9 laps in the current stint. Albon 6 and Russell 7. They're all on the C3 tyre. Hulkenberg's now done 10 laps on the current set he's using, which is the hard tyre. A hard tyre. I think C1. I think lines through it is C2 on the app, but yeah. Alonso is either coming in or just going out. I assume just going out. Piastri is out there, I think. No, he's in the pits, just going to pits. And Verstappen is currently on a 16-lap stint on the C3. So he's been busy out there. 32 laps so far this afternoon for Max.
They're not
Verstappen.
Loads, is it?
No. Just trying to. I did get some of the stint lengths for you earlier, or stint times for you from yesterday, which I forgot to read out.
The tricky thing with the way today is run, with the sort of we had a red flag break instead of a lunch, is it? I can't remember when the second driver got into the car, so I'm like, oh, Verstappen's only done 32 laps, but I can't remember how long he's actually been out there compared to, other drivers. But I guess we still got an hour and a half left to go.
Yeah.
But he did, on day one, Verstappen did 147 laps. So that would have been about 70 and a bit laps per half a day. So maybe that's not yeah, maybe it's kind of reasonable to do 32 laps, just a little bit shy of the average. Try to do some maths on the fly in my head.
I mean, this is Rick said in chat. Sorry, it says freaking Europeans call things from like ye olde Middle English. That's a Lord Butternut. It's what people used to make tiny holes in the ground. Yeah, that's what we call a stick. That's so true. But it reminds me of something I was watching the other day. It was probably on Dave, so it's a repeat, but from a panel show where we were talking about how the Germans have a word for everything, like literally everything. So Perez, I said earlier, was doing his race runs yesterday consistently in the 37s. A lot of hype around the Ferrari race pace as well. And actually, in the afternoon, on the same tyre, Sainz was doing consistently 135s. 35, 5, 7, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1. So a couple of seconds quicker-ish, 1.5, 2 seconds quicker. Bottas's race runs were really consistent as well in the 36s. I did have a Mercedes somewhere, but I can't find it now. I think the average, as I was looking at some stuff earlier, was around half a second on the C3s between Sainz and Perez, a tenth on the C2s, and around about 0.2 on the C1s.
That is interesting. That's why you can't always trust the timing screen to give you all the information if you're just getting the best laps. I think there'll be a lot of analysis of the just like that, really, of all the runs, and seeing who does look stronger in a more general sense.
I'm sorry, look at you lot in chat being funny with language. Yeah. I was going to say I might just nip for a quick 2-minute break, but I'm all right at the minute because I haven't much to drink. I'm slowly dehydrating, but I'm fine.
I mean, I might do, to be honest, because I'm 6 drinks in.
Yeah, you might need to.
Yeah. Well, we're on the half an hour. I might pop away for 90 seconds.
Yeah, no worries. Right. What was I was going to say something, then it's gone. Apparently the dog's downstairs whining because I'm not down there, apparently, just to let everyone know who's asking about the dog or anyone's asked about the dog today. Analysis on testing. We'll do a wrap up in a bit on what's going on and what we think. Americans call everything by brand name. You don't even know what the real names are. That's something that's crept into F1 a little bit, hasn't it? With brand names, sort of everything seems to have a sponsor now. Which is it's money, isn't it? It's fine. It's making money. I love that the only thing Stuart has posted in chat in the last 3 hours is a single apostrophe. Yeah, to be fair. What we got going on that track then? We'll have on track, sun setting. We're getting to the evening time. The floodlights are on, so we're getting towards close to qualifying time. I'll do a reminder for anyone who hasn't been here this week or doesn't know or has forgotten. Practice next week for Bahrain, Thursday. Qualifying Friday, race on Saturday. There we go. Just don't forget. Same for Saudi Arabia as well. Then back to normal for Australia with your normal Friday, Saturday, Sunday race weekends. And 6 sprints this year as well. China, Miami, Austria, Qatar, and there's another 2. I can't remember where they are now. It's gone. I had it in my head a minute ago and it's absolutely gone. Austin, and there's one more somewhere. For sprints, but I've forgotten. So there you go. They are here this year. 6 of them. I've got 5 off the top of my head. I'll let you all either guess or tell me what the last one is.
That's very good. I don't know them off the top of my head at all.
So I've got China, Miami. China's weird, by the way. I mean, that's hilarious. Miami, Austria.
Miami's an odd choice as well.
Yeah. Austin.
Yep.
Qatar.
Yep. And the obvious one.
Brazil. Oh, Sao Paulo, of course. The one, the only one that works. Well, that and Austria works quite well, I think. Short track, lots of DRS works. There you go. We're watching Zhou Guanyu in the Sauber. That's what I'm calling it this season. We'll get used to that as best we can. On the C2 tyre, it is actually correct that, although I think the colour is yellow for some reason on TV, but, why not? Keep us on our toes. it just seems to be steady running at the minute, which isn't a surprise. I'm really hoping that last hour that Jolyon Palmer's been bigging up for 3 days is actually going to happen. But yeah, I agree. I'll tell you what, sprints then, while they're sort of doing plod along, I'll keep an eye on any significant things, but sprints in general this year, I mean, I still think that, I mean, some people hate them forever and that's fine, but I still think that the new revised weekend format, if you want to call it that, is better. I still think practice on, let's say, Friday morning, the first session of Friday, sprint qualifying Friday afternoon, sprint race Saturday morning, Grand Prix qualifying Saturday afternoon, then the race on Sunday. I think that it just, for me, that flows more nicely than it did, because this is my line on it really. Each session becomes more meaningful, and the weekend builds to the crescendo that is the Grand Prix. It also means we can have the break in the part ferme, so part ferme for sprint quali and sprint race, then break that, and then normal part ferme or another part ferme for qualifying a race, so people can set up for the sprints, and if they've gone the wrong way they can make changes for the race, or if they want to set up specifically for the sprints for whatever reason, maybe a team like Hastings, that's their best chance of points at a weekend, maybe they can set up for a sprint. It gives you a bit of variety, doesn't it? And I think that just helps to separate the sprints a bit more from the main weekend. And those who I always think of him when I think about sprints, but Eamon, who is always around in the chat, in the comments of the previews, never watches F1 when it's a sprint weekend. He can't bring himself to do it. It doesn't flow right for him. So for someone like him, maybe if the sprints are kind of bulked together almost, he can start watching from Saturday afternoon and still enjoy the normal part of Formula One, if you know what I mean. So I think that works as a format. In terms of venues, I don't get China, but I think it'll be chaos. I think we've not been there since 2019, so let's stick them all out with one practice session. It could be interesting.
Yeah, I think it'll be funny. I think it'll be worth watching.
Miami makes no sense to me.
For.
Miami makes no sense at all. At all.
No part of Miami is worth watching.
No, I don't understand why they've gone with Miami. I really don't. But also, one complaint about it all is, why are we not spacing them out better? I know maybe the calendar dictates that a bit with the tracks you go to, but we've sort of got China and Miami pretty close together, possibly consecutive weekends or consecutive race weekends. I got the calendar in front of me. I might find it in a second.
It's the 19th of April and the 3rd of May.
Yes, you've kind of got consecutive sprint weekends, haven't you, there? Which is weird. Then you've got a short break. Then it's Austria sprint. And then there's nothing until Brazil. And then you've got Brazil and Qatar pretty close together.
Yeah.
And Austin. I think it's like sprint weekend, no sprint weekend, sprint weekend, no sprint weekend, sprint weekend. Yeah, can we space them out a bit better? But again, I suppose you don't want to sprint around Singapore, do you? For example. But then you don't want to sprint around Miami either. So they've still done it. So there you go. What do I know?
Who can say?
Yeah. Do you like the new
I got a feeling they might give... I do. I was thinking as you were talking a couple of minutes ago that, if you really can't bring yourself to watch sprint stuff, actually, if you're that kind of person, then last year's format was better for you because you could just not watch Saturday and not miss anything. You'd watch practice qualifying, skip Saturday and go straight to the race. Because the weird thing about that Saturday was it just was like, okay, we're going to ignore the whole Grand Prix thing for now and just do something else for one day. And then we'll come back to it on Sunday. I think that was the weird thing about it. I could see why they did it because I can kind of see you just focus on the sprint on the Saturday. But I do think this probably flows better. I like that we get a cool qualifying kind of session on the Friday and the Saturday. I mean, it's never going to be perfect, is it? Because it's always going to feel a bit weird, I think. And I think there's a weird side effect of the sprint weekends. And that it highlights almost what a waste of time having 3 practice sessions is.
Yeah.
Because if you can do a race weekend with just one, then having 3 of them is like, what do we do? Other than the very real fact of putting the cars on track for an audience who are either at the circuit or at home, other than just that. But it's clearly they don't need 3 hours of practice if they can get by with 1.
Do you think that's where we'll end up as the calendar expands further? Do you think we'll end up with Saturday, Sunday weekends rather than Friday, Saturday, Sundays?
I mean, I think it's quite clear they could do that. They could, you could clearly take out 2 practice sessions and do it like that if you wanted to. I don't think the circuits would like that because obviously the circuits get something from Friday ticket sales.
Yeah, I suppose.
And
Sorry, the only trouble with doing the 2-day weekends is how do you fit your feeder series in, your F2s and your F3s, and if you do a sprint weekend, can you get all that in as well? I suppose.
well, I suppose you can. I mean, but yeah, the event doesn't have to be 2 days.
Mm. Yeah,
You could have a lot more stuff happening on the Friday for people who want to do the 3 days and stuff, who are into the build up and the F2 and the other stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, and that's the kind of thing that might work well for all these new street tracks we're getting. If it means they have to shut down the whole place for one less day, I think the cities would enjoy that. So there is a chance they'll try and make it more streamlined and efficient. How would you feel about that? How would you feel about if you missed out Friday practice? Would you miss it? Would you care that much?
I don't think so. I like cars on track.
Yes.
I love watching F1 cars just going around in circles, as my sister puts it. But I think having less practice helps the weekend, and I hate to say this because I'm going to sound like I'm part of Liberty Media, but helps the show a bit more on a Sunday. Rolls eyes.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the racing, but I think I would miss it because I kind of like seeing the cars out there and then getting the stuff afterwards about how, who's where, and then Mercedes are back, and then come Saturday afternoon, Mercedes were nowhere. Thinking specifically of Sky, you know what I'm on about. But I don't think, not as a spectacle. It's not something I enjoy. It's not a thrill, is it? Watching them drive around in practice so much, but it feels like it's an important part of the weekend. But I do feel like we have. I still think a 90-minute practice session would be plenty for a weekend. Thinking cost cutting, thinking going back to what we talked about, the calendar expanding in the future potentially, and people complaining that it's a lot and they cut 2 crews and all of this. So maybe making the weekends a little bit shorter. I know that's only a 90-minute practice session, an hour and a half less, but it's you could maybe even do it on a Saturday morning or a Friday, and then you've got a bit more time on the Friday for people to sort of regenerate, if you like, for the Saturday. It could work, but then they're pushing the sport. They want eyes on the sport. That they're bringing the sprint to 6 races. I still think we'll end up with about 10 of them in the long run in a season. They'll say they won't, but they once said the calendar won't expand past 20 races, so who knows? But I think we'll end up with about 10 of them. So the popularity of the sport, they want to maximize every day of the weekend, and I think if they could do a Thursday, they probably would.
Yeah,
Thursday practice as well, just to get people there, and then do something on the Friday different. But I think commercially it makes sense for them to have all 3 days, but it's not. I think if I was more technically minded, if that makes sense, I'd probably really, really enjoy practice. But somebody made the point in chat. Actually, I just saw it scroll past. Matt says, as a 9 to 5 worker, don't do important stuff on a Friday. I guess if you work somewhere on a Friday all day, then practice is just not something you see anyway, is it? So it's also why I hate practice. Yeah. I hated seeing normal Grand Prix qualifying on a Friday during sprint weekends, because people would have to wait for highlights or couldn't catch it live. It's kind of quite a big deal qualifying. It's quite exciting.
Yeah,
let's put it where we can watch it.
That was a really bad placement for that. I wasn't happy with that. But yeah, so this again, a bit of a better flow.
Yeah.
And just as a brief aside, if we're waiting for Max Verstappen to do one of his mega laps, we'll be waiting for a while, because he's just gone out with the C1s and a lot of flow visuals in his car. So He's probably going to be doing some steady tests for a bit. And
that makes an important point as well that we've not really considered regarding practice on a Friday. She says, I think the tracks need the money. That's ticket money, isn't it, for the tracks on a Friday as well? So that's a good point, especially with F1 getting so expensive now. I think prices go up all the time, don't they, for promoters, and even Monaco having to pay properly these days.
Unheard of.
And they're not allowed to do their own broadcast anymore. Oh, thank God.
Good.
Bless them. They tried their best, but they did it for a long time, didn't they, Monaco? Their own broadcast. Very long time. Possibly always,
Yeah.
I'm not sure. But you just think back to the Lance Stroll replay, as you've got the one side-by-side bit of action we've seen in Monaco for 15 years. Vettel versus Gasly up the hill. And then, Lance Stroll's nerfed a barrier.
Stick to what you know, Monaco. You're a boat park, not a TV company.
I'm going to run through the times, and I will nip off for 2 minutes if that's all right, Stuart.
Yeah.
Unless you want to do the times while I nip off, it's up to you.
I can do the times. That gives me something to say.
There you go. I shall just stay for a couple of minutes, and I won't be long.
All right, everybody. Time for my daily run through of the times and so on and so forth. Out on track and at number 1 on the timing sheet, it's Charles Leclerc, who does 1:30.3 that he did ages ago on what we're pretty sure was the C4. He has done 30 laps this afternoon. Verstappen is out on track as well, as stated on the C1 with a lot of Flowbiz paint on, doing some steady tests. He's 4 tenths behind on 1:30.7, has done 35 laps. And he did that on the C3. Piastri's out on track. He's in 3rd place with a 1:31.0 done on the medium tyre. He's up to a pretty good 48 laps, which is a lot better than Lando Norris did this morning. He only did the 20. 4th, Alonso. I think he could be going for 3rd at some point. He does some really good sector 1s lately. He does a 1:31.5. 1:31.15. Sainz is still a number. It's in 5th on the timing sheet. So 1:31.2. He did 71 laps this morning. Perez is in the garage, of course, because he did the morning run. He did 53 laps this morning. He's on a 1:31.4. Hulkenberg out on track, currently on lap 59. Those Hasses have been really pulling in the mileage on all 3 days. I think the highest we've seen a Haas in all 3 days, actually. They were lingering near the bottom, I think, both the first 2 days. He's done a 1:31.6. Next 4 drivers: Hamilton, Stroll, Norris, and Russell. They're going from 1:31.9 for 1:31.999 for Hamilton, so just 1,000th off 1:31.2. He did 49 laps this morning. Stroll on a 1:32.0. He did 46 laps this morning. Norris, as said, only did the 20 laps this morning. He did a 1:32.1. Russell currently in the pits, but he's done a 1:32.1 and he's in 11th. He's done 43 laps so far. Albon currently circulating. He's currently on the question mark tyre because the live timing doesn't know what he's doing. He did a 1:32.5 and has done 104 laps today. He's running all day long, though. The only driver to run all day long. Tsunoda currently in the garage, 1:32.6. He's done 34 laps. Gasly's just heading out. He's in 14th in the timings, 1:32.8. He's done 34 laps and has just strapped on one of the hard tyres. Magnussen did 80 laps this morning. As stated, Haas are just piling on the laps, 1:33.0. Ocon this morning did 55 laps. Is Ocon running this afternoon? No, because Gasly's out, isn't he? Yeah, Ocon ran out this morning on 55 laps. He's done 1:33.0. Bottas this morning did just the 28 laps. He did 1:33.5. Zhou out on track, 18th, just behind his teammate, 1:36.7. About to do his 61st lap. So really piling them in this afternoon. Ricciardo, 19th. He's running this afternoon, but currently in the pits, only a 1:37.0. So that's almost 7 full seconds behind Leclerc's time. But he's been doing a lot of hard tyre running. He's done 70 laps this afternoon. And Sargent is not out in the car today. Whew. So I'm sure you followed all of that.
I'm back. That's very good timing.
Nice.
Yes, I'm just looking at the chat. We're talking about cheese, obviously.
Yeah, I'm not sure what chat's been saying. I've been looking at a bunch of numbers till my eyes go.
Jonty's got them all giving a favourite cheese, and Purple Zebra says everyone swap seats before he comes back. Fair enough. Yes, I'll Yeah, I'll do the YouTube a bit. Don't worry, Stuart. I'll save your voice after running through. A lot of drivers to get through on the final day, isn't there? It's only 20, but there's a lot of information to throw out there with it. So, yes, Jonty said, I'm very disappointed that no one said Charles Edward for cheese. Very good. Good point. Thank you everyone for tuning in today. 1,100 of you still here. Please do subscribe if you're new. Lots to come up this season. It'd be great to have you on board for that as well. Please do leave a like as well. We're nearly close to the 500 mark. We're 469 at the minute, so 500 would be great. I think, no, Stuart, maybe I've been a bit bold here and maybe a bit cocky, but I think with an hour and 20 to go, we're 30 away from 500. I reckon we can get that to 600, you know.
Yeah, I reckon so.
I reckon we can. So let's try to get to 600.
With enough belief.
Yeah, well, I think say bullying. With enough bullying, we can get that to 600. That'd be absolutely fantastic. So please do drop a like. Always appreciated. It helps channel out in the old algorithm. And thank you to everyone as well, again, who has popped in a super chat or contribution towards the testing goal. We've smashed through the £500 mark. That's absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, everyone, for your support. If anyone wants to put in a super chat, just because we've hit the goal doesn't mean you can't. It still helps the channel out, but we've hit the goal, so I'm very, very happy with that. So we'll come to you throughout the next hour and 20 minutes for your questions, whilst keeping updated what's happening on track. And we'll do that because at any point, someone might strap on some C5s and get us all very excited.
Yeah, we shall see.
Cool. We'll see what happens. I was going to say something, and it's just fallen out of my brain.
Yeah, that's pretty classic.
Yeah, pretty classic, Sean. No, it was important. It was not important, but something I'd spotted, and it'll come back to me. It's fine.
Quite a bit of C1 running at the moment. People are doing these long hard runs. Gasly, I'm watching going around on the C1 as well. That Alpine, I've really not got a feel for at all. I don't know where they are. I mean, who was it you said? Alpine said they thought they were going to be third?
Bruno Famine, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you said before, I think Otmar Safnauer said that last year, didn't he? They were targeting top 3 and they were nowhere.
Do you see Otmar making a triumphant?
Not often, no. We don't tend to be up too much anymore. Someone like Haas, maybe?
Sure.
Maybe a good shout for
Andretti. Maybe he and Steiner can start a team together.
Yes. Steinauer Racing. Safna Racing, that'll do. Yeah. Well, Hulkenberg's is on 24 laps at the moment on his stint, so on the hard tyre. Like a steady running. I still think this is gearing up for a big finish. Trust me.
Yeah.
Don't trust me for.
I think Annette fell asleep in the middle of typing her comment. I think Alpine are going to be.
If they're top 3, I'd be surprised. You said it there. No one can read it because I was again listening to what they were saying on the notebook and things like that yesterday, and the wrap up shows. No one's listening to how Alpine are. There are some saying they are threatening top 5. There are some saying that RB are ahead of them, and I think somebody said they might be behind Sauber as well. So I don't think anybody knows where they are. So for Famine to, if that quote's correct, come out and say we're going for top 3, I still can't find that quote, by the way. But
you must have dreamt it.
I can't see how that's ever going to happen this year. That'd be quite a big leap, actually. But I suppose Aston Martin made a big leap, didn't they? So I mean, it's possible. But
yeah, but Aston Martin made a big leap, and we could see it in testing.
This is true. This is very true. I can't find anything on this. I don't know.
Lando Norris has no regrets about his contract locking him out of a Mercedes seat. I'm sure he doesn't.
Sure. All right, Lando. We believe you.
Although if you were a cool guy with a lot of racing talent, would you want to be in a McLaren or a Mercedes right now?
Well,
like for the next couple of years.
I mean, forget the cool guy with talent. Just look at where McLaren were last year and Mercedes were last year.
Mm-hmm.
Back end, middle of last year, I'd have been in McLaren all day long over a Mercedes. But I think look, I'll say it again. Everyone has their price. If the Mercedes comes out this season, it surprises us after testing, and they are the team to beat. 2 seconds up the road, and they approach Lando Norris for next year, and McLaren are 5th fastest. I don't care what contract he's got. that he'll get out of that contract if he needs to be in a potential championship winning car. I'm not saying Mercedes will win a championship next year. I'm just making the example, the point. That if that was the case, then of course he would leave. But a lot of things have to happen. I don't think Mercedes are going to be rocking up 2 seconds clear of anybody else this season. But you never know. You never know. Yuki on the C3, by the way, coming through turn 4. Not personal best, 4/10 down on Leclerc, which tries to adjust my brain a little bit. This is an RB we're looking at, an herb. So, oh no, Skybox wants to shut down. That's really helpful. Thanks, Sky.
I think it's kind of interesting that Zhou and Ricardo have done.
I'm on the golf. No, sorry.
Oh, I've accidentally done that a couple of times. It's just one channel up, isn't it? Zhou and Ricardo have done 65 and 70 laps respectively, and yet none of those were within like 3 seconds of anyone else. Like their pace is just really far off anyone else's, and I don't mean they're slow. I just mean they're clearly doing something else, but they haven't even done a single lap that's sort of in the kind of 32s, 33s like anyone else.
Is a net all right? In chat. In 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 separate messages. Ooh, ouch, and we thought Cyril was ambitious.
I feel like she's cutting out like a bad CB radio.
So where did Tsunoda go with that then? Up to, or his ninth place. Was he ninth before? He was. 1:31.9 was his other time. And he's just done a 1:32.6 over the line according to the timing.
Russell's also jumped up a few places recently. He's got up to 8th now.
Am I looking at the wrong driver?
I don't know, are you?
No, 1:32.6 is correct. Sorry, not 1:31.9. Sorry. I'm looking at completely the wrong driver. Who was I looking at?
I mean, none of them have that time. None of them have a 1:32.6.
Tsunoda has a 1:32.6, doesn't he? That's what my timing screen says on the F1 ARP. Oh no, it's a 31.9 now. Sorry, it's taking a minute to update.
Yeah.
I was going to say, goodness me, it's supposed to be immediate, but no.
I was like, what are you seeing?
31.9.
Just two old men just trying to stare at small numbers.
Those new slacks. Sorry. We've got an overtake about to happen. It's George Russell on Charles Leclerc. No DRS for either driver. Down to turn 1, and it's ever so exciting. Sparks flying. Russell goes through into P nothing because it's not a race. I wonder if we get a little race like we had yesterday. We're having safety car tests today. Does anybody know?
I haven't heard that we have.
I hope not.
Which is a shame because I enjoyed. That was good fun.
Well, the racing bit was, but the virtual safety car, red flag, green flag, red flag wasn't quite so exciting.
Well, we haven't got any extra time on the clock, so I'm going to imagine we don't. I imagine they've learned everything they can about
how to press
safety
the button.
car procedure.
Yeah, just a nice little overtake there. It doesn't count for anything, but it's still nice to see. Russell down the inside of Charles Leclerc. Keep seeing the puffs of smoke, if you like, as the Ferrari hits the ground. I assume the plank and the skid blocks down there are causing that. But it just makes you go, are they blowing up? But no, it's fine.
Ted Kravitz currently saying the RB and the Alpine are very, very close, everyone reckons, in terms of pace.
Okay. That goes.
So that could be the battle of the season.
Ooh.
The battle for 6th.
It'll be interesting to see how quickly Zach Brown's complaints about Red Bull owning 2 teams disappear if RB are only about 7th or 8th fastest.
Yes,
and all of a sudden, if they are built at beating Alpine to 6th, all of a sudden Bruno Famin's having a kick off about it. I'm not saying everyone has their own interests at heart or anything like that, of course. But yeah, no, it's always a giggle. The politics, always good fun. It's part of it, though, isn't it? Like
the kind of thing he's talking about, the sort of the sharing and the things. I mean, I know Red Bull actually own RB, so that's quite specific. But I feel like the consequence of that, with all the technology sharing and stuff like that, without that, we wouldn't have Haas on the grid, right? Because their first 2 seasons, especially, they were doing a lot of technology sharing with Ferrari, right? That's how they got themselves in a fairly
Yeah.
raceable position.
But if you recall, people were, I don't know if you just said this, but people were really angry about that when they were doing well in 2018, weren't they?
That is true.
So
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's sort of limits to that, but I guess my wider point was, in the current climate of F1 and how expensive everything is like, do we need things like this just to keep everyone in a reasonable operational place?
yeah. Just watching.
I don't actually know the answer to that, but maybe.
No. I think that the Haas, I keep going back to Haas, but it's an interesting and sort of partly frustrating team in that when they entered Formula One, I actually thought the model that they entered with was pretty clever. From a cost perspective, and the partnership with Ferrari, it just made a lot of sense. But it's not really worked. And is that because? And a lot of people used to make this point last year, I think, in chat, in streams, and that. But is that just because if you're that closely aligned with a team, a manufacturer, you're always going to find it difficult to build a car you really want to build because you're tied to their parts, so you have to build your car around that. So is that a fact? Would they almost be better in some ways now we've got the cost cap in place, sort of breaking away from that a little bit? Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, if they can find themselves if they can get themselves a works supplier or something, and actually start a proper technical partnership, but like not within another team, but with a whatever. Like if they could convince Chevy or someone to come in and work with them. I'm going to be talking about American manufacturers I don't fully understand because I don't follow like IndyCar particularly, but you know what I mean? Like if they could get someone in to work closely with. And I'm surprised they haven't really been making too many moves about that. I feel like that seems to be the logical next step is to kind of, like you say, step away and find their own footing. Basically what Aston Martin are doing, right? They were leaning a little bit on Mercedes for quite a while, but in the meantime, they've been building a big factory. They're going to be moving to Honda and become a works team and all that kind of thing. They're moving to independence.
Oh, that's nice. Sorry, you'll see it in a minute, Stuart. It's the tower in Bahrain down at Turn 1. They've got Gilles de Ferran initials on there with the McLaren logo, which is quite nice.
Oh, that's nice.
There, a tribute. I spotted I saw this the other day on Twitter thing. Also, Silent Shark said it's not so much the tech sharing, it's the politics. If there's a thing that the teams need to vote on, Red Bull have twice the voting power, and not RB could vote against things in their own interest. Absolutely true. I'm not debating that, but we've also for a long time had Ferrari with a hand in at Sauber, and they get Sauber to vote the way they wanted, and Mercedes would get Williams to vote the way they wanted. So they do have twice the voting power, but actually Mercedes, they have a hand in at Williams. I don't know if they still do in the same way, but they used to use them. They could use McLaren if they wanted to. They could use Aston Martin. Engine manufacturers, engine suppliers have been doing that for a long time. I assume that's a contractual thing. You've got our engine. We'll give you it for this amount of money, which is a bit less than we could do, but we need you to vote the way we want you to in meetings. So, and don't forget, Ferrari used to have a veto full stop, didn't they? On everything.
It's wild.
Should we go for lunch? No.
It's definitely either a contractual thing or like one of those like kind of mafia things. Like, nice house you got there. It'd be a shame if someone took your engines away.
As we know, houses famously powered by engines.
That's right. But yeah, I think that's a good point, but I think it's a separate point.
Yeah, they do want to say I guess that's the difference between influence and ownership. I suppose is a good point. Yeah, sorry.
So yeah. I mean, one of the many issues in Formula One that in a perfect world wouldn't be around, but here we are. I mean, the question mark over how much the competitors should have a say in the rules and stuff like that is a contentious one all by itself. Whether or not they're ganging up into little factions.
Yeah, I think the team should be allowed an opinion, but I think ultimately the governing body should set the rules, and then the teams follow those rules. I don't think there's anything wrong with the FIA listening to teams say, well, actually, that's a concern, and then maybe acting on that. But I don't want teams making the rules because they've got one, understandably and I guess rightly, one interest in mind, haven't they, themselves? They're not thinking about the sport and how things run. So just to let you know, Verstappen 13 laps at the moment on his hard tyre stint. 15 for Charles Leclerc, who's still fastest, and Zhou Guanyu's on 13 laps. They're your longest stints at the moment. Everybody actually on a stint of some sort, apart from Alonso, who's just gone out, who's probably just started that, to be fair. But Piastri on 4 laps, Hulkenberg 7, and Russell on 5. So just waiting now, just desperately hoping that they all strap on some C5s now. Yeah, everyone seems to be agreeing now it was a C4 on Leclerc, but we definitely watched that second lap, didn't we? It was quicker on, so it is absolutely the C4, 30.3. His fastest time at the moment, which is good.
We're 2 likes away from 500 if 2 people want to chip in and like the stream.
So that's 102 away from 600.
That's right.
Maths.
Yeah. So I think we're going to move into the last hour, and it's going to be a last hour 100 like encouragement
100%.
stream.
100%. And then they're all going to surprise me. I'll turn around and be like 850, and I'll be like, oh, I love you all so much. Thank you for helping us through this.
Fittipaldi has died.
Oh.
Sorry, talk over you there.
Wilson Fittipaldi.
Wilson Fittipaldi, former F1 driver and team owner. Wilson Fittipaldi has died age 80. I have to say I haven't heard of Wilson Fittipaldi, but that's a me. His brother was Christian. No,
Okay.
his son was Christian. I just can't read. There you go. So if anyone is familiar with Wilson Fittipaldi, that's some news for you.
Is he Wilson Fittipaldi Jr. officially?
I'm
learning. Yeah. Died 23rd of February 2024. That's today. Oh, I honestly, I didn't.
Brother of Emerson, father of Christian. Drove for F1 with Lotus in 1970.
Okay, I can't honestly like that feels really disrespectful now that he's passed away. I can't honestly say. I know the Fittipaldi name, of course. I know the Fittipaldi name, but still, rest in peace. It's still sad, isn't it? He's a motorsport guy.
Yeah.
He was a motorsport guy, so it's still a loss to the community. So
you can't know every guy,
no,
as much as you try.
Who are you? Me, Steve. Oh, how's Pedro? Or was it Pedro and Steve or Paolo and Steve?
I mean, I'm going to reiterate how little I can remember from day to day, let alone 2 or 3 years ago with the people. Yeah, it definitely was Steve. I remember, I've definitely remember the name Steve. If that helps.
Yeah, it was definitely Steve. I think Paolo's.
I think most people don't know what the heck we're talking about.
No. If you know what we're talking about, just let us know in chat. Honestly, because it'd be interesting to know who was here that day in Barcelona. Is Bahrain better
the real
at day
OG.
or night? Says CPB. Night. Bahrain's better at
for
night.
racing. Yeah, for racing.
I don't know about
actually probably just for being there as well because it's less hot.
I don't know.
I had friends who worked in Abu Dhabi for a while, and they described it as you basically during the day you just run between air-conditioned buildings.
I can imagine.
Or you just turn into a puddle, yeah.
553 likes, Stuart. We got a flurry. We're 47 away.
Oh, nice.
Sean wants to move the goalpost again. He said.
Oh, I can't see that. It still says 498 to me. I'm going to have to do another refresh.
Gingerfest says leave
YouTube
flowers.
is basically falling apart.
Gingerfest knows. Kevin knows. The Internet Banana knows.
There we go. Yeah, you were there.
You were there. You weren't there, man. Max still got that Flovis on the car, so that was a nice long run from there. What we got? Leclerc, Verstappen, Piastri, and Alonso, Hulkenberg, Russell on track. Zhou's out there as well. We're watching on tele. Fernando Alonso coming through turn 11. I do like the Aston Martin livery, but it always feels like it's missing something. I don't know what. Probably Seb Vettel,
really?
isn't it?
No, I like it. I think it's a modern classic. Oh, I just hit all caps.
Are you angry? Yeah, he's Alonso on the back straight now. P4 at the moment on the timing screens. Flicks it into the final couple of corners and down the straight. What have you sent me? I'll be careful.
It's fine.
Ah! I've got more likes than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm joking.
We're heading into the final hour of the testing and commentary stream.
Yes, this is it. Well, we got an extra. Don't forget an extra minute and 52 because of the chaos this morning. So we come up to the last hour, but that is very, very exciting. It flies, it flies by. These do every single year, and then it's like, oh, long time to the next one, and then I wake up and it's the middle of February, and I go, oh crap.
I was, good old Lonzo's done a 1:37. Yeah, it does kind of fly by. Although I have to say, yesterday, there were some bits and bobs I was going to do after the stream, and I kind of just sat down and then never really got up again afterwards. It's quite tiring. This just chatting away.
I fell asleep on a sofa.
Yeah,
that was it.
Grand on it. I'm using up all my brain parts doing this. It may not sound like it for you at home, but don't forget we're talking and we're looking at numbers.
Yeah. And occasionally having to reach and get a drink. I mean, it's knackering stuff. I'm telling you.
And you're apparently doing it without drinking.
Well, it's fun my end because I'm trying to balance the stream as well, trying to make sure everything's running properly too, and checking I've got everything going on, and yeah, but it's still. I'll put it this way: I'd rather be doing this, be sat behind a checkout Aldi again, Aldi, ALDI before you start, Aldi.
Okay, but imagine if they get. Imagine if Audi come in with Aldi sponsorship.
Oh God, that'd be like Audi Sauber in Saudi, won't it?
Yeah. Well, it were an Aldi Sauber, sponsored by Aldi, and instead of coming in all like silver and red, it's going to be like bright blue and yellow, like that.
Annette says Lando's expression is so appropriate in the picture that's on there. I don't know if she's insulting me or. Oh God, these two.
I'm looking over the notes I made like on Wednesday morning when I was thinking of all the things that are going on and what things we could chat about, and over time I've been ticking them off, just crossing them out. The only thing I got left is Mercedes have a WhatsApp button on their steering wheel.
Yes. What was that about?
Well, they're sponsored by WhatsApp now.
Actually, WhatsApp, but.
Oh no, Lewis has left me another voice note complaining about tires.
Tires have gone. Yeah, I'd love to have I'd love to get hold of an actual F1 steering wheel and just look at it. And that sounds really stupid, but just hold it and
yeah. They're much lighter than you think they're going to be. As with all F1 things.
Charles Leclerc, C1 tyre, turn uno. There you go. Oh, thank God Sam's here. Sam says, thank you very much for Super Chat, mate. He says, final hour question to keep you sane. If Danny Rick doesn't get the call for Red Bull, does he stay at RB? Would he even want to be there? Thank you very much for your Super Chat and your support there, Sam. Appreciate that. I'll give you a love heart on there. Thank you very much. First Super Chat as well. So thank you very much for that. If he doesn't get the calls for Red Bull, does he stay at RB? Would he even be wanted there? I suppose it's something because the Yuki Tsunoda thing. Could that be a shootout there as well? Because they've got Liam Lawson that they seem to want to put in that car. There seems to be some. I mean, there was talk last year they've got a contract clause, haven't they, that he will get a drive for 2025, but that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't. That's just rumor. But it's whether they want to go with another year for Yuki, who's done those Woodwards in 4 years by that point, whether it's time to move him on. Do they want? Are they thinking maybe with RB still sort of use them as a junior team, but maybe experience alongside a new driver? Whereas Tsunoda's experienced at that point, isn't he? I mean, 5th season if they were together. So, but then you've got Ricciardo who's massive experience. I'm not sure what they really want to do.
Yeah, it's not an easy question.
It's tricky.
Is it?
It sort of.
I mean, I was looking at next year. Yeah. We've spoken a little bit the last couple of days. We don't really know what they are, what their ambitions or purpose are, and what they're trying to be.
Tsunoda's gone quicker. Sorry, 31.3 up to 6th place on that note.
Well done. Well done, Tsunoda.
C3
People
time.
seem pretty excited by that car.
Yes. Wouldn't it be a cruel irony if that car finished top 5 this year after all those years of Franz Tost saying his dream, his goal for that team was top 5, and then he leaves and it ends up top 5?
Yes.
That'd be so harsh, wouldn't it? It'd be so harsh on poor Franz Tost.
But you know what? It's just following on from what he built. You know?
Yeah, it's his car. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, there should be a little Tost logo on the car somewhere.
Machine Hum 2, thank you for your super chat. Says, good job. I sure can't talk and look at numbers at the same time. I can't even talk and say numbers at the same time. Didn't last long as a cashier. Thank you very much for the super chat. That's a good one. I like that one.
Harder than you think.
You ever worked in retail, Stuart? Random question.
I've worked retail in one job. I worked in home base. I didn't work on the tills. I was just like an aisle guy. So I do some restocking. I'd answer people's questions. I would actually I'll tell you something exciting about that job. I was also a paint mixer. So people came in with like, I want my walls to be the color of this scarf. I had to scan the scarf and mix the paint up into that color, which is pretty exciting. Cool. I'm sure you'll agree.
Very exciting. I'm just thinking about you saying you answering people's questions. My favorite of all. And if you worked in retail, you'll know immediately. Excuse me, do you work here? No, I just wear this for fun.
Yeah, I just love wearing bright green and orange.
As a question for you, for both of us actually, from CPB, love the wording as well. It says, obviously this won't happen, but would you shit a brick if Sky and F1 announced Max to join Audi for 2026? Would it be more shocking than Lewis going to Ferrari? Yes, it would be more shocking than Lewis going to Ferrari. I think Max leaving Red Bull full stop other than for retirement would surprise me at the moment, to be honest. But
I don't think he would go anywhere that was unproven.
No.
For starters.
But back to your point from earlier when we said about how we thought Lewis Hamilton was at Mercedes for the rest of his career, he may leave Red Bull one day, but it doesn't feel like it, does it, at the moment? It feels like he's there for a long time, which he is, 2028. A contract he signed about 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Or his dad signed for him 30 years ago.
He has made some noises about, to the tune of never say never about going to Ferrari. I think he's also similar to like a lot of people who like, driving Ferrari would still be pretty special. I think to be honest, I don't think I think having that 2028 contract is serving a purpose for him as well, other than being kind of, I think it's keeping him stable. I don't think he's that interested in thinking that much beyond that, because he's also made some noises about, maybe he'll leave F1 in 2028 because he wants, there's other things he likes. He's very interested in doing endurance racing and like other kinds of racing and things. I think by 2028 he will have achieved a hell of a lot in F1, and I don't think he's particularly interested in staying around for 20 years and necessarily breaking every record there is. I think he's got other interests. And to be honest, I think that'd be a pretty kind of a bit of a baller career if you rock up, you make your mark almost instantly, you win a whole bunch of championships, and then you just leave while you're still young. I mean, he'll be like 31 or something in 2028. He'll still be at his peak to do whatever he wants to do. I think that'd be quite, it's like, and then just sod off and go to WEC or something, and then win Le Mans and all that kind of stuff.
I was watching, so somebody asked earlier about what we think Neil Williams looks like on board. So I just watched Alex Albon's lap while you were talking there, and he's gone over the line and improved. Very wide out the final corner, but it wasn't it wasn't as steady as I thought it was through some. I thought it was before through some of the corners. It was certainly adjustments mid corner through 11, a couple of adjustments and twitchy and wide at it. So maybe it's not as stable as I was hoping it would be. But Alex Albon has crossed the line to go 12th with an improved. It was a 1:32.5, now a 1:32 flat. So it was a good half a second. So it was a good lap. But intrigued to know what it would have been without that running wide at the final corner. But it looks a little bit twitchy in places. But it's a car that's back end of the midfield, isn't it? And into the midfield, it's not going to be on rails like a Red Bull is, for example. So
I still take a lot of heart with where Williams are now compared to where they were a few years ago.
God, yeah. We keep saying it, my James Vowles fandom. But Action says, I still think it's insane Vettel retired before Alonso. Alonso sabbaticaled, didn't he? Really, but yeah, for a couple of years. But yeah,
you mean Max, right? Did you mean Max, or do you mean?
No, I still think Vettel retired before Alonso. Said,
sorry, I'm looking at a different comment.
I how can I? People disagree on this, but I think Vettel peaked very early. So I think his retirement in terms of growing, peaking, and then falling away was probably about the right time. But for some drivers, and a lot of drivers, that peak comes a little bit later. That's how I've always viewed Seb Vettel, which isn't a bad thing. He's 4-time world champion. He's still successful, isn't he?
Yeah, and he was still fighting.
Yeah,
for championships. Later on, it sort of petered away, obviously for various reasons in the 2017, 2018, but he still showed who he was. I do find it interesting, the different kind of, as you say, shapes of people's careers. And it's not always necessarily how they peak as athletes, but sometimes just, what teams they end up in, just the way the dice are thrown around them. That you'll get some drivers who, come in hot and able to sort of be at the front or thereabouts for their entire career, like Hamilton, like Schumacher for the most part. I know they weren't fighting for championships every year, but they weren't dumped in the midfield, like some drivers. And then some drivers are come in hot really early. Your Alonsos and your Vettels do some great things early on in their career and then never find themselves in a position to be able to challenge much again, which has got to be frustrating. I feel like Alonso particularly has spent a lot of his career incredibly frustrated because he must know his potential.
Yeah, and his moves have been poor at times, haven't they? with Fernando, definitely. Yeah, I can imagine this frustration. I think that's why I think there is some merit in the links to Mercedes, because as the steps that Aston Martin are taking are great, but they still feel a few years off challenging for a title if they're ever going to do that. And I don't think Alonso's got a few more years. So I think if that offer from Mercedes comes, you could easily argue that Mercedes are better placed to give him a race-winning car and potentially a championship-winning car than Aston Martin right now. So that's why I think he might be tempted.
Yeah.
Gasly out on the C3s, by the way, fresh set. Leclerc still out on the C1s. Just letting you know what's happening on track. Yuki Tsunoda's on an outlap. Piastri and Alonso are out there as well. Where are the stints? We all have a stint. Piastri's on a 15-lap stint. Alonso 13 laps. So they're Hulkenberg's still on an 18-lap stint. He's just... He must be. No, it says he's in the pits. That was his last stint, was it? The timing thing says he's on track, but he's not on track. The driver tracker says he's on track. But the timing on the TV says he's in the pits. Well, this is just ridiculous.
That's... 7 drivers on track, as far as I can see. You got Gasly, Piastri, Leclerc, Alonso, Russell, Tsunoda, and Albon.
Refresh it again, but it's definitely telling me Hulkenberg.
I cannot see the man Hulkenberg.
No, it's not that I've refreshed it. So the live timing isn't refreshing for me all the time. So there we go. Ignore me then.
Okay, that's good. So we're not seeing phantoms again.
Ghost Hulkenberg.
If you had to put 50 quid down right now and make a bet on what year is Alonso's final year in Formula One, for real, What would you say?
As ever, I can't just give you a straight answer.
No.
So,
well, we've got 48 minutes to fill, so
I would say if he stays at Aston Martin, 2025.
Mm-hmm.
If he moves to Mercedes, I think he'll give them 26 as well and do 2 years. So within the next 2 years, 25, 26.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
I don't see the point in him leaving Aston Martin to go to Mercedes for 1 year, unless it is just on a whim and a bit of a hope that they are better placed, and then retire at the end of that. He may as well stay where he is and see what Aston do. But I say 25% Aston, 26 if he goes to Mercedes. But not knowing Fernando, but what we've seen of Fernando over the years, probably around 2032. But George Russell on a hotish lap, personal best first sector on the C3s. A couple of tenths off the fastest time. Sonoda improving as well on the C4s. Here goes Yuki. Here we go. What can he do? Personal best first sector. We'll keep an eye on that one. What would you say? Chat saying James Rich says 25. CPB says 26. 2030 says Matt. 2026 says Axum. 26 says Warren. C3 says 27, and that says 26. C3 says 25 is next year. Yeah, end of 2025. It's possible. That's what I'm thinking. If he stays at Aston Martin for 25, retire at the end of 25. I'm thinking end of the season. Sorry, just to be clear.
Yeah, he'll do 25 and then not do 26. Yeah, I'd probably go for 25, but not. But if it's not 25, I won't be surprised.
Yeah. What's Sonoda going to do on these C4? Sorry, Stuart. I'm just sort of. Sonoda goes P3.
No, that's fine.
130.835. Solid lap, not just on time, just a solid lap there.
Yeah.
Albon on the C3.
Do you know, is he on the 4 or the 5?
The 4, definitely
Sonoda.
the 4. 100% the 4.
Right.
No,
I was just checking. I didn't hear you the first time.
I was just making sure I'd definitely seen the brackets. And Albon does a 131.4 to move into 8th place on the C3. And Russell jumps to P4 as well, by the way, on the C3.
There you go. Well, people are starting to put in some hotter times now, aren't they?
Ramping up.
I like to think so. This feels like, we've got 45 minutes to go. This is like old school qualifying, isn't it? We're just going to spend an hour watching people try and get better and better times.
Will they go out? Will they not? Who's from your information, Stuart, who's officially out there? I've got Albon, Gasly, Russell, Sonoda, Piastri, Leclerc, and Zhou just heading out.
That seems right to me. Yeah,
that's all right then. We're working at the moment.
I'm looking at my circles going round. That seems right. Zhou just heading out.
So
I'm sure Verstappen will be out soon.
Is just getting back into the car. They're watching him in the pit lane here. I'm intrigued as to what's going to be under those tyre blankets when they come off. I'm getting excited to probably the C1s. He's the only one to try the C0s this week. Where are we up to? 44 minutes to go. So just for anyone tuning in and listening, Leclerc still fastest, Verstappen second, 4 tenths off, 130.3 fastest of the day. Sonoda in third, Russell fourth, Piastri fifth, Alonso sixth, Sainz seventh. Then it's Albon, Perez, Hulkenberg, Hamilton, Stroll, Norris, Gasly, Magnussen, Ocon, Bottas, Zhou, and Ricciardo. Generally, the C3 tyre has been the tyre of choice, as has been the case for much of testing. But Charles Leclerc, his fastest time was on the C4. That's the fastest time. Sonoda, as I was just saying, his fastest time was also on the C4 there in P3. Everyone else C3 apart from Hamilton on the C5 this morning. And Ricciardo on the C1, if I'm reading that correctly. Yes, Ricciardo on the C1. So
very nice.
There's your tyre times. I'm not going to go through all the times again until a bit later, probably when we wrap up the session now. But a bit of carbon fibre just almost on the racing line. It's on the white line, sticking out a bit. It looks like it's come off an Alpine or a Williams. It's an Alpine. It's got pink on it. Flicked off the,
So I'm watching Ted Kravitz focusing very, very intently on Red Bull's nose tip. but I think they're just talking about the hole in it for cooling the driver. I thought there were going to be a dramatic reveal of the real nose, as we sort of talked about in the first hour, I think, this week, that Red Bull had like a fake nose that was hiding a real nose underneath.
C2s for Verstappen. I joke the C1s. I want far off. So we're not going to get a hot lap from him just yet. I suppose Red Bull don't need to, do they? They don't. Well, yeah, turn it up now, Max. Show what you've got. He doesn't need to, do they? We know they're quick. Kind of bonkers. I was wondering what that is that fell off the Alpine. They've brought Gasly in, changing tyres, and I see. Yeah, he's going to go back in the garage. So I'll have a look at that. Something definitely flicked off. His right rear corner of the car.
Well, now's the time.
No, right. No, it's his wheel brow, as we call it. The wheel cover, his right front wheel brow has come off, has shattered.
Oh. Semi-related.
Okay.
I was going to say, how do you feel? It's a bit of a what do you even say? But I'm interested in this. They're going to be testing not wheel brows, but sort of rear wheel, sort of things to control spray in the rain. Essentially, I'm talking about. They want to stick these kind of wheel cover things over the rear wheels to try and reduce the spray and wet weather to hopefully mean, when it starts raining, we can keep the cars out on track and not have to bring them in because no one can see anything. They're going to be trying to stick them on the cars and test them a bit this year, aren't they? But of course, that depends on whether it rains, doesn't it?
They tried them last year in private testing, didn't they?
Yeah. I mean, I'm very pro it. I don't know how it works in terms of, can you just slot them on when it starts raining? Or do you have to
interesting point, yeah.
Or are they sort of attached to a wet tire somehow, and so they just go on with the tire? But I think anything that allows you to keep running when it's wet, because the last decade or so we've got to a state where even if you've got the full wet tires on, it just becomes a bit of a nightmare because no one can see anything, and I feel like it's actually physically become more of a problem than it used to be. It's not just that everyone's more scared to go driving in the rain than we used to. Do you think? There is genuinely physically more of an issue than we used to have.
Yeah, there seems to be, doesn't it? I don't know. Is the world wetter now? Is the rain different in some way? Is the rain a different kind of rain to what we used to have? No, they're definitely more cautious. We have got a yellow flag at turn 1. I'm guessing a Ferrari's gone through there, so I think my guess will be they've been off track and rejoined. They have got going Leclerc, a Ferrari, Leclerc. We'll have a look in a minute, hopefully get a replay of that. I'll see if that pops up. They definitely seem more cautious about racing in the rain. But then we have things like last year in Zandvoort, which I know it was drizzle to start with and then started to come down, but they were quite happy on dries on a wet track at Zandvoort for quite a while, some of them, weren't they? So it's interesting balance. I suppose it depends on the track. Somewhere like Spa, you don't want to be, standing water through Eau Rouge and Radion, do you, I suppose? But that's a bit different to standing water through, I don't know, the Rascasse or whatever at Monaco. It's still going to hurt if you get it wrong, but it's not as big an accident, is it? So erring on the side of caution, I suppose. But I like the idea, by the way, of the let's call them mud flaps being attached to the inters or the wets or both. Would be quite cool. Just so it's a very quick change. We've not got to sort of red flag a session so everyone can put their wet weather guards on, because that's the other concern, isn't it? It was a marshal on track at turn 1 to fetch the debris.
Right, okay.
Steve! No. He's got it, and he's going to fall over like we sometimes see for a bit of action and drama. No. Good man. He's got the bit of debris and a souvenir to take home. I'm sure they won't be fighting for it. What we'll do then is, if you've got any questions, throw them in chats. If you've got any questions, throw them in chat. 584 likes, by the way, so I think we can get somewhere near 700 now. I'm going to be bold. Let's get a flurry of likes on there. 1,100 if you're here. Please do drop a like. I don't get paid for the likes. It's just all part of the algorithm, and it just helps the channel, which is always a bonus. And it's free. Same with subscribing. That's the cliche at the minute they use on YouTube, isn't it? It's free. because it means anything. But there you go. Please drop a like, don't subscribe as well. Get your questions in. We'll answer some for the next 37 minutes. I'll keep an eye on the times. I'll tell you as things change. We'll look out for anything significant, and you'll hear us shout and scream, and we'll interrupt each other when things important on track are happening. But we're waiting for anybody to maybe strap on some soft tyres and go for a run. I searched George Russell, personal best first sector, half second down the middle sector. That one is on Leclerc's time, so not going to be a purple lap here on the C3. So yeah, get your questions in, and then we will answer those for the next 37 minutes, half an hour or so. Would be good.
Sounds good. And then in 38 minutes, all we'll have left is to wait for free practice 1 in 5 days.
Yeah, anything left
6
is
days,
racing.
if you can count properly, which I can't.
It's because it's Friday and you think practice Friday. It's weird. That's something actually. I missed it, and it was mentioned on Wednesday by Ted, and I missed it over the winter. But apparently, Australia is going back to being the opening round of the season from next year.
Oh, that'd be nice.
That feels like a proper start to the season, doesn't it? For me, that does. That's pretty much always been.
I wonder why.
The start of the season, probably because it's always been the start of the season.
I mean, I wonder why it's moving.
No. I don't know if maybe this year with the races being moved to Saturdays because of Ramadan. I don't know if maybe they've thought to sort of push those back and have Australia first, and then allow people to celebrate Ramadan, and then rather than moving the race around, if that makes sense, maybe. But yeah, that's a good point from Kian, though. What about testing? We're not going to test in Australia, are we?
No.
So we're going to go back to Bar. Oh, there it is. Penny drop for Sean. Idea.
Go on.
Madrid gets the Spanish Grand Prix. Barcelona becomes the testing track. There you go.
You're so right. Oh no. Oh God. Hang on. Sorry.
Oh God.
No, I was looking up this Australia coming first thing, and I went to a news site, and then it just started playing a video at me really loudly.
Okay,
in Australian.
Here, like, come to Australian Grand Prix. It's great.
It didn't explain anything. It didn't explain anything at all.
Lad. Well, that didn't explain anything. I just wonder if that's maybe something that Madrid or F1 and Barcelona can come to agreement on. So we've not got 2 races in Spain. If they don't want 2 races in Spain, have Madrid as Spanish Grand Prix, and then Barcelona can be the testing venue. But then didn't Bahrain pay a fortune for testing?
I actually don't know. Maybe they did. You'd think you'd pay the circuit for testing.
Yeah.
Because you're kind of using it. You're kind of hiring it, right?
Interesting.
Okay. So basically, all I'm getting is it's going to open up the 2025 season, but not necessarily.
Yeah.
But not necessarily like an ongoing thing. It might just be the 2025 season. But if I understand rightly, the way Ramadan works is it kind of shifts back a little bit year on year. It's not so maybe there'll be a couple of years where it is just like directly over the top of
maybe
the season opening. So that's why, or a number of other reasons that to do with money. Who can say?
They're all having a good look at Pierre Gasly's right front here, where the wheel brow, as I keep calling it, the wheel cover came off. So I don't know if they found something that's triggered that, because they don't tend to just fall off, do they? There's a reason for it. So,
and it's not exact. That Alpine is not a bouncy car like the Aston Martin, is it?
No.
I mean, to be fair, none of them are bouncy anymore, are they?
No, it's they're not. They have their moments, don't they? But I don't know if it's you've got tracks that are bumpy, and people say, oh, they're porpoising, but it's the bumps in the track, but also the bumps can, I assume, can trigger porpoising, can't they? Because it sets off the effect, I suppose. But
yeah.
Lyle, thank you for your super chat, Lyle. Says thoughts on drain covers being a pain again. Thank you very much, mate, for the support there. Drains being a pain. The pain in drain mainly happens in Bahrain. That's not bad.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, we said it at the start of the stream. Somebody made the point, the cars, I think it was Adrian Newey said the cars are heavier. They're contributing to that. Somebody else said that, contributing to that. They also said that, somebody said in chat about maybe ground effects being a thing. But also, as we keep saying, the cars, the drivers are out there where the drains are, and the circuits weren't designed for the cars to be out there at these speeds. So I think I don't expect it to be an issue next week when track limits are enforced a bit more, but I just think it's something that needs to be. It's a bit like Vegas was saying, is a circuit fit for purpose. It's a bit different on a street track because with street tracks, cars are going to use the curbs, aren't they? Whereas in Bahrain, there's no reason for them to be out there. Obviously, they want to go quicker, but they've got plenty. The track's wide enough for them to squeeze on. They don't need all that space, so they could stay off the curbs. But I think maybe they just need to either address that, tell them to stay off the curbs out there like that, or whether maybe they need to look at finding drain covers that aren't going to get ripped up by F1 cars. But good luck testing that.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to move once you put them there. I'm interested. I know when you're, designing drainage, you put drains in very specific places, where the water flows and what makes sense. And the reason I'm saying this is because I was thinking, like, why can't you just put the drains in places where Formula One cars aren't going to go? And I know the Formula One cars weren't designed to go out there, but, if you put it near a curb, then you're kind of flirting with danger a little bit.
Yeah.
But obviously drains go where drains have to go. Even though this circuit was designed from scratch, including the draining, so they could have thought about it back then. But then you also have your street tracks where drains are just where drains are, right? What are you going to do about it other than weld them down?
Oh yeah, that's different for the street track thing. But I on the Bahrain thing, it was designed specifically for racing, but also it was designed for racing 20 odd years ago, as we were saying yesterday. So the cars have come a long way, haven't they? And no, the Vegas thing, I got muddled in my head with drains and curbs. So I'm not saying that Bahrain's a street track because it's definitely not. But you've got actual street drainage, haven't you? So that's where it's different to the situation in Bahrain. But for all the criticism, and that's why I say good luck testing it, because for all the criticism Vegas got, and my criticism was more around the denial of it all afterwards and the towing the party line. But the criticism they got for that, my assumption is, and I have no reason to doubt it, that the organisers, which happened to be F1 that year, and continuing to be F1, I imagine they went round and checked everything was secure. The problem is there's no substitute for running an F1 car over something at full speed, is there, like a drain cover, and you're not going to know until that F1 car goes over it whether it's realistically that, because anything, there are variables, aren't they? Effectively,
yeah, you can give it a good yank, I guess. Like you could apply a force that you think is equivalent to the suction from an F1 car, but then just giving it a big yank on a rope or something is not the same as the airflow. Because actually, if I remember rightly, because they weld down the drains, but the big incident that happened in Vegas, it kind of actually sucked up like a significant portion of the kind of concrete cylinder beneath it. Like it kind of pulled the whole thing up. Like the stress point was actually not where the drain fits in the hole. It was below, which I guess, to be fair, very hard to see coming and very hard to test in advance.
Well, on that note, Rick.
Oh, good. I'm glad Jonty's in chat, because I was going to ask him how you unweld something, but
Rick said they could get a used jet engine and blow it upwards. Do you know what? I think I'd pay to watch that over the Grand Prix. I think that would be brilliant fun to watch. Just so you know, Alex Albon has gone over the line on the C4 tyre, I think, and done a 1:30.9 to put him into 5th place. So good luck there from Alex Albon. C4 tyre, yes, it was apparently. Confirmed. Yes. I don't trust the tyre graphics anymore. Yeah, Alex Albon.
You unweld things with an angle grinder.
There you go. Is that not angle grinding? It's unwelding for me now. That'll do.
Well, part of me thought, maybe you just, maybe it's just like you get a big, incredibly hot soldering iron and start remelting it. Shows what I know. I do enjoy a Jinkies comment that Rope Potter had more pink on it than the Alpine, which is true.
Oh, Rope Potter, that's going back a bit, isn't it?
Yeah, 2020, I think.
Oh, and we'd all gone slightly delirious. Yeah.
We'd all gone slightly delirious. I made the mistake of speaking French.
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to ask you this.
Oh, Christ.
We've been asked this a few times, so I'm going to ask. Okay, about what CPB1's asked what's the greatest Sebastian Vettel's greatest season in F1 when he was at the peak. But I've noticed he's asked a few times now, so I may as well say it. I was thinking about it a bit. It's a tricky one. You can't discount 2013 with that absolute run of 9 victories.
No. But also that comeback for the championship in 2012 when it looked like Fernando had it in the bag.
Yeah.
And beating Alonso to the championship was phenomenal. But then, like you say, that's sandwiched by those 2 dominant years, isn't it? 11 and 13, which when you see dominant years, it's hard not to look at that and go, wow. I
mean, 2012 is a hell of a season.
It's in there, isn't it?
And he put in the work, didn't he?
It's in that. I think how far back was he from Alonso in 2012 after the summer break? It was a significant gap, the kind of gap that if that happened now, we'd be saying, well, that's the title done, or it would feel like the title was done. It was a big gap, but he was really good in the Toro Rosso. I think 2010 is one of my all-time favourite seasons in the sense that one of my favourite stats there's some great stats with 2008 and 9, 2 British drivers using the number 22, winning the world championship in Brazil. That's a great stat, but I also love the fact Sebastian Vettel never led the championship in 2010 until he crossed the line to win it. It's just that's the perfect way to win a world championship. You've done it right at the end there. So I'd say 2012-13 in there. But I would probably lean towards 12. 12 probably impressed me more because he had to beat Fernando Alonso and had to come back from so far behind to beat a driver like Fernando Alonso to the title. I know Ferrari like their Ferrari moments and things, but you got me thinking of favourite Seb Vettel moments now. That first win for Ferrari in 2015.
Yeah.
At Malaysia, which surprised everybody if you remember at the time, didn't it? Nobody thought the pace was that somebody could beat Mercedes on pace, or what felt like pace at the time. I can't remember what all the stats were behind it and the data said, but it was a outright win. It wasn't. He didn't look into it. It wasn't mechanical problems for the Mercedes, was it? He won that on pace, so that was amazing. I do love.
He does have some really hot moments, doesn't he? Like his. I think. It's interesting. I mean, I know F1 has exploded in popularity in the last, 5, the Drive to Survive years, I guess, 5 or 6 seasons. And there are people who maybe didn't necessarily see Sebastian Vettel in his absolute prime and maybe just saw him as he was sort of fading off or being in the wrong seat and having a troubled time in 2020. Was it 2021? One of the when he sort of absolutely foundered compared to Charles Leclerc, which ended up with him leaving to go to Aston. Anyway, who may not have just seen the sort of brilliance that he had, because as we spoke about earlier with his career, he did have his peak really early on in one big clump.
That's true.
And there are some people who may not have appreciated that.
I'm just looking because I've seen somebody say in chat, Gen X Gaming says, don't forget that Grosjean in sparring, that is the number one reason Alonso lost 2012. Vettel would not have caught Alonso if that crash didn't happen. That is not the number one reason. No way. It absolutely was a huge impact, but I think, Vettel's run of 4 wins in a row, Alonso DNFing in Japan and his second and third place has definitely contributed to that. But, you know, Vettel had issues as well that year, as I recall, some of his own making. But I feel like Europe, was it the European Grand Prix where his car let him down? Yeah, that's all part of the swings, not the swings and roundabouts, but the ebb and flow of a season, isn't it? Was it? See, chat will get there before I can check it, but I'm sure it was Valencia that year where his car went pop when he looked so comfortable, and he had a bit of a strop as he got out of the car, bless him, through his gloves at the fence. I think that was the year that was. So yeah.
I mean, I think that's the thing, isn't it? When you've got a close run title fight, you could pick dozens of individual things and say that is the reason that he won and he lost. You know, you could play that game with a number of things. Not to say that it wasn't significant to be taken out in Belgium, but it wasn't the only time either of them DNF'd, was it? Or lost points.
The Red Bull was a better car, as Siegfried is making a point in chat, was the better car. So Alonso did a good job being the title fight, but I will always make the point that Ferrari was not as dog crap as a lot of people seem to, for some reason, remember it was. I think, and I bless him, because Massa never recovered from 2009 for me and his crash, but Massa made that car look worse than it was in 2012. But at the same time, I think Alonso also made it look better than it was, in that it wasn't the best car out there, and he made it look like it you know, at his hands, it was up there as the best car out there, if you know what I mean. Whereas Massa, I think, just made it look a lot worse than it was. So I don't. It's not. I'm not saying the Ferrari was the super fast car and the best one out there, but it was at worst top three. You know, which is still an achievement. By the way, winning a title in a car that's at worst third fastest is still pretty damn solid. As Tsunoda goes locking up at turn 10 and wide. I'm not seeing many of these red tyres.
No,
Stuart, I'm getting a bit annoyed.
20 minutes to go. Come on, everybody. We want to get. Are we going to get the headline that Leclerc wins? Or that Ferrari have got top of timing for the second day in a row.
Let's give it 20 minutes.
Yeah. Surely people are not going to let this sit. They're going to be too eager to get out there and do something.
Max wants to know why there's no time for Sargent. Logan's not in the car today, Max. He did all day yesterday. Yes, he did all day yesterday. So it's Albon all day today. So he's done. Rick wants 700 likes. Rick's pushing for 700 likes. We're 80 away. Let's get those likes up to 700. Let's match yesterday. That'd be pretty cool. They usually go down.
That would be pretty cool. I'm not. YouTube is not playing nice to me today. The stream keeps slipping behind, and the likes are not updating. I keep having to refresh. I haven't restarted my computer in about a week though, so
yeah. See if they do a glory run. That'd be good to get some C4s. Not even C5, just the C4s. That'd be fine. Then I think the C5 might be pointless. Actually, it falls away at the end of the lap, doesn't it? So I'd rather see something that's going to do the whole lap on a C4. That'd be cool. Hi, Jordan. Jordan saying hi in chat. Hello, Jordan.
Hello.
Thanks for popping on. Just looking for a question while we've got, but I'm also very aware that we're coming towards this last few minutes, so I want to keep an eye on chat and on the track, because I don't know what people are going to do. But until I hear
8 cars on track,
Tsunoda, Russell, and Albon on soft tyres. Here we go. Unless mine's not updated against you, I don't know. But it's telling me.
Can Tsunoda improve on third place?
Here we go.
And snatch testing pole position.
So you know how some of the tyres on the website have like a line through them, if you like?
Yeah.
Is that a different compound, or is that used this time? In
that
like
means
a race used?
That means they're not new.
Okay. I'm just wondering if in testing they've used it for just to say this is the C4, this is the C5, but no.
I mean, I wish they did, but I wish they did something.
So Russell's on brand spanking new C4s then. DRS open on the run to turn 4. Would be cool to be on board. Would be nice, but we're going to watch him anyway. We're not quite as wide as Lewis Hamilton this morning.
No. He's had to pass Joe, and he might catch Leclerc if Leclerc's on a first sector. Gentle one.
900ths off.
Very nice. Yeah, he's coming into turn 10 now. He's going to do up the back straight.
Does he get through it without locking up? Yep, seems to do. Nicely on the apex there. Not actually nice exit, to be fair. DRS open down the... it's not quite a back straight, is it? The third DRS zone. Technically the second, actually, if you want me to be really pedantic about it. Well, it is, isn't it? Because the first one is 3 to 4. The second will be 10 and 11. Then the third one is technically because it starts before the start-finish line. So only a tenth and a half down on Leclerc here on the C4. And Leclerc's was on the C4. Ignore your TV graphic, as far as we're aware anyway, unless it's changed again.
Leclerc comes into the pits as well. Maybe he'll be putting on a fresh set of reds.
What's happening with Russell's gone second, 30.368. Less than half a tenth, actually, off the pace. That's a good lap.
And the fastest third sector of anybody. He's gone purple with a 22.5. Yeah, very, very close to. And Leclerc's out again. So let's have a look at what tyres he's on as he heads back on track into a whole bunch of traffic immediately.
Are we doing the last 15 minutes as proper commentators here?
Let's do it. Imagine such things.
Yuki. Not a great first sector, 54.7. So I'm guessing that's not a hot push lap. Just who else was out there on the softs? There were 3. I'm sure.
I'm going to move my windows around. So I can actually look at. The thing.
It's now saying Sonoda on the mediums on the website. So I'm not sure we're going to get that from. And he is on the mediums. Looking at him here, bit wide and a bit twitchy out of that onto the back straight. He's gearing up for a lap. Is he going to come in and put some softs on, or is he going to go for it on the C3s? Already, he did a C4 run, didn't he? Sonoda, yes, he did. So they might not bother then, because that put in P4. Albon's out there on a C. Oh, Albon's pitted. Oh, Alex, he's pitted. So they might be pissed to put those tyres on. Get us all excited. Hulkenberg's in the pits. Actually in the pits this time. So Alonso, Piastri, Leclerc, Russell, all pretty much together on track. Actually, Stuart, look at the tracker.
Yeah, I was going to say Leclerc's coming to the end of his outlap, and he's right behind Alonso and Piastri, which isn't necessarily where he wants to be if he wants to put a hot one in now.
He's going to get a toe, which might get Albon's on his way back out again, so he did an in and out.
Here we go. So he'll be in the way as well.
Zhou ran on the C4 as well here, by the way. Personal best over the line, DRS open, and it's a 1:30.6. P3 for Zhou, who topped P2 of testing day 2 last year.
Virtual safety car.
And we got a VSC, so we're now going to do the virtual safety car test. So all those hot laps we were just about to get.
Yeah, it was looking hot, wasn't it?
That was it. So likely that's your running order now. Well, not your running order. I'm not doing a pecking order. We might have a go. Why not? Safety car. Yeah, they're doing the safety car testing. So there you go. That's the end of that. That was getting a bit exciting then.
That's annoying, isn't it?
Yeah. I want to see how Leclerc got on with the traffic and what that did for his lap times. But Russell in the pits with tyre blankets in the box. So waiting to go back out again. Run through the systems. We'll get a red flag in a moment, I assume. And then hopefully we'll get a start like we did yesterday. Would be cool. There's your red flag. Yep. So
actually, this does add up, doesn't it? Because it's 15 minutes on the clock, but only 5 minutes to the hour. So this must have been this was prepared. And if it's just like yesterday, then they just closed up shop, didn't they? When this was over, they didn't do any more laps. So Leclerc then tops the times.
Anthony Davidson just making the point in the comms, obviously not in my room, in the comms, that Verstappen is P4 0.433 off the fastest time, which was set on the C4s, and he did as a set of used C3s.
Yeah.
So
he's kind of made his mark, but kind of hidden it slightly.
He's quick. But anyone surprised by that statement? Red Bull are quick under the hands of Verstappen in particular? Not really. I'll tell you what, on this show, I got the red flag. We'll see if we get a nice little start again. But I can do mine first, so I don't put you on the spot and give you a second to think if you like. But I can say thinking about your pecking order, what you think the pecking order will be when we get to Bahrain. I can hear the screaming from here. When we get to Bahrain next week, I'll give you mine first so that we You've got some time to think, really, but I will say, brace yourself. Red Bull.
Go for it.
I think Red Bull first. I am going to be one of those cliche people who I was criticising yesterday and say Ferrari P2. I think Ferrari looks.
It's hard not to this time.
Well, their race pace is good. They have topped today and they topped yesterday, but it's the race pace that impressed a lot of people and me yesterday. So looking back at the info on the lap time, so I think Red Bull, Ferrari. I'm going to put Mercedes third. I still think there's more in that car than we're seeing. That time from Russell was good, but I don't see them threatening Red Bull, but I think we are going to get a very close fight in there with Ferrari and Mercedes. And I think McLaren aren't far away either. The reason I'm putting McLaren fourth is more because yes, Piastri got 90 laps today, but it's not been bulletproof from McLaren. So I don't think we've seen everything from them yet. So I can only put them 4 based on what we've seen, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them in the mix for top 3. I think it is Aston Martin 5th. It's going to sound very like last year. This is now thinking about it. It's going to be Aston Martin 5th, I think. I'm going to put RB 6th. Alpine. I'm going to do a bold one. Sauber 7th. Alpine 8th. And then 9th. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm going to put Williams 7th.
Oh.
Alpine 8th. Sauber 9th. Haas 10th. The back of the field is harder to pick than the front, because I could easily then go and turn around and change that to Alpine, Williams, Sauber, or Sauber, Alpine, Williams. I think that's going to be close again. So that's my pecking order, but I'm not convinced that that's going to be correct, because I'm not very good at these things. That's on a whim. I've not been impressed by Alpine. You said earlier it's hard to read, so they could easily end up being 5th fastest, but they could also be 9th fastest. I really can't read them. So what have you got, Stuart?
All right. Well, to surprise nobody, I'm going to have Red Bull up top.
Swine.
And I just to be interesting, I'm going to stick with what I said at the beginning of the day, even though the way the day's unfolded has kind of made it seem like Ferrari a second. I'm going to go for a punt and say McLaren second. I think there's more. I think they've shown good things, and I think some of it's been hidden by just the programs they're running and the problems they've had. So I think there's a good chance they could show up and kind of be where they were at the end of last year and be second to the best. And then Ferrari. And then Mercedes. So Mercedes 4th. Aston 5th. Then it gets tricky. I think I agree with you. RB 6th.
I want to move Alpine to 7th, I've decided.
Okay.
And Williams 8th. Sorry, just looking at the times and the data again.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think my bottom 5 might end up the same. So I'm just thinking if there's anything else that I'm feeling spicy about.
They're lining up on the grid.
Oh, are they? Not for me, they are yet.
Do you need a minute to think while I do some watch, see if they're actually going to go here and actually do what they didn't do yesterday?
Go on. Are they doing the lights?
I'm hoping so. I want to hear the doop, doop, doop.
They got to test the lights.
What if they don't work? Who we got on pole
So
then?
on
It's
pole.
Hulkenberg on pole. It's Hulkenberg on pole from Yuki Tsunoda on the front row. We've got a very slow formation lap because we've got somebody coming to the back of the grid. I can't quite see who it is. George Russell. Come on, George. We're waiting. Then we've got Piastri, I think. No. Zhou's 3rd. Piastri 4th. Alonso 5th. Technically 6th. Oh, they've aborted the start. Oh, dear. Oh no. I have to go around again. I've got to go do a lap to the grid now. You can finish your top 10 now, Stuart. Sorry.
All right, I'm going to stick Haas in 10th. And I'm going to... All right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to Alpine 5th. Sauber... No, Alpine 7th is what I meant. Sauber in 8th and Williams in 9th.
So Haas
for
10th.
some reason. And Haas 10th, of course, yeah. Yeah. That's my Bahrain lineup. I don't think, and I think that may be subject to change from race to race.
Sorry, stream and chat. I didn't mute my mic there. I was just drinking in the mic. Sorry, I usually mute it. Apologies.
Oh, I need a mute button because I don't have one. I need to keep opening Discord and actually clicking the mute button every time I want to mute.
Let's see if they're going to bother to do this now, then. Standing start.
Russell's already falling behind.
So we are going
that's nice. Yeah.
So your grid, and if this, by the way, if this is the order next week, bring it on. Hulkenberg on pole, then it'll be Tsunoda, Zhou, Piastri, Alonso, Leclerc, and Russell. Guarav wants to know what's happening. I'm new here. That's how I feel every day. It's we're obviously testing, but it's they're just doing some checking of the systems. So your start systems, your yellow flags, your safety cars, things like that on track at the moment. So we are just keeping an eye on that, and we'll tell you what's happening. I'd love to be able to show you it all because it's the sort of thing I think we could show you without actually hurting anybody's.
I noticed Verstappen can't be asked to come out, and Albon to join in the fun.
Yeah, boo. 13.
I'm surprised it's not just mandated, just everybody out. Help us with the test.
687 laps today. For the 3 days, sorry. 3,687. 1,200 today.
Nice. I think people should like the stream if they like you.
Come on. 40 likes.
You set an ambitious target.
Yeah.
40 likes. I think we can do it. I think it's fully achievable. I think Sean believes in you. I believe in you.
I believe in you. That was creepy.
I think that'd be pretty great to get 700 on the third day.
Come on,
they're lining up.
George just taking his time. I'm still here on bloody Friday waiting for it to line up. Come on, George. Come on, lad. There we go. Are we actually going to get some lights this time? We're on the Hulkenberg on pole. Are we going to do it? Are we going to do it? I want to say it. I want to say the line. I want to say the line. When you're ready, look but never stare. 5 lights on.
Yeah.
It's lights out and away we go in Bahrain testing, and Hulkenberg got off the line quickly and everyone else just carried on doing their normal start procedures.
From the dots, terrible start from George Russell.
He's still sat there. Wah, 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 wah. Oh dear. So that was we got a lights out and away we go, and a look but never stare, or look but don't stare, whatever it is Martin Brundle used to say when him and his mate David Coulthard used to do commentary podcasts, which was basically what it was.
Yeah, that was a weird year, wasn't it?
It was. We got to 700 likes. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you, everybody. And look, it's been an amazing week, 3 days. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. We hit the testing goal for Super Chat contributions. So thank you, everybody, for that. Really appreciating your support there. We got to every single like target we hit as well. 1,000 on day one, 700 yesterday, 700 today. It's been fantastic. So thank you to everybody for your support over the 3 days. We're just waiting, really, for this last 5 minutes now to tick away. And we have a red flag again. So I assume this is just what we're going to do. And then I'll throw the checkered flag in a moment. So it's been,
That's it. Now we wait till the actual race. There's nothing left in the pre-race build-up.
Is that it?
To go,
yeah.
But I mean, in terms of, we've had the launches, we've had all the blah, we've had Hamilton moving to Ferrari and all that stuff. We've had testing, and now all they've got to do is turn up in Bahrain again and do an actual session.
Valentine, thank you very much for your super chat. Says late to the party, but can just install a car wash for Flovis? That's a good idea, actually. Be easy, wouldn't it? At the top of the pit lane. Thank you so much for your super chat there and your support as well, mate. Appreciate that. Hope to see you on some post-race weekend streams this year. Would be good to see you there. But yeah, we're well over target today, so that's fantastic. Thank you to everybody just watching the cars in the pits. And if they do throw the checkered flag, we'll run through the times, and then we'll final thoughts and say goodbye until I'm back next week, of course. And then I think we're still doing the streams on the Monday, aren't we, Stuart, after Bahrain? So we'll be back together for that one, for the post-race weekend stream. Hopefully we'll be able to Well, do you know, it'll be nice actually on that stream not to have to say can't read anything into Times. That's good. We can read everything into this. It'd be fantastic. That first day, I mean, yeah, just the racing now to do. We've done the fun stuff of testing. Now we've got all that boring racing to get on with. 24 races. Who wants me?
Rubbish.
Boo.
Just keep coming and doing 8 hours a day of tootling round. That's where the real passion is.
It's official then. Testing 2024, although the clock is still ticking, the checkered flag is out, is over for another year. Thank you, Annette, by the way. Annette's going. Annette's off to bed. It's late for Annette. Thank you so much for your company, Annette. It's been fantastic to have you here. And thanks for your super chats as well. And your continued support, and hope you're okay. Sending love as always to Discord Mum, I think. She's become known. Let's have a run through these times then, and then we'll give some final thoughts, and then we will say goodbye until next week. So Charles Leclerc ended day 3 top of the timesheets, 1:30.322, a Ferrari double, of course, because Sainz topped the timesheets yesterday. He did 74 laps in total, and his fastest time was on the C4. George Russell was second place, 1:30.368, so very close between them, less than half a tenth. 67 laps for him, and the fastest that was on the C4. It was a C4 for Zhou Guanyu as well, up there in P3, 1:30.6, 85 laps in total. That's probably the headline there for Zhou, those 85 laps. 66 laps for Max Verstappen, a 1:30.755, but that was on a set of used C3s, and it was only just over 4/10 away. Read into that what you will. Yuki Tsunoda, 1:30.7, 4/10 off as well. 53 laps for him. His fastest time was on the C4s. It was the C4s as well for Alex Albon up there in P6, 1:30.984. 121 laps today, which I think was pretty much what they'd done for all of testing up to today, or what felt like it. It wasn't quite, but it felt like it. Oscar Piastri, or one last time, Aussie P, 91 laps for him, 1:31.0. That was on the C3 tyre, I believe. Yes, it was. Fernando Alonso, 1:31.1, 75 laps for him. He did his fastest time on the C3 as well. Carlos Sainz, 71 laps for him. C3 tyre, 1:31.247. Sergio Perez, 1:31.483 this morning, 53 laps, and C3 tyre for his fastest time, 1:31.6 for Hulkenberg on the C3, 89 laps. 49 laps for Lewis Hamilton on the C5 tyre. He did the 1:31.999. Lance Stroll, 1:32.038 C3 tyre, and 46 laps. Just 20 laps for Lando Norris this morning for, as far as we know, a clutch issue, 1:32.108. That was on the C3. C3 for Gasly, 1:32.149. 47 laps, 80 laps for Magnussen, 1:33.053, 2.7 seconds off that fastest time. That time was set on the C3. Ocon on the C3s as well, 1:33.079, 55 laps, 28 laps for Bottas this morning, 1:33.528 on the C3s. And Daniel Ricciardo, C1 tyre for him for that 37.015. He did 70 laps, and Logan Sargent wasn't in the car today because he was in all day yesterday. It was Albon all day today. There you go. They are your testing times for 2024. Talking points for the day. We had the red flag, didn't we, early on because of the drain again, which gave us quite a fun afternoon actually, with lots going on, which was good. And Norris, I'm going to just double check with McLaren, but I'm sure if it was anything other than what's been reported, we'd have heard by now. So just have a quick scroll. Nothing on there, so we'll stick with the clutch issue, but obviously keep an eye on news sites, etc. I'm sure they'll have news once quotes and that come out at some stage. Thank you very much to Edgar for another super chat. Thank you, mate. That's very generous. It says merch ? Lol. Thank you. I appreciate it. So from what I understand and the conversations I've had with the people there, because my channel is the F1 word, I can't sell merch. Because that would be commercializing a name that I don't own. So I could change the channel name, and we could go for it, but I'm not gonna. Yeah, I don't think anyone wants a hat with my logo on my face.
You got to sell a shirt that says "Hi guys, Sean here."
I could do, yeah. I could just sell that, or Chris Albon, because there's nobody.
There we
out there.
go.
So there you go. Bobbert Kubica, for those who remember. Yeah. Where are we? We're on testing streams. Final thoughts, I guess, Stuart, for testing 2024, other than it's a miracle we've still got any sanity left. Red Bull look super bloody quick. Ferrari, I think, better than I was expecting after day one. And I can't read where a lot of teams are, particularly Alpine and also Mercedes a little bit, actually. I've put them third, but it's really tight again in that mid-pack, isn't it? Which is well, I'm grateful for that. If it is going to be another Red Bull year, another dominant Red Bull year.
Yeah, I'm kind of, my tentative reading is it feels like we're picking up where we left off. Like no massive movements as far as I can tell. Sort of people are sort of seem roughly where they were, which is no bad thing considering we're now going to enter sort of, you know, a year of development and stuff. And this is where we're starting from. Actually quite interesting that people are roughly where they were considering how many teams have just totally scrapped their old design and started from scratch and made something new. And yet here we are back where we started. I'm cautiously optimistic. The Red Bull looks really, really good, but I've got this optimism that we're going to see some interesting things and some challenges here and there, even if it's not, you know, going to be enough to bring it all the way to Verstappen. Cautiously optimistic.
I'm, you know, it's that stage of the season. That picture of Max Verstappen that's just popped up on the stream, by the way, is perfect. when you see it, Stuart, it's absolutely perfect for us talking about our Red Bull dominant. Bang on. I look forward to every season. We're at that point now where, you know, we've had testing. We all think we can pull a pecking order out of the bag, but we might get a surprise. But I think we're looking at. Red Bull look good. That's how I'm going to word it. I'm sure lots of people are now having massive panics because it's going to be dreadful and terrible and blah, 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 blah. But yeah, so just to let you know as well before we go, Eru shared the lap total for the past 3 days in chat. So Haas did 440 laps, Ferrari 416, Red Bull 390, Aston Martin 378, Sauber also 378, RB 366, Mercedes 360, Alpine 333, McLaren 327, Williams 299. So McLaren still did more laps than Williams despite all their woes. But I will say, given their issues last year with tyres and how that's been the big push for them this testing to work out the tyre issues, I'm really pleased to see Haas up there on 440 laps because that means they've got a lot of data. So hopefully they'll be able to sort of start to eat into those problems. But lots of laps again, which is good to see. But again, you know, that's
laps don't mean prizes, do they?
They don't at the end of the day, do they? But it's still awesome. So we'll leave it there then, Stuart. It's been emotional. It's been fun, Stewmeister. We've had a great time over the 3 days. Thank you for your company, and I'm looking forward to talking about actual racing with you though from a week on Monday. Not long.
Not too long at all. It's all come around rather quickly again, hasn't it? This has been fun. Thanks for having me on. I'm going to go rest now. I think you should too. I think we deserve it.
Go have a strepsil. It'll be lovely. Awesome stuff. I'm sure I'll talk to you before racing next week. But thank you very much again. It's all. I know it's a lot of time to give up. I do appreciate it, and it's just I just love talking to you and everybody else about Formula One. We love this sport as crackers as it is. So thank you very much, and I'm sure we'll talk soon, Stuart.
Cheers. Goodbye, everyone. See you at the race. Metaphorically.
He's not actually going.
Bye.
Thank you to Stuart and to everybody for tuning in this last 3 days. It's been absolutely fantastic. Really enjoyed it. As always, I love the testing streams. They are great fun. So quick roundup. Thank you to everybody who's tuned in. Thank you for all the likes as well, over 700 today, and thank you as well for helping us hit that goal, exceeding that goal for contributions. £562.67 of your hard-earned money. Thank you so much. It really, helps the channel, helps to give us something to aim for during these testing streams, and it's massively appreciated. So thank you so much. Love you all for that. And if you didn't want to or you couldn't, that's fine as well. It's brilliant to have you here and have the company, and for trying to keep us sane in chat. Trying your questions as well, they've been great. It's a lot of fun, but these will be back next year. I'm sure they'll be back next year, in some way, shape, or form. Maybe a bit longer next year. Maybe we'll do the 5 hours again. We'll see how we go, whatever the plans are for F1. Eru says, is it Thursday? Yes, don't forget, next week, Thursday practice, qualifying Friday, race on Saturday. That is the same for Saudi Arabia as well the following week, so just bear that in mind. Don't miss the action. Now, I will be back next week. And I warned you in December, or back in November, when I said that I don't think I want to do previews again next year, but that'll probably change when the season's bearing down on us and I can't not do them. So I'll be back next week with the preview for the Bahrain Grand Prix. You knew it was coming. I couldn't not do it. So the preview will be out next week for the Bahrain Grand Prix 2024, and we'll be live on Monday after the race weekend at around 7 p.m, I think, GMT, maybe 6, probably 7 p.m. GMT, me and Stuart to talk about the race weekend and pick out the big talking points. So looking forward to that. You can follow me on social media at F1 Word on Twitter and the Facebook. You can also follow me on Instagram. I think I will be using Instagram this year, the F1 Word. Give XPB as well a follow on Instagram and Twitter, because they provide the images for the stream, so give them a follow over there. That'd be hugely appreciated as well. Don't forget to subscribe too before you go, and hit another like. Why not? Leave us another like. You may as well. It's free before you go. And thank you again for your company over the last 3 days. But as ever, thank you for watching. I've been Sean. This has been the F1 Word, and until next time, goodbye.